Destruction. Countless Shura ships were exploding like northern lights. The blooms of destruction spread like wildfire as Star-class ship after Star-class ship exploded. The weaker ships, such as the Planet-class and Satellite-class ships, were immediately disintegrated into nothing more than an ice-searing haze. The entire armada was crippled and destroyed, blown up like a glittery fireworks display. Like a supernova, the brightness saturated the sight of everything outside the windows. If the glass hadn't been designed to filter ultra-bright lights, they'd have all been blinded for sure. And while the glass might have filtered the light, it could not filter the shockwaves that soon followed. They rattled the ship, rocking it backwards and forwards, terrifying them all. Fortunately, they were at a distance where the shockwaves did not deal any lasting damage. One person fell over and hurt himself, but that was the extent of it. When the rocking had calmed down, and they all looked back outside, the armada was gone. Only wreckage and a vast amount of space debris were left behind. It was a graveyard now, and nothing more. What happened? The captain's head was bleeding as he struggled to stand up, looking out the window. No answer came as everyone was too fixated on the sight of that destruction. Their minds had been numbed. Are we saved? Did the Alliance send in the cavalry? A woman asked. We are safe now, yes. But there is no cavalry, Old Sue said. Their radar had been broken, and they couldn't see any other ships, so they wondered what had occurred. All they could see out the window was a distant planet. If it was the Alliance that had destroyed the ships, there should have been a large-scale fight. Oh my days! What happened? God himself gave us a hand, didn't he? God punished his red-headed stepchildren, mwahaha. That'll teach them to misbehave and threaten us, the favored creation. The passengers were overjoyed. They might not have understood what had happened, but the mere fact they were safe again gave them much relief and happiness. Even the captain couldn't stop smiling. Still, his eyes couldn't keep away from the window, as if they were searching for something. Sadly, though, all he could see was trash. Turning around to get the ship back in order and command the people on board, he then saw Hansen standing in the corner with the box. Hansen, box in hand, went to the command deck. All the soldiers saluted him. Hansen did the same in return. He wasn't a soldier anymore, so it was a sign of massive respect for them to salute him in unison. Inside the command deck, the captain and Old Sue approached Hans Senator. The rest of the personnel stood up in respect, too. The captain gave Hansen a salute, prompting the rest to do so, as well. Even the young couple looked serious. Hansen did not say a word. He merely returned the salute again. You saved us all, the captain excitedly said. I was just saving myself, Hansen replied. Let us discuss this further in my office. The captain brought Hansen to his office, while Old Sue followed from behind. Did you destroy the Shura fleet? The captain didn't want to beat around the bush, and he asked Hansen directly. He could not see another reason why all the Shura ships were destroyed, so the logical conclusion was for it to have been Hansen's doing. Of course, Hansen was one person and he was alone. Even if he was to believe it was his doing, it'd be a mighty struggle. But with no other alternative explanations, who else's doing could it have been? Hansen answered, You think too highly of me. Even if I was a demigod, I could not destroy a whole Shura fleet by myself. The captain thought he was right. Hansen was just a human surpasser, after all. But still, it was too strange of an occurrence for him to write it off completely. Hansen was annoyed, though. He drove the Black Beetle to the enemy and spent 5 purple crystals in nuking the fleet. The power was enough to wipe the entire army out of existence, and then some. Although Hansen had many purple crystals, he couldn't get more whenever he wished. He had to be careful in their use. Brother Han, can you give that back to me? Old Sue asked as he pointed at the box. Hansen placed the alloy box down on the table, but he wasn't giving it back. He said, You can have it back, but I almost died to save it. If you tell me what's inside, I'll give it back to you. The captain said, "Old Sue, maybe it would be best if you told him." Old Sue said, "Okay, since you saved my life." Old Sue accepted the alloy box and opened it. He then examined the bottle of some tincture. Hansen only wanted to know what it might have been. He didn't actually want or need it. Old Sue said, "Have you heard of Angel Gene Fluid? I am in charge of it. And my team and I created it." Well, not quite. I suppose it is more accurate to say I copied it. When Hansen heard what Old Sue said, he was shocked. The Angel Gene Fluid the Zhao family had created was not their original creation, after all. It had been based on that vial of liquid. Angel Gene could never find out what the exact components of the solution were, so it was a bit of an enigma. Roughly, Angel Gene only understood 10% of the fluid in its entirety. Humans could not use the liquid itself. That much was certain. Consumption of the liquid would result in the consumer exploding, even if they were a strong surpasser. When Hansen asked where the liquid came from, Old Sue told him it came from the grave of a Shura king. Shura kings can never catch a break from grave robbers, it seems. First, it was the falsified Sky Sutra, and now this. Hansen mused over the elucidations he was receiving. Hansen was happy he never used the liquid. Had he done so, he would have most assuredly died. There is no way Zero used it. She would have died if she had, wouldn't she? Then again, she seems able to switch between human and Shura. And this has been a trait of hers for a long time now, Hansen thought. Shortly after the Shura had been destroyed, other ships of the Alliance were sent out for relief efforts and investigation. When they reached the universe, they saw it sitting beside a vast debris field. After boarding, they were more than surprised to see the countless Shura bodies cluttering the hallways of the ship. Furthermore, the personnel and passengers of the universe were only mildly injured. The death toll was firmly situated on the count of 0. Hansen was brought in for questions, and he admitted the hand he had in slaying the leader and all the soldiers. But he feigned cluelessness as to why the entire armada had been destroyed. When the officers and soldiers heard the description of the events that transpired, though, their admiration for Hansen was just like old times. The higher-tier officers looked at Hansen like he was some kind of monster, but it was a fear driven by respect, and they knew he had done something magnificent. If it wasn't for Hansen, everyone on the ship would have assuredly been killed or worse. To prevent from panicking the populace with the Shura threat, everyone on the universe had to be sworn to secrecy over the events that had transpired. They were even forced to sign an NDA. 4 days later, Hansen resumed his journey to Lai Men planet via a different ship. The Alliance provided Hansen with a Medal of Honor, whereas Angel Gene gifted him a lot of money. The rumors that Hansen had been healed also spread. Stories were whispered amongst the populace, telling how he might have single-handedly wiped out a Shura general and the army it commanded. How? Didn't Luo Haiteng say he could not be healed? Zhao 7, leader of Angel Gene, heard the news firsthand, due to him having a direct connection to the events that unfolded. I knew his story wasn't over. Men like him go out with a bang, not a bedridden whimper. Tang Jinliu leaped for joy when he heard the news. People had many different reactions upon hearing the story. If Hansen was able to kill a third-rank Shura general with ease, the recent quietness of the Alliance and the lack of wild tales from the Third God's Sanctuary would be over. He was back in business. Various officials of the Alliance spent time investigating why the fleet of Shura ships had been wiped out. Their suspicions of Hansen's involvement did not linger, as it seemed incredibly unlikely one human was capable of doing all that. Hansen received countless messages but only replied to those from the people he knew. He did this while continuing his journey to Lai Men planet. Ji Ruozhen already knew Hansen had been healed, but it never really concerned him much, as Hansen wasn't one to involve himself in politics or dealings of the army. When Luo Haiteng heard Hansen had been healed, it didn't prompt too much concern and it didn't change anything, either. After all, he had now already selected Han Yin. A few days later, Hansen arrived at Lyman Planet. Professor Long had already started his lectures, so Hansen found himself joining in 2 days late. Hansen already had a basic knowledge regarding the time and space elements, so it wasn't a struggle for him to catch up with what he had missed. And if there was something he didn't understand, he just asked the others for a recap. After Professor Long finished his lectures for the day, he gave Hansen a personal call. "You are quite something, do you know that? Baishan and Li Xinghua, those 2 weekend rivals, often talk to me about you. They just told me to give you a proper recap of what you missed, as a matter of fact. If you're interested in learning even more, perhaps you can come visit my lab, too. You may go there whenever you please," Professor Long said. Hansen felt touched. He didn't expect Baishan nor Li Xinghua to have known about his hold-up and to also ask Professor Long to help him with what he had missed. It was incredibly kind of them. After this, Hansen spent his days in the lectures and his evenings in the lab. Professor Long was not a fighter. He was a genuine scientist, one well-versed in the workings of the universe, space, and time. His research was very different from Baishan's and Li Xinghua's, and it was quite refreshing. Hansen ended up learning a lot from him. Hansen was not a researcher, so he couldn't help as much as he wanted to in the lab, but he still showed interest and tried to do what he could. Everything there was new for Hansen, and he pictured himself as some sort of sponge, absorbing knowledge. 2 months passed, and all the while, Hansen spent his days learning about time and space in the creation of a new hypergeno art. Hansen was able to simulate Moment Queen's energy flow, but so far, he could only speed up time and not slow it. Hansen only had 100 Time King Spirit Geno points, unlike Moment Queen, who was born with a direct attunement to the element. Hansen could only simulate a bit of Sky King space energy flow, but it was enough to allow Hansen to condense space without his opponent realizing what he was doing. It was not too dissimilar to the method used to travel across hyperspace, punching a hole through the fabric of the dimension and creating a shortcut. Of course, these 2 abilities only applied to Hansen. They had no effect on others when used. Hansen wanted a high-damage hypergeno art, and he still would once this creation process was over. This was because his current creation did not inflict damage on an opponent. Hansen kept on practicing these 2 abilities, trying to find a way in which he might be able to combine them. Speeding up time allowed Hansen to move faster. Condensing the space in his proximity also made him quicker, in a certain sense. In the eyes of others, he'd be moving at a blistering speed that no one else could properly register. Hansen was able to use these techniques to speed up and reduce the range he had to traverse to attack. Hansen dwelled on the final results this hypergeno art would yield, and how the finished product might look and feel like. The concept was promising, at the very least. After a day of work, the researchers all left. Hansen remained, though, making use of the zero-G room to practice various time and space techniques. The more he practiced, the better he would get. That was true for everyone with everything. It was simple, but infinitely effective. Practicing was the only way to get a true grasp and understanding of something, and that was a universal truth. Hansen practiced hard, working up a sweat. He didn't notice that Professor Long was outside the room, watching him. Professor Long was supposed to have already left for the day, but he had forgotten something in the lab. He saw some light in the zero-G chamber, so he thought to check it out. Professor Long nodded when he saw Hansen. Professor Long had learned quite a bit about Hansen, but he didn't understand why Baishan and Li Xinghua liked him so much, up until now. It was because through Hansen, they could see themselves when they were much younger. He was quiet, but he worked hard. He didn't get distracted easily, and he was all around very different than most young people. If Hansen focused on research, there was no doubt he'd become an acclaimed researcher and garner great fame. He'd accomplish much, Professor Long believed. Professor Long was similar to Hansen, so he admired him a lot, too. When Hansen first arrived late, he saw how diligent he was in trying to catch up on what he had missed. For that reason, Professor Long was happy to extend an invitation for him to visit the lab and help. He was very satisfied with Han Sen's performance, and although Han Sen had a long while to go and much more to learn, Professor Long could see that a bright future awaited him. He'd walk away from the lab with much knowledge. Professor Long was going to leave Han Sen alone, but when he saw the way Han Sen moved, he was fascinated. As a professor who researched space and time, he noticed Han Sen was practicing space. Han Sen seemed able to take one step and travel 100 meters. It was like Han Sen had a warp drive installed in his body. He has talent with the element of space? Professor Long was surprised. Space talent was rare. Professor Long had 2 researchers with the space talent, but they were awful and ridiculously expensive to hire. To Professor Long, Han Sen's importance had greatly increased. Humans were not machines. Machines could use energy to travel and crack space. But this was a human, and Han Sen had just demonstrated the ability to travel in the manner of hyperspace. It was an action he performed with no technological aid. It was practically unheard of. Professor Long thought he was very good with the element of space. But that was a topic that Professor Long wasn't as well versed on, due to his inability to practice it. I cannot believe Han Sen has this much talent. Professor Long looked at Han Sen and licked his lips, as if he was a treasure he could never risk losing. Han Sen had no idea Professor Long was checking him out in such a manner. He wasn't in the sanctuary right now, so he did not have to pay attention to his immediate surroundings at all times like he normally would. He could relax and be a little more carefree when he was in the Alliance. Over the course of those 2 months, Han Sen continued practicing his teleportation and time adjustment techniques vigorously. Unfortunately, they remained separate, and he was unable to figure out a way to combine them. But on this evening, when he was done practicing with the space element, he turned his focus to time. When Professor Long saw this, his jaw dropped. His mind raced as he yelled to himself, "He has talent with both time and space?" Professor Long felt as if he had just won the lottery. He smiled madly as he stared at Han Sen. "This is most wonderful." Professor Long watched Han Sen as if he were watching a naked woman. As Han Sen continued to practice, a sudden shiver ran down his spine. "Why am I covered in goosebumps? Did the temperature drop?" Han Sen then checked the thermostat, wanting to raise the temperature. Professor Long had never before seen a human with proficiency in both talents. And now, his mind was racing with all sorts of ideas of what he could with Han Senator. He was very excited. Professor Long was very excited, but he made sure not to alert Han Senator. He remained there watching, and only left when he saw the sweat-drenched Han Sen finish practicing. The next day, after Han Sen entered the lab, Professor Long called for him to come to his office. "Han Sen, my boy. Research this for me, would you please? And then, hand me your reports when done," Professor Long said, handing Han Sen a task. "No problem. Is there anything else?" Han Sen asked. "No, but these are unfinished projects. Don't allow anyone else to see them. Go to room 507 to do the work, too." Professor Long then handed Han Sen a key card before saying, "There you go." Seeing Han Sen walk away, Professor Long smiled. He knew people like Han Sen would be very attracted by such information and would invest time in learning it. But the classes were soon to come to an end, which worried Professor Long. There was only about a month left, so for now, he provided Han Sen the most important parts to see. A month is not enough time. If he can give me 10 years, 50 years, Professor Long said to himself, losing himself in deep thought. Han Sen went to room 507 as instructed. A lot of text and video had been included in the information he had been provided. Although Han Sen did not know too much about it, he still tried his best to understand. For a full grasp, he knew it'd take a long time, too. Han Sen had never learned something like this before, so he had to start slowly. He liked it, though. And despite the struggle, he never once felt bored or tired with the task. Han Sen was still being annoyed by his predicament with the hyper-geno art creation, as he still couldn't find a way to combine time and space. After reading this, though, he was very inspired. Han Sen thought Professor Long was something of a genius, in fact. He was a very creative man. Professor Long was focusing much of his thoughts on Han Sen now, and he greatly admired him. After he read the first round of notes he was given, Professor Long told Han Sen to skip the lessons so he could focus on the research instead. The lessons during the daytime dealt with time and space, and how it was associated with humans, so there was no real need for Han Sen to sit there and listen, anyway. Han Sen was delighted, and with the information he was provided, he knew there was a lot more to learn and a lot farther to go. He knew he was still dealing with the research on a very basic level, but it was a start. And that aside, it was much better than what he was doing before. After Han Sen's brain mutation, his memory and abilities of comprehension had become far better. But even so, there was still too much for even him to wrap his head around in such a short time frame. When the classes were all finished, Han Sen had only managed to go through 20% of the stuff. "Take it home and spend more time with it," Professor Long said when Han Sen came to return what he had done so far. "Can I, really?" Han Sen was like a happy child, hearing this. A lot of information and research breakthroughs were contained within, but many of them had been withheld from the public. "It's my private research. You can take it home, just keep a lid on it. Don't allow any leaks," Professor Long explained. This information was very important, but it was all hogwash to those who did not have a grasp on the elements of space and time. Han Sen never did research for money and fame, he just wanted results. He wanted an advancement of himself, not what surrounded him. After that, Han Sen accepted the information and returned home. He continued having trouble and restlessness over combining space and time into one hyper-geno art, but now the predicament had shifted a little. Before it was all about how he could combine them, now it was about which way he could combine them. Han Sen decided to read through everything he had been given first. After that, then he would decide how to combine the space and time properties. Due to there being no super creatures in the immediate vicinity, Han Sen didn't spend much time hunting. Instead, he took his time reading the information and learning. Before he finished, Moment Queen had at last managed to find Holy Sword Shelter. Bringing the humans to Holy Sword Shelter, Han Sen wondered what they'd all think once they saw Xie King. Xie King had not changed in Han Sen's absence, and he was still soaking in an unhealthy vat of human culture. He wore flip-flops, boxers, and a loose t-shirt. To go along with his aviator sunglasses, Xie King now had a straw hat. He was having another cookout it seemed, and as he charcoaled once fine slabs of meat, he wiggled his body, holding a beer in one hand. If Xie King did not have a good body shape, Han Sen would have believed him to be a psychotic butcherer. Strangely, Han Sen did not see any comics around him. So, he thought to himself, has he grown tired of comics and now just indulges himself in the art of barbecuing? Han Sen, sup. You're back. Xie King saw Han Sen and placed his arm around Han Sen's neck and shoulders. Swaying from side to side, he brought him over to sit. He then said, "Let me tell you something, you ain't going to believe FO show. I'm a freestyling mofo, in the way I made my own style. Can you believe it, bruv? This is a new style?" Han Sen thought he might have created a new skill or something tangible and beneficial. "Come take a look. This is my new product, so watch you think." Xie King presented Han Sen with a book. "A book? A comic book? Did you draw this?" Han Sen's eyes were wide open in a mixture of confusion and about 10 other emotions. "I'm telling you, son. This gon' light the streets on fire. It's gonna sell like hotcakes," Xie King said, with much excitement. Han Sen was in a bit of a daze, and when he looked at the comic's name, it was called Overbearing President Love Luov. Hansen looked at Siaqing King as if he was looking at some hideous monster. No wild super creature had ever rattled him as much as the spirit before him was now doing. He partially believed himself to be dreaming, thinking it to be utterly ridiculous for a king spirit to take up the hobby of drawing crude comics. Hansen opened the comic, dubiously titled Overbearing President Love Love Luov, and began reading it. The art, to Siaqing King's credit, was wonderful. The protagonist of the comic was actually a fellow named Siaqing King, perhaps unsurprisingly. The spirit had obviously gone to great lengths in this self-admiring portrayal of himself. He was dressed up in similar attire to what he was now wearing, and wholeheartedly believed to be cool, and the opening panels had him surrounded by a number of voluptuously shaped women. Strangely, these women did not look human, though. "Are these lady spirits?" Hansen asked, while pointing at them. "They sure be king spirits, yo," Siaqing King said. Hansen was actually rather surprised. He hadn't suspected a king spirit could look upon other king spirits in a horny way. "My dope is targeted at the younger generation. But tell me, bruh, could you help out a crib spirit of yours and help me release it on that thing you call Skynet?" Siaqing King said. Hansen helped him with the release, but did not want to associate himself with the comic. So, he made an account on Siaqing King's behalf. He was worried at what others might think of him if folks genuinely believed Hansen was the one who drew it all. After that, Hansen took Bauer back to Ghost Mountain. He believed remaining with Siaqing King any longer would drive him insane. Silver Fox had been gone ever since he received the Fox Life Geno Essence, so Hansen also fancied trying to find him on Ghost Mountain. In the meantime, Hansen let all the other humans out at Holy Sword Shelter, except for Queen. There were too many people crowding the underground shelter, and Hansen wanted a bit more space. To scale Ghost Mountain, Hansen rode atop Golden Growler and took Bauer with him. Strangely, the super creatures on Ghost Mountain were nowhere to be found. It seemed as if they had all disappeared. Hansen traveled across the entirety of Ghost Mountain and confirmed this. Even the ones he had previously met were no longer around. What happened? Hansen wondered. If there had been a great battle, surely there would have been signs. But it was as if they had all been abducted, vanished into thin air, without leaving a trace behind. The Bloodwing beasts were still there, but their king was gone. What happened? Hansen had no idea what had taken place. Even if the king spirit shelter on the mountain had tried to expand to conquer and rule over its surrounding landscapes, there should have been signs of such a thing happening. But there were no clues to what had actually occurred. The landscape seemed to be the same as it was the first time Hansen had been there. Hansen continued traversing the slopes of the mountain, and just when he started to worry over the well-being of the silver fox, he saw a purple light illuminate the night sky. Hansen tried to look over to where it originated, but it was too far for him to scan. So, he summoned his wings and decided to fly there. The purple light was a good distance away, and he had to leave the borders of Ghost Mountain completely to get to it. It was a purple mountain, and when he got to take a closer look, Hansen was more than just shocked. Hansen thought the mountain had simply gotten bigger due to his proximity to it. But when he stopped for a moment and noticed that it continued to grow, he realized it was doing just that. The mountain was growing bigger. Hansen never thought a mountain had the possibility of growing. It would have made sense if there was an earthquake currently raging, but there was no such thing. The lands all around were quiet, and it was just that one purple mountain rising out of the ground, becoming bigger and bigger. Hansen didn't go any closer to it, as he figured himself to be too old to attempt something reckless. He was hovering above a field, so he could see everything well enough and did not have to go any closer to watch what was happening. Hansen saw many small creatures emerge, all heading for the purple mountain. Then, he saw bigger creatures going that way. They were headed there with visible excitement. Hansen tried to grab a snake he saw, but the snake dodged his grasp and looked angry. That was okay, though. The snake seemed fairly normal and of its own mind. It hadn't been possessed or tainted by some other phantom force or anything. If they're not under a spell, perhaps some treasure is enticing them there. Did Little Silver and the other super creatures of Ghost Mountain go that way, too? Hansen mulled over the questions while staring at the purple mountain. Not thinking there to be any immediate danger, Hansen flew closer. If there was treasure, he wanted it. At the very least, he could lend a hand to the silver fox if he needed it. With Hansen's power having reached its current heights, he figured he could deal with any threat that presented itself to him. He had the ability to take on Emperor spirits, after all, so he reckoned he'd be fine. And as long as Hansen did nothing to provoke the creatures, they'd probably be too focused on what they had come for to pay him any heed. They appeared to be very single-minded in their near-rabid approach to the Purple Mountain. Hansen saw wolves, ants, and birds heading for the area. The fact that none of the creatures appeared to be possessed was a relief to Hansen. The Purple Mountain was further away than Hansen initially believed it to be, and he hadn't quite realized how big it had become. And yet, it still wasn't done. It was continuing to grow, with no end to its development in sight. Hansen was 10 miles away from its foothills, and as eerie as the scene was, its creepiness was aided by the fact it was silent the whole time. It rose from the ground in complete, utter quietness. He could view the mountain with fair clarity, and he could espy what lay on its slopes. The purple light he had viewed earlier, though, was a projection of the clouds that now swirled around the growing landmass, hanging around it like a thick mist. The mountain was not in fact purple. It was black and green. Hansen decided to follow the creatures on their way there, and that was when he noticed something even stranger. The creatures that could fly were not going up the mountain. They all stopped 200 meters away from the slopes, standing there. And it wasn't just them either. The ground-based creatures stopped before ascending, too. They all just gathered like the audience to some spectacle that had yet to begin. As this transpired, the mountain continued to grow. The catalyst for that growth was still a complete mystery to Hansen so far. Hansen decided to travel to the other side of the mountain and see if there were any other creatures there. He hoped he'd see the silver fox amongst them. On the other side there was a wide abundance of different creatures. But to his great dismay, Hansen was unable to spot the silver fox among them. Neither could Hansen see any of the other creatures that disappeared from Ghost Mountain. The absence of the white snake was as much a mystery, as well. But as Hansen reviewed this disappointment, he couldn't wallow in it for long. All of a sudden, he heard one of the beasts squeal. It was followed by the sound of a fierce strike. Then, silence drowned the scene once more. Hansen heard these sounds emanate from the peak, but it was shrouded in a veil of mist. Thus, Hansen's vision of whatever had occurred was obscured. And as loud as the sudden outburst was, it was over in an instant. Nothing else accompanied the two sharp sounds that rang out. No rustle, no movement, nothing. Is Silver Fox up there on the mountain, perhaps? Hansen wondered. Hansen scanned the remainder of the creatures at the bottom of the mountain and made sure there weren't any of the super creatures he was missing there. There wasn't a single one down there. Maybe Silver Fox really is up on top of the mountain. Hansen guessed. After this short while of thought, the silence that re-nestled the land did not last. The thundering roars of explosions began to echo across the region, accompanied by the cries of creatures. The noise came from the peak again. But it only lasted for a few seconds, just as it had earlier. A sudden grand crescendo, fading into absolute nothingness. Hansen had no clue where the Silver Fox might have been, and while he wondered, Bauer leaped off of Hansen down onto the mountain ground. She turned to look at Hansen and said, "Daddy, come." Hansen, witnessing Bauer's fearless approach, decided to follow. There didn't seem to be any harm in doing so, after all. The purple light flickering mist that cloaked the top of the mountain was very thick, though. Bauer was hasty in her ascent, and she went into the mist without waiting for Hansen. When she was inside, she could not be seen. Hansen, seeing her disappear, quickly called out, "Slow down. We should go together." But Hansen's face immediately turned ugly when he realized he could not hear what he had just spoken aloud. Hansen quickly reactivated his Dongxian aura. Aside from what his naked eyes could see, it was of little help. He couldn't sense Bauer's presence or anything. So he walked faster to try to reach her. Eventually, Bauer returned, coming out of the purple mist with a visible look of confusion. Hansen picked her up and told her, "You should stick with me." But again, Hansen could not hear himself speak those words. It was as if a noise-canceling dome had been established, circling the whole mountain. It was impossible for someone to make a noise, it appeared. Bauer could understand what Hansen wished to speak, though, and then she said, "There is something here, but I cannot find it." Hansen was shocked at his ability to understand her, also. It was as if he had heard what she said, even though he actually hadn't heard what she said. "What is it?" Hansen asked. "Treasure," Bauer answered. "What treasure?" Hansen's interest spiked, and he knew he had come to the right place. If Bauer said there was treasure, you could bet your bottom beast soul there would be. But Bauer shook her head then, strangely. She signaled she did not know what sort of treasure they'd be after. There was treasure, but its nature was a mystery even to her. Hansen knew if she had seen the treasure, she wouldn't have come back with such an obvious look of confusion. Hansen looked up towards the purple mist, and he noticed it was beginning to descend to swallow the rest of the mountain. From a slow roll, it quickly picked up like the ravenous tumble of an avalanche. It looked as if it wished to swallow the entire world below. When it passed the halfway point of the mountain, though, it slowed down. And when it reached Hansen's position, it had resumed the gradual descent he had first witnessed. Hansen did not sense anything coming from the mist. He could not detect the presence of any power, benevolent or malevolent, and neither could his ordinary senses pick up anything. No sound had been heard in quite a while either. As Hansen observed this strange phenomenon, the noise started up again. It was a crude sound, one that made him picture the hewing of rocks. Each sound was accompanied by an angry roar. But then, it suddenly stopped again. It was as if an earplug had fallen out and hastily been replugged. Then, something came out of the mist. If there had been fighting up there, it could have been just a rock. But when Hansen saw what tumbled out of the mist, he was quite shocked. It was not a rock that had tumbled down from out of the mist, it was a white ball. It looked like lobster meat. It did not look fleshy and scrumptious, though, it looked quite dry. But as random as its sudden appearance had been, Hansen did not sense any danger stemming from it. And as he studied it, he re-evaluated his perception and thought it looked more like a circular chunk of mushroom. The whitish color was a little jaded, too. It was as round as a yoga ball, and when it came tumbling down, it bounced from rock to rock. Hansen thought it changed color as it descended, too. But that was incorrect, as he later noticed it was just coated in splotches of blood. Quite disturbing. When the ball stopped moving, Hansen fancied approaching it for a closer examination. He particularly wanted to see where the blood had come from. Before Hansen could touch the blood, though, the ball moved away by its own volition. Hansen was shocked by the sudden movement. He looked at the ball which had leaped away from him, but he could not notice anything special about it that might have prompted the sudden jump. The white ball was like any old, unremarkable object. It didn't appear to be something living, and after it moved away from Hansen, it returned to a motionless state. Hansen walked forward, and when he was at a distance where he was close enough to touch it, the ball rolled away again. Hansen could not sense a life force stemming from the white ball, but it certainly behaved as if it was a living creature. The ball did not roll quickly, so Hansen picked up the pace for his next attempt at touching it. But when Hansen's speed increased, so too did the speed of the ball's attempt to escape. Bauer thought the ball was quite interesting, too. So, she leaped towards it with a crazy speed. When she almost touched the ball, the object was able to match her speed in an evasion. Bauer landed on the ground in a bad way, as her hat and sunglasses were dashed across some rocks. The ball then began to jump around Bauer. It didn't make any noise, but it behaved as if it was mocking her. Hansen did not know why he felt that was what the ball was doing. But Bauer also seemed to believe that was what it was doing, and she became incredibly angry in response. She was furious. She jumped up and ran towards it like a pouncing tiger. Her speed was almost teleportation-like, and a match for Hansen's Super King Spirit mode. But strangely, Bauer was still unable to catch the ball. It effortlessly matched her speed again and dodged her raging grab. The ball was quicker than the casting of a shadow. Missing this attempt did not hamper her desire to grab the ball, though. She quickly spun around and tried to get a hold of it once more. She jumped from rock to rock in an attempt to touch the ball, very much like an angered tiger that possessed wings. Hansen was taken aback by what he was witnessing. Bauer was using his phoenix techniques. Hansen had performed it in front of her many times, but he had never seen her train with it. For her to now just do it all of a sudden, it surprised him. Hansen watched their play continue for a while. Many times over, Hansen was able to confirm that Bauer was indeed using his phoenix techniques and original self-made modifications. Yet despite all her attempts, the ball was able to dodge her every single time. It was remarkably nimble, that was for certain. What is this thing? Hansen wondered to himself. With a speed like that, it would have to be a super creature of sorts, assuming it was a creature. But despite repeated attempts at scanning the ball, he was still unable to pick up the trace of a life force. It had no eyes, nose, or orifices of any kind. Without a mouth, it couldn't have been a super creature. Bauer was getting frustrated with her inability to catch the playful ball, so she pulled out her mini gourd and pointed it at the ball. Then, she slapped the gourd. A scary power of suction swirled out towards the ball. At first, it helplessly succumbed to the suction and began to roll towards the gourd. But eventually, it seemed to find its grip and begin to effectively resist Bauer's terribly powerful gourd. The gourd was a most mighty weapon, and it had never failed before. Its suction conjured a vortex similar to a wheel, endlessly spinning. The ball, with its grip, was digging into the ground in a bid to resist. Deep skid marks were being left in its wake. Needless to say, Hansen was flabbergasted. This was the first time Hansen had ever witnessed the gourd struggle to nab a target. The gourd was unable to draw in the ball, but neither could the ball wholly escape. It was like a wheel fighting to get out of the mud or snow. Hansen was met with an uneasy feeling in his stomach. If something was so powerful it could resist the gourd, he knew he'd have to be more wary and not behave so playfully with it. So he drew his phoenix sword and activated his 9 gene locks. The sword was dyed red, and then Hansen swung it at the ball. The ball couldn't afford to loosen its grip and avoid the strike, so the sword found its target. But when the sword met the ball, Hansen felt something wasn't quite right. Hansen felt as if the phoenix sword had come down on rubber. It was a deep strike, but the sword eventually gave in to the cushion and bounced backwards. And with the force Hansen had put into that strike, it made him fall back more than a few steps. Hansen pulled out Taya this time and tried to deliver a number of smaller strikes instead. He unleashed a flurry of manic hits, not willing to give the ball a single moment of reprieve. When the ball first rolled down the hill, it had done so soaked in blood. Now, the blood was all gone. Hansen noticed the ball had absorbed the blood. With double fly, Hansen laid into the ball. He didn't want to invoke its ire and then let it go free, so he had to put his back into it and do his best to end the ball's life now. But despite exhausting all his strength, Hansen was unable to damage the white ball. His swords and strikes continued to bounce back, having left no damage on the ball's rubber-like skin. With his 9 gene locks open, Phoenix Sword and Taya akimbo, Hansen did all he could. Under the force of such power, most super creatures would have been laid to waste already. Hansen couldn't fathom what sort of creature he was now faced with. Its skin made for the best defense possible. Hansen decided to put his swords away and watch while the ball tried to scramble away from Bauer's Dyson gourd. When he looked at Bauer, she actually appeared to be sweating. It seemed as if using the gourd cost her energy, and using it for a long time was taxing. But Bauer did not want to let the ball go free. She insisted on capturing it, and she seemed determined not to let it get away. Since there was no one else around, Hansen summoned a coin and let the numbers on it tick upwards. "Let's see how well you resist such lavish expenditure," Hansen mocked. Bauer's hands were trembling by this point, and when the coin count reached 9, Hansen released the power and fired the coin at the white ball. A saving money coin, with the power of 9, hit the white ball with the weight of mountains. It seemed to be quite effective, too, because it flattened the white ball like a deflating balloon. Bauer pulled the gourd away and immediately went to sit down, gasping. The ball had been crushed in place. It could not move, it had been crippled, but it had been able to resist the weight and not get blown up. After a short while, though, it returned to normal. Hansen was shocked, to say the least. The coin had reached 9, and he was certain it'd be enough to do something more than temporarily restrain the spherical fiend. But with the coin still firmly in place on the ball's surface, it remained unharmed. The ball did roll much slower now, though, so there was that. If it was once a cruising supercar, it was now Grandad's rusty lawnmower. Hansen felt relieved that the coin was able to do something, at least. It didn't kill or grievously damage the ball, but it was enough to practically cripple it. Saving money still has its uses, I suppose. Hansen snapped his fingers and summoned a coin fall on top of the ball, then. A short while later, the entire ball had been given a new coat. It was like a golden orb now, without an inch of its body free from the oppressive weight of a coin. Bauer saw the ball in place, stuck. Then, she ran up to it and kicked it. The ball was completely unable to move now. It was still as tough as ever, though, and there was no sign it was going to buckle under the weight and allow itself to be crushed. The nature of the ball still perplexed Hans Senator. If it was a super creature, and it had just endured so much painful treatment, it should have at least tried to fight back. Strangely, the ball was as docile as ever, but Hansen wasn't quite willing to believe it was just an object, either. Hansen approached the ball and examined it with greater curiosity. It was an enigma he really wanted to figure out. Bauer leaped onto the white ball and continued to kick it for the runaround she had endured earlier. But eventually, the ball became bouncy again. Bauer summoned the mini-gourd once more and attempted to absorb it. But right after she took aim, and before she could fire, the ball seemed to quiver and shake as if it was afraid. Hansen still had no clue what the thing was, and if there was a chance it could turn sour and attack, he had no qualms with letting Bauer suck it into her gourd. Suddenly, though, before more could be revealed, the sound of a catcha was heard. It was the ball, and it was starting to crack. Hansen knew it wasn't because of the coins, though. The crack was a straight line through the middle, all around it. The crack also originated from the bottom, and Hansen couldn't quite see what was emerging just yet. But regardless of what it was, he at least now understood that the ball was hollow. Something was inside it and looking to get out. The once tormenting, violent father and daughter had become as scared as kitty cats. Bauer leaped into Hansen's arms, wondering what would happen next with an equal mix of fear and curiosity. Hansen was alert. If this had been a super creature egg this entire time, something most fearsome must reside within. Both of them stared at the crack, and soon after, something emerged. When that thing came out, their eyes grew wider. When it wholly emerged, it looked at Hansen and Bauer and roared at them fiercely. Roar. What emerged from the white ball was a creature, one that was as small as a snowball. It was a furry little thing, and it wasn't too different from a Pomeranian puppy, in terms of its appearance. The plush snowball looked at Hansen and barked with a rage. Woof. 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 Hansen and Bauer looked at each other, and then looked back at the creature. With a sudden awkward smile, they ran towards it to feign friendliness. It seemed as if the white ball was indeed an egg, and it had given birth to the creature. And if that was the case, the creature wouldn't be too strong to resist a quick kill. Hansen leaped forward to grab it with all his strength. The snowball did not attempt to move at first, though. It did not seem afraid of Hansen and Bauer's sudden approach. But seeing the looming hands jerk forward to try to grab it, the creature howled and made its coat of fur shine with a bright white light that flashbanged the two. Then, it felt as if they both walked into something plush. It was directly in front of them, and Hansen could not push it away. And when he fell backwards in response, he felt something else barring his passage. All of a sudden, he started to spin and whirl as if he had been thrown into an active washing machine. Holy smokes! Hansen understood what had happened. He and Bauer had switched place with the fluffy fiend, and it was them who were now stuck inside a white ball. Of course, Hansen was much taller, and the white ball was much larger to accommodate his size. Pang! 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 Hansen struck the plush flesh of its composure with Taya, but he could not break through. His hits were met with the same reactions as before, and he'd bounce away each time. Stop! 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 Hansen held Bauer and told her to stop moving and jumping about, as he was starting to feel dizzy. So, this is the white ball? And it can trap others inside, can it? Hansen pondered his predicament and tried to think of a way in which he might escape the trap. Hansen heard barking outside, and then, the ball started to roll. It was a movement influenced by an exterior force. The snowball was kicking the white ball. Pang! Eventually, they rolled into something hard. But they quickly resumed rolling again. They went all about the place as if they were inside a pinball machine, and Hansen got so dizzy and off balance, he wanted to throw up. You think this is a ball for your own enjoyment? Hansen shouted. Then he summoned a heap of coins, which filled up half the ball. When the snowball tried to kick the ball again, it didn't work. Hansen and his stomach felt much relief. His fitness aided his fortitude and balance, and his ability to withstand dizziness was supremely high. And yet, even so, that was a roller coaster for his organs. It was an insufferable torment. Bauer waved her fists next, trying to punch the ball. But her delicate hands were thrown back each time, due to the sturdy but plush material that composed the shell. Fortunately, being inside the white ball isn't helping us deal damage to it. At least, I am not physically hurt. Hansen took solace in that one fact. Suddenly, the ball began to spin again. Hansen tried to use the tumbler theory to help stabilize the ball's motion, but it seemed the snowball was aware of what Hansen was trying to do. The blighter kept on pushing the ball. And in response, the ball rolled as it had earlier. Nothing Hansen could do seemed to stop it, and so he had to think of a way in which he might get out. A difficult task, given the mind-rattling circumstances. A coin with the number 9 could not break the ball, and neither could any move he tried to perform with his phoenix sword. Regardless of past failures, Hansen thought it best to try saving money again, but with even more power. He wondered if, from the inside, he could shoot and break it. So, Hansen performed it. The number on the summoned coin began to rise without issue. I just need more numbers to break it, surely, Hansen thought to himself. Bauer was in support of Hansen's decision, so she took a step back and waited for Hansen to perform the move. She was eager to be released and free, so she could beat up the troublesome snowball. The snowball then started pushing the ball again, pushing up towards the purple light. The creature didn't physically shove the ball, though. It was as if the ball had a mind of its own, one that made sure to walk forward and follow the snowball. A little while later, Snowball brought it over to a cliffside. It was going to drop the ball and watch it fall. At the bottom of the cliff was a pool, and a fierce creature lurked in its depths. The fall would be a long one, as the height they were at was not trivial. If you were to stand there and look down, you wouldn't even be able to tell what the creature in the pool looked like. All you'd see was a dark shadow beneath the water. The snowball approached the cliff and then looked down with much excitement. It kicked a couple of rocks down to amp up the anticipation. When the rocks hit the water, bubbles and steam arose as the stones were melted. The snowball fell back a bit, allowing the ball to roll forward and tumble off the cliff. It then began its descent down towards the pool. The snowball wagged its tail and paws, as if it was saying farewell to the ball's occupants. Inside the ball, Hansen's coin had reached the brightness of a star. The number read 16, and Hansen's entire body gleamed with a red power. Even Hansen had trouble containing all that power. It may have all resided in the coin, but it was the body that was spent. If the coin's power was too much, Hansen's body would feel a strain and pressure to maintain the figure of power. 16? That should do it. Hansen gave the coin one last glance before firing it. Then, he let it loose. There were already a lot of coins on the bottom of the ball, so by firing this, Hansen thought he could break the ball. Snowball stood atop the cliff, watching the white ball tumble off. It smiled, thinking of the gruesome demise that would await those inside it once they reached the bottom. But just as the ball started to drop, something from the inside began to stretch it. The force inside the ball was warping its shape and composure. The white ball was not broken, but the power was enough for the entire thing to defy gravity and shoot back up into the skies with the speed of a freshly launched cannonball. It soared upwards, far above where it had been previously. The snowball watched the ball rocket up, and as it looked, its eyes sank and became sullen. Its face turned morbid. They had been on a cliff that skirted a long drop at the center of the mountain. There was a canopy above it, with a hole inside. What was above couldn't be seen. Snowball leaped onto the skyward ball and jumped on it, hoping to change its trajectory and make it fall again. But the power of the coin was too much to defy, and the ball was still heading upwards, towards the hole. When the snowball saw it becoming alarmingly close to the black hole, it looked shocked. And then, before the creature knew it, the ball was plugged inside the black hole. Hansen was shocked, as well. The power of the 16-numbered coin had stretched and deformed the ball, but it had not been able to break it. After a while, Hansen felt the ball hit something. And then, the ball began to spin. Hansen held Bauer to keep her steady. The ball was like a bouncy ball, and after a while, it stopped. Then, they both heard a noise. A strange noise sounded, as if something had stepped across the ball. Unfortunately, Hansen had been stripped of his ability to use the Dongxian aura for now, so he could not tell what it was. Outside the ball was a cave. There were many cream-colored eggs inside it. When the ball entered, it had crushed countless numbers of them. The juicy innards of the eggs had been spilled everywhere. The cave was messed up, and Snowball stood near the ball. It was frozen. The snowball looked at the ball and the smashed eggs, then simply decided to run. But just as it reached the exit, it was stopped once more. A big, lumbering shadow drowned it in darkness. A giant black snake had appeared. The snake was not an ordinary one. To go along with its black scales, it possessed a black horn and black wings. It did not have any claws or talons, despite looking like a dragon, but it did have massive, poisonous teeth. They were curved, and the look of them alone was enough to skewer a person to death with fright. The snake watched the snowball shiver and shake. As it trembled in fear, the snowball pointed towards the white ball and barked. It wanted to protest its innocence and indicate that it had nothing to do with the destroyed eggs. The big snake was cruel and unforgiving, and all parties involved were responsible. It lunged forward and tried to snap the snowball with its wretched maw. The snowball was shocked. It emitted a flash and trapped itself inside a white ball. The snake bit into the white ball that had suddenly surrounded the intruder, and tried to break it with its fierce teeth. The teeth dug their way into the plush skin of the white ball fairly deeply, but they were unable to pierce through. But with this bite, the teeth expelled a corrosive substance. It was its lethal venom, and it dyed most of the white ball black. Pang! Where the ball had been dyed black, it shriveled and melted away. The snowball fell out of the broken ball like a marble, and it unwittingly rolled into a few more of the eggs and broke them. The little blighter looked even paler when it noticed that it was drenched in egg yolk. It tried to force a smile as the snake bore down on it. There was only one thing left for it to do. It turned heel and fled, with the snake behind it in hot pursuit. The snowball's speed was incredible, but the snake was even faster. Whenever the snowball looked likely to meet the snake's teeth, it would wrap itself up in another white ball. But each time this occurred, the snake bit into it and broke the ball with its venom. The snake's poison was the snowball's most feared substance. The balls it conjured could not be broken through pure strength, but only with poison. The snowball kept on running, smashing straight through the eggs without a care if it meant it'd have an easier time escaping the snake. The snowball relied on the ball to stay alive, but its performance eventually became sluggish. It moved slower each time a ball was summoned and subsequently broken. The snowball kept on running, and when it saw the ball that had trapped Hansen and Bauer, it ran towards them. When the snowball was just 1 meter away from the ball, its body flashed. A bright white flashbang was emitted, and it caused the white ball to crack. Hansen and Bauer had heard a lot of movement taking place outside. They had heard a lot of things breaking, and what stood out to them most was a fear-stricken bark produced by the snowball itself. An explosion then sounded, like the popping of a balloon, but much, much louder. Is this ball breaking? Is it going to open? Hansen guessed. If a creature was breaking the ball, Hansen wondered what incredible strength the creature must possess. And while Hansen was lost in thought, he heard a catch sound. Swiftly following this, the white ball of his imprisonment opened like the unfolding of a lotus flower. Hansen and Bauer saw the snowball approach them, but before they could react, the snake was right there along with it. It had a giant mouth with wretched fangs. Its mere breath was pungent enough to slay unsuspecting victims, Hansen reckoned. And as it loomed over them, it looked ready to swallow them all in one mouthful. Hansen's reactions were quick, though. So, grabbing Bauer, he jumped away with a mighty spring from his muscular legs. Catcha! Hansen and Bauer's jump landed them in a patch of eggs. Needless to say, many more of them were crushed. It didn't seem as if the snake could get any angrier, but it did. As the snake wildly thrashed and lunged, Hansen used his phoenix techniques to dodge. And whenever the opportunity arose, he threw a slash or two back at it with his phoenix sword. Its scales were hardy, though, and each of Hansen's strikes was no greater than a scrape that produced a number of sparks. Fortunately, it wasn't as tough as the white ball Hansen had just been trapped inside, and the sword left behind visible scratches. The attacks made the snake rage even more, though. Now, it was unleashing a strange beam of light. Hansen did not know what the beam of light was, but he wasn't keen on finding out. Instead of attempting a block, he avoided it. Then, he sped up time. Hansen still hadn't been able to formulate a way in which he could combine space and time, but he could make use of them individually. Given the circumstances, speeding up time was the best choice for the situation. Hansen dodged the light successfully, but the weirdest thing happened. The light itself looked alive, and it followed Hansen in his evasion. And as it came for him, the snake slithered up behind Hansen to attack his back. As Hansen peered into that light, he thought he could see something inside it. There was a figure, but it was carried and cloaked by a black smoke that swirled as the light moved. As the snake came for Hansen, the snowball ran to the cave's exit and laughed at the two it had left to a grisly fate. But when the snowball turned around to leave, the snake's tail whipped it back inside the cave. The snowball's body was not half as strong as the ball. After it was whacked into a wall, its mouth spilled blood. Hansen knew the snake would kill them all in that cave if things didn't get any better. And a strange thought nagged at the back of his mind. If the eggs all belonged to the snake, why would it attack in the first place? They had destroyed a lot of the eggs, but as the snake madly thrashed and struck at them, it was definitely destroying many more. Even if it was cruel enough to attack its babies, Han-sen had crushed a lot of them and not received any announcements. Han-sen thought there was more to the situation, and the eggs then met the eye. The snake continued to go after him, but the light had changed target and gone towards the snowball. The snowball turned into a white ball to protect itself again. Inside the white ball, the snowball's speed was much faster, in addition to the grand amount of protection it was granted. The snake knew it was hiding, though. So, it left Han-sen for a moment so it could bite the ball. The poison broke it, resulting in the snowball limply falling out again. Han-sen was shocked, seeing this. His 16-coin power was not as strong as the snake's bite, it seemed. But when he looked closer, Han-sen acknowledged it was not the sharpness of the teeth and power of the bite that ruined the white ball, but the venom. After the snowball's white ball was bitten and the furry fiend rolled out, it was then hit by the light that was still chasing after it. It approached slow and eerily, but the attack it actually delivered was like a missile. Something inside the black smoke hit the snowball, and when the black smoke dissipated for a moment, he saw that the smoke had hidden a transparent orb. It was roughly the size of a fist, and transparent like the most perfect of untarnished crystals. It was difficult to imagine such a dirty mouth could produce something so clean. The crystal looked pure, but when it hit the snowball, it was like the creature's fur was instantly melted. The snowball formed another white ball in a bid to block the freakish orb, but it didn't help. The orb struck the white ball and produced a hole inside it. The crystal orb can't be the snake's weapon, can it? Is that its gear? Is that the treasure? Han-sen gasped in shock. The snake clearly did not want him to watch this, so when the snake's beady eyes met with Han-sen's greedy gaze, it lashed its tail towards him. Han-sen knew the power of the snake was something supreme, so he dodged the tail and summoned Disloyal Knight and his little angel. And then, Han-sen summoned a bunch of coins to suppress the snake. It was covered in them, resulting in it having to move at a much slower pace. The venom was very bad for the white, ball-creating cretin, but it wasn't as much as a threat for Han-senator. The snake was just another, run-of-the-mill super creature to Han-sen. The Disloyal Knight used its halo to reduce the snake's speed even more. The little angel flapped her wings after this and delivered a grand slash across the snake's head as she flew past it. The reptile gushed blood in response. Han-sen then used his phoenix sword to add more damage to the wound the little angel had created. Roar! The snake started to thrash and rage all around, with violent shakes that sent Han-sen flying away. The phoenix sword was pulled out, resulting in an even greater cascade of blood. The snake lost its composure and bashed the cavern wall, shaking the entire mountain. Super creature ghost toxic chi killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. When the little angel delivered one last strike to the snake's head, the announcement rang inside Han-sen's head. The snake's body decomposed, leaving a black life geno essence behind. Han-sen took it and placed it in his pocket. Then he walked forward. The crystal ball had incinerated all the hair across the snowball's body, but it stopped torturing the creature when little angel finished off the snake. If it hadn't, the snowball would have surely have been killed. Seeing Han-sen approach victorious, the snowball summoned another white ball for protection and tried to leg it out of there. The ball moved slowly, though, and Han-sen was quick to step on it. Han-sen slashed the ball, but it did not break. It looked like the ball was just as strong, despite the fact that the creature that summoned it had been hurt. But given the reduced movement speed, at least that was dependent on the host. Han-sen picked up the crystal ball that now lay on the ground, motionless. It must have been the treasure ghost toxic chi had created. It looked like a fine, pure crystal, but it continued to produce a black smoke. Han-sen put his energy into the orb, and when he did, a strange connection was established. He was now able to control it. Han-sen commanded it to move over to the white ball. It did, and when it landed on top of the white ball, it produced a neat puncture. The snowball tried to flee again, but Bauer stopped it this time. Hansen picked up a number of dry branches that were scattered about the cave, put them together and started a fire. Then, he boiled a pot of hot water. The snowball was tied up next to it. Hansen was going to wash it and then spit roast it later. Bauer watched the snowball as Hansen took the time to investigate the curious snake eggs. There were so many eggs there, and there was no doubt in Hansen's mind that Ghost Toxic Chi would have been the undisputed king of the third god's sanctuary if even half of those eggs could have resulted in the birth of a super creature. But those eggs, no matter how many were destroyed, did not provide Hansen an announcement. Hansen picked up another one and crushed it, to a dismal silence. He did, however, detect a weak life force within. Hansen had no clues what they were, so he summoned Dragon King and asked him. Perhaps he could elucidate a few things. It had been a while since Hansen consulted him, so the first thing Dragon King said was, "It was a mistake. I will never be so presumptuous ever again. Look at this." "What is it?" Hansen did not care too much for what he had just been told. Dragon King examined the eggs that were all around. He moved up to them and examined them closely. He looked happy, and he said, "These are super creature eggs." "Super creature eggs?" "But killing them provided me with no announcement," Hansen said. Dragon King explained, "Well, most of them are just dummy eggs." "What is a dummy egg?" Hansen asked. "Super creatures don't just spit out babies all in the same way. Many creatures birth them in different ways, and their nesting protocols and habits differ, too. Super creatures can produce a lot of eggs, but not all of them bear life. Usually, just one egg can absorb an essence and become a proper super creature. The rest of the produced eggs are pretty much just food, all for the super creature when it is born. In their abundance, they can also hide the proper super creature egg before it is born. Hence, the term dummy. Dragon King paused for a moment, and then went on to say, "One, somewhere in here, is a super creature egg. I can't believe you have gone to such great lengths, all for little old me. What is this creature, may I ask?" Hansen did not respond to that, but he asked, "How do I tell which is the proper super creature egg?" "Well, that can be difficult. It can look exactly the same as the dummy eggs, but super creatures who don't appreciate the concept of hiding in plain sight tend to keep them in a special place." Dragon King then started to fly around in search of it. But Dragon King, after a lengthy search, was unable to find it. The cave was a mess. Did the proper egg find itself scrambled in the midst of the fight earlier? Dragon King asked. If it was, it shouldn't be difficult to find. Hansen smiled. How? Dragon King asked. Hansen raised a coin and broke one egg, saying, "We'll find out when I get the announcement." Hansen then raised his hand, ready to produce more coins and destroy more eggs. Dragon King started flying around trying to cover the eggs, like a concerned mother, pleading, "No. No. No. I'll find a way. Such needless destruction is so needless. Woof. Woof. Woof." The fluffy snowball started to bark. Hansen looked at it, and it seemed as if the creature had something to add to their discussion. Bauer had a whip, and she lashed it. But the furry pleader still requested Hansen's attention and woofed again. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to read the creature's mind and heard, "I know where the ghost toxic cheese egg is." Hansen frowned. That creature was most certainly something special, and if it wasn't for the poisonous property the snake possessed, he doubted a berserk super creature would have the strength to penetrate the white balls it produced on a whim. If he killed it for the beast soul, Hansen couldn't be certain he'd receive what he wanted. If he added the creature to his roster of pets, though, it could be useful. However, it had proven itself to be evil. Hansen couldn't be so quick to trust it. "Dragon King, are there any better ways to control a super creature?" Hansen asked. Dragon King was quick to misinterpret his words, and he said, "Don't worry, when you get me a new body, I would never betray you. A sordid deed such as that would not even flicker in the depths of my most wretched nightmares. And you, sir, are an inspiration. You are as mighty as a giant. You are a role model to me, of sorts." Hansen pointed at the furry critter. Dragon King, now understanding his true request, then said, "Yes, but it requires their approval. You can't commandeer their respect to control them." Hansen knew there had to be another method, one that was a little more wicked. But Dragon King was most likely afraid to tell him. "Spit it out, then." Hansen didn't force Dragon King to tell him the nasty method, as he wasn't in the business of being unnecessarily cruel to creatures or animals. Dragon King answered, "It's a simple affair, but it requires their blood." "Just tell me," Hansen said. Dragon King explained to Hansen what he had to do. This method required a willing participant. And after Hansen tried it out, it worked just as he was told it would. Perhaps it was because of his attunement with the Blood Pulse Sutra, but he was able to do it successfully. Hansen felt relieved, learning he could use it. If he hadn't been able to control the snowball, he would have had to just kill it. He needed to know he could control the snowball and its powers properly. Otherwise, it could be a threat to him and others. Hansen then let Dragon King continue his search for the egg. In the meantime, Hansen went to speak with the snowball. He first asked it, "Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?" The snowball's face squinted, indicating that for better or for worse, it understood Senator. The snowball slowly nodded. This creature was unique, and it was rather intelligent in comparison to its peers. "Good. Now, do you want to be spit roasted? Or perhaps made into a lovely stew? I mean, it's either that, or you submit and adhere to my commands, under the oath of a contract. The choice is yours." Hansen spoke these words with a surprisingly menacing tone of voice. The snowball looked at the boiling pot of water and the fire below it, and then turned back to face Senator. It nodded, opting for door number 3. Hansen pulled out his phoenix sword and cut its body a little. The snowball whined and cried as this happened. Then, Hansen summoned its blood towards him. He laughed and mocked, "You are such a wimp. You're the first super creature I've ever seen to cry like a baby." The blood landed in a vortex, swirling above his hand. Then, it was absorbed with no mess. In that spot on his hand now rested an image of the snowball he had taken under contract. "Come on." Hansen reached out his hand. The snowball then spat out a white light which mixed with the fresh symbol on Hansen's hand. The symbol began to shiver and shake, and eventually, it faded from his skin. The snowball then collapsed on the floor as if it had just been abused. When Hansen put the snowball back in his mind, the symbol reappeared on his hand. When this occurred, the snowball started to squeal. When Hansen shelved his nasty thought, the symbol disappeared again. And after this, the snowball stopped its squealing, too. Hansen quite liked this method of gaining proper control and ownership of a creature, but he figured it wouldn't be something he could do very often. Most super creatures would probably opt for the stew, as they weren't afraid of death. Hansen then pointed at Dragon King, and he said to the snowball, "Take me to it. You know what I'm talking about." The snowball stood up and walked towards the exit of the cave. "You're leaving already? You didn't even look yet." Dragon King called out. "We're only having a look outside. You remain here." Hansen then followed the snowball out of the cave. Dragon King had almost gotten Hansen killed before, and with the egg most likely providing him with a few super geno points, it was the price the spirit had to pay. If Hansen could work a blood contract on Dragon King, he'd probably give him the egg. But the terms of their relationship were still shaky at best. "Okay." Dragon King answered, then returned his focus to the search of that egg. Hansen didn't hate Dragon King. He knew he wasn't as graceful and intelligent as his name suggested, but he did have a lot of knowledge. His past blunders didn't wholly negate his worth to Han Senator, and now, with Dragon King wholeheartedly believing the egg to reside inside the cave, it could have been another mistake, as the snowball seemed to believe it was outside the cave. And with the snowball's life in his hands, he thought it'd be fine. He didn't think he'd be deliberately led astray. On the outside, Han Sen was led to another cave and another set of winding tunnels. When they reached the entrance to a particularly cavernous chamber, the snowball pointed inside. Han Sen did indeed find an egg there, but it looked like any ordinary one. The egg was inside a pool of water, which waved and splashed. "Hey Snowball, your name is Snowball. Snowball, is there something wrong with the water?" Han Sen asked. Snowball nodded and then shook his head. He barked and walked near it. Because Snowball's thoughts were weak, Han Sen could not see what he was thinking, but it looked as if he was going to grab the egg on his behalf. When Snowball went near the water, something came out of the pool. Han Sen was shocked. A red rose suddenly splashed out of the water. A red rose burst forth and stood erect in the pool. Its life force was strange, wavering queerly between powerful and weak. Snowball approached the pool, but he was clearly afraid of this enigmatic flower. As Han Sen observed the rose, he felt a rumble come from his sea of soul. Thorn Baron, who had eaten the flying mushroom and gone into a slumber, was beginning to shine with a powerful light. From her figure, thorny vines began to form. Is Thorn Baron evolving? Has she become a king spirit? Han Sen looked on the light in wonder. The flying mushroom provided a chance for spirits to evolve and become king spirits. It was a supremely rare herb, and the percentage chance of success was low. Thorn Baron had king spirit geno points already, though, so her chance of success was slightly increased. Pang! The light that veiled her shattered, and then the vines began to wreathe amongst themselves to create a sphere. Within that wicker-like orb, you could see the figure of a person inside. The vines then started to fall with the delicate grace of petals. Thorn Baron's body was revealed, bit by bit. When Han Sen's eyes were able to rest upon the bosom that graced Thorn Baron's pale and voluptuously curvy body, his heart began to race. Thorn Baron's eyes were different from those naturally possessed by humans, as her pupils were shaped like flowers. As beautiful as they were, they hinted at a streak of danger and gravitas. Thorn Baron arose from her bed of vines with a body that stole the eyes and did not allow them to be turned away. When she stepped forward, the vines and thorns dressed her body and covered up her lady parts. Her long legs, sexy arms, and slim waist were still plain to see, though, and Han Sen made sure to soak his eyes in the vat of beauty that was her appearance. She was like a botanical bikini model. Han Sen summoned her and told her, "Thorn Baron, no. Thorn Queen. Congratulations are in order." Thorn Queen bowed and said, "I have to thank you for providing me with the flying mushroom. It is a gift and blessing I will never forget." Han Sen wanted to reply, but before he could, Thorn Queen spoke again in surprise. She said, "Master, why is there an equinox flower here? You recognize this flower?" Magnificent timing, then. Han Sen was delightfully surprised. Emperors exist amongst the ranks of king spirits. There is a similar hierarchy to be found in the realm of plant life. Few spirits can be born an emperor, but many plants can. The equinox flower is a famous emperor-class plant. It is birthed right here before you, and it is already an emperor. Thorn Queen paused for a moment, but then went on to say, even if a king spirit approached it, their power could be drawn and fed upon by the flower. It is dangerous. What does the equinox refer to? Han Sen asked. No one knows. But not even an emperor would dare approach it. It may be a space geno plant, and the equinox refers to a place it has created, Thorn Queen said. Thorn Queen then noticed the presence of the egg and Snowball. She said, "Has that egg been growing in the pool belonging to an equinox flower? That is most strange. How is such a thing possible? It must be a mutation of some kind." The egg belonged to a creature called Ghost Toxic Chi, Hansen told her. Thorn Queen responded with an admittance. I don't know what that is, I am afraid. But it must have been a berserk super creature, an evolution stemming from some mutation of sorts. Thorn Queen looked at Snowball, who was currently swimming towards the egg, and she said, That's strange. I am surprised to see it hasn't gotten lost, swimming so near that flower. If I take the egg, will the creature that hatches be a berserk super creature? Hansen asked. Thorn Queen said, It is still growing. If you remove it now, I don't think so. Snowball. Get back here, you mutt. Hansen preferred to wait until it was a berserk super creature before taking it. But it seemed as if Snowball couldn't hear Hansen, and so he kept on swimming. Hansen was angered by this disobedience, but before he could use his blood contract to hurt him, Thorn Queen said, He is in the hell pool. Believe it or not, he treads the waters of another dimension. He cannot hear you. Hansen was surprised hearing this, to say the least. Thorn Queen gave Hansen a warm smile, and then she comforted him, saying, But do not worry. Perhaps I can be of service here. Thorn Queen reached out her hand and took aim at Snowball. A lengthy vine extended from it, which wriggled through the sky until it reached Snowball. Then, it grabbed the creature and lifted it out. Snowball was dropped on the ground in front of Hansen in confusion. Not everything was able to tread the hell pool to collect something, and Snowball genuinely wanted to please Hansen. For him to be picked up by a sudden vine, he initially thought it was the equinox flower looking to make a meal out of him. But it was Hansen's spirit that had done so, and what surprised Snowball the most was the fact that another spirit was able to traverse the hell pool. Thorn, how long will it take for the egg to hatch? Hansen asked. His primary purpose for even coming to this place was to find little silver. At least 100 years. Thorn Queen answered. 100 years? That long? Hansen frowned. Thorn Queen bowed and said, I have a request. I hope you can approve it. What is it? Hansen was happy to oblige, because he liked her a lot, especially when compared to the scheming and conniving Moment Queen. I am hoping you will allow me to take that equinox flower, Thorn Queen said. You can take it? Hansen asked. Even though it is associated with the element of space, its existence was wrought with thorn genes. I am associated with the element of thorns, and I am a king spirit. While it is still young, I can take it. Thorn Queen paused for a moment, before going on to say, with this flower, I might even become an emperor. Although the chance of that occurring is low, it is better than leaving it here for naught. If you can take it, then by all means do, Hansen politely told her. If she could really become an emperor, it was a win-win for them both. Thank you. Thorn Queen looked incredibly happy, and she jovially pranced over towards the hell pool. Hansen watched as her legs began to grow vines. They stroked the water, allowing her to glide across to where the flower was. The pool was only 10 meters wide, and the flower was at its center. But strangely, she had to walk over 10,000 steps in her voyage towards it. Weird, Hansen thought to himself. Bauer sat on Hansen's shoulder. She looked at Thorn Queen and the flower, but she did not seem at all interested in it. Snowball watched Thorn Queen, too, but his attitude was different. He knew about this place, and the mysteries it held, so he was more than surprised to see that Thorn Queen had the ability to cross the hell pool. He had never seen another being able to do such a thing before. As for the egg, it had not rolled itself there, so something must have had a hand in its placement. Perhaps the mother ghost toxic chi had some association with the pool, but without appropriate cause or reason, it seemed unlikely that a mother would place her egg here, of all places. Snowball could go there because he was special, and he didn't think there was any danger for him, as long as he did not venture too close to the flower. Amidst Snowball's surprise, Thorn Queen had managed to reach the flower and pick it up. The flower had no roots, and it was very much like a cut rose one could purchase. It looked like a simple act to the eyes of most, but it was something that shocked Snowball. Snowball had seen many other super creatures attempt to grab the flower, but they had disappeared into the nether. And now, it had effortlessly been picked up by someone he had never seen before. Hansen was disappointed, though. She made the flower sound so mysterious, but there was no spectacle when she retrieved it. But directly after the flower was collected, a snake-like creature appeared. It swam towards the flower that had been collected with great haste. The water swirled to form a wave that splashed towards the flower. But when the waters surrounded it, they formed together to create a single water drop. Then, it gracefully fell inside. "Master, I will keep the egg in the hell water. You may take it whenever you decide," Thorn Queen said as she took the flower. "Okay. Understood." Hansen then returned Thorn Queen to the Sea of Soul and took Bower with him as he exited the cave. Dragon King, as all this had been occurring, was still looking for the egg by himself. Hansen went to sit someplace where he wouldn't be bothered and started to absorb the ghost toxic cheese Life Geno Essence. Life Geno Essence absorbed, Super Geno Point +1. The Life Geno Essence provided Hansen 5 Super Geno Points in total. This brought his total tally up to the number of 33. The results of this venture had satisfied Hansen a lot. He had obtained toxic gear and 5 Super Geno Points, and he had managed to obtain a new pet in the form of Snowball. The Equinox flower and the possibilities it held were just the icing on the cake. If it hadn't been for the flower, he wagered Thorn Queen would not have finished her evolution yet. "Where is it? Where is it? Did you find it?" Dragon King said. He had looked into every nook and cranny but been unsuccessful in his search for the super creature egg. Hansen knew this, and he told him, "Nope. I'm starting to think we'll never find it, either. If you tell me the whole story, concerning Azura and Ancient Devil, I might be more inclined to continue the search and feel compelled to help you out." Dragon King said to Hansen, "Isn't that convenient? I bet you already have it, don't you?" Hansen responded by saying, "Before I let you out, I didn't even know what a dummy egg was. How would I know which is the correct egg, even if I did come across it?" Dragon King didn't believe Hansen, though. If he hadn't found the egg, he wouldn't have offered such a bargain. But Hansen didn't care too much about what he thought. "Tell me the story and I'll help. That's the bottom line here," Hansen said. Hansen thought he'd be willing to do anything for a new body, but Dragon King simply gritted his teeth and returned to the ring of his own volition. What happened, I wonder? Why is he not willing to say a word about this matter? Hansen thought to himself. Hansen only wanted to find out the relationship between the Shura and Azura. If he could figure out the connection there, it'd help elucidate many other pressing questions and mysteries he had. But with Dragon King still firm in keeping his mouth shut, there was nothing Hansen could do right now. So, Hansen turned his attention back to Snowball and said to him, "Take me to the peak." Snowball looked scared, and he shook his little head. Hansen knew this creature was something of a wimp, so he ended up having to use the contract to force Snowball to lead him up. Snowball no longer had a choice regarding anything anymore. Snowball left the cave alongside Hansen, being forced to guide him up the mountain. To reach the peak of the mountain, they would have to tread a steep and precarious path. The path was only 1 foot wide, and on either side of that treacherous track was nothing but the expanse of mist no eyes could peer through. Even Snowball took his steps carefully. Hansen knew Snowball had the ability to fly, but he seemed to favor walking. Hansen didn't question him too much, and just opted to walk along with him. But Hansen thought there had to be a better way up than this, and so he wondered why Snowball was so resolute in his determination to take this particular trail. Hansen thought the furry thing was trying to stall and waste time by taking that slow, plodding, and oh-so-reckless route, but after a while, he noticed the absence of creature noises. It was very quiet on that path. This guy is a coward. He'd rather risk breaking his neck in a fall than take a route that might lead us through trails inhabited by monsters. Despite this thought, Hansen was starting to grow fond of the little guy. The purple mist grew thicker the further they went, until it was almost as thick as a mucus that clogged their vision. It eventually got so bad that Hansen could not even see his fingers in front of his face. At this point, Hansen had to abandon his sight and rely on his ears. He followed the sounds of Snowball's little footsteps the rest of the way. And of course, for extra security, lest he make a fatal slip, he hugged every single wall he could. After a while of this, Hansen's eyes eventually caught sight of something very bright piercing through the mist. It was so bright, he initially had to raise his hand as a shield. A little further along, they left the mist. That was when they saw the giant black peak of the mountain, pointing heavenward like a craggy fist to the skies. This mountain is massive. What in the sanctuaries is this mysterious place, I wonder? Hansen gazed up, and at this point, he realized he was treading what might best be described as the mere foothills of the mountain. They walked and walked through the day and into the bosom of night. After dark, they reached the peak. They hadn't seen a single creature on their way. Whether there truly was an absence of creatures, or Snowball had just opted for a route that avoided them, Hansen could not tell. But as he poked around on the peak for a bit, it wasn't too long before surprise struck once more. There was a tower protruding from the craggy ground. What's more, it looked to have been the product of human handiwork. It was only 2 meters tall, but there was a tiny door. The blue bricks the tower had been constructed of were caked with what seemed like rust. Whatever this tower was, it was old. Snowball approached the tower and began to kowtow before the door, as if it was earnestly begging for forgiveness. Hansen knew to be wary of whatever might reside in that tower, so he didn't stand too close. He was here for the silver fox, and he wasn't going to take any chances. He ensured there was nothing too odd hiding in the immediate vicinity, and checked the slopes of the mountain for a sign of his missing companion. As he eyed the slopes, though, Hansen caught sight of 2 shadows. They were 2 super creatures Hansen had never seen before. They were both massive in size, and they fought together like crazy. As they battled, the mist around them swirled like a vortex. Strangely, the combat was silenced as all sound had been before. It was as if nothing was going on. Hansen did not think the creatures would finish their fight anytime soon, so he continued his search. He wanted to find Little Silver and the missing inhabitants of Ghost Mountain. But aside from those 2 creatures, which were occupied enough with themselves, there did not seem to be anything else alive there. Are they stuck in the mist, maybe? Hansen wondered. Because he was unable to find anyone, Hansen decided to turn back and go for those 2 fighting monsters. He fancied slipping in and taking advantage of their situation to kill them both and reap any spoils he could. They both looked very strong. One was covered in black scales and possessed deer antlers on its head. It looked like a water-based Kirin. The other was purple, and it crackled with lightning. Its appearance was slightly more amusing, as it looked almost like an electrified squirrel. The water and lightning clashed together but did not explode or cause a reaction. Instead, the 2 powers ended up distorting the very aspects of the dimension the 2 fighters operated in. Hansen had seen creatures with these elements before, but he had never seen them fight against each other. As Hansen watched the 2, he felt something pull his hair. In response, he immediately said, "Stop it, Bauer." But a few moments later, it happened once again. And when he turned to look at Bauer, he noticed her hands caressing his chest. It couldn't have been her fiddling with his hair. Hansen had a shiver run down his spine. He had no idea what might have been behind him, grabbing his hair. Hansen turned to his side to look at Snowball, who was on the ground, quivering in fear with a look of shock at something else that was behind Hansen. "What is behind me?" Hansen opened his 9-gene locks and threw a punch backwards. Hansen first thought it was Bauer that had been tugging his hair, but he was holding her against his chest. Realizing this, he knew it couldn't have been her. When he saw Snowball's frightened face, he knew something was wrong. It was at this moment instinct kicked in, and he threw a punch backwards to see what may have lurked behind him. but when he lashed out, nothing met with his fist. And when he looked at what might have been behind him, there was nothing. Hansen lifted Bauer up and said, "Bauer, is there anything behind me?" Hansen thought that whatever was behind him might have clung to his back and turned around with him. Bauer climbed around to inspect his back and simply said, "Nope." "No?" Hansen went over and kicked Snowball. Then, he boorishly asked him, "Did you see something?" Snowball was still shivering in fear. The furry cretin pointed at the ancient tower and then suddenly leaped upon Hansen's shoulder to hide. Hansen looked over to that mysterious building, but he couldn't spot anything amiss with it. That being said, he could only see one side of the tower from where he was standing. So, he decided to walk around it. Hansen was only halfway in his walk towards the tower when the small rotten door suddenly flung itself open. Inside, a human skeleton was sitting on a decrepit chair. Hansen now thought the small size of the door made sense. It seemed perfectly sized for the skeleton inside. The height was snug enough for the skeleton to sit down just beyond the door frame. "I doubt it was this bonehead being playful, pulling my hair." Hansen's skin still flared with goosebumps at the spooky sight. Hansen wasn't afraid of the possibility of a ghost, but what was really starting to unnerve him was the fact he hadn't noticed or sensed anything approach him. But suddenly, the skeleton began to move. At this point, Snowball tucked itself behind Bauer in absolute fear. A few loose rags were all that clothed the skeleton, and even those shreds were ripped further when the skeleton began to move. The skeleton stood up and walked outside the tower, as its sockets flickering with a light before burning hot with a green flame. Hansen was not afraid of the skeleton. In fact, he looked forward to its coming, as it held something in its hands. It was a scroll. Hansen could not tell what it was exactly, but it was most certainly a scroll of sorts. The cloth had yellowed over the passage of time. The skeleton walked outside, lifted its hands, and opened the scroll. Hansen could only see the back of it, and while it looked very old, it did look to be in remarkable condition. Hansen could not see what was written on the front just yet, but he could hear the skeleton speak. Strangely, its mumbling was not silenced, like everything else had been. "Ka ka ka." After perking his ears to discern some words, Hansen realized he had been mistaken. The skeleton wasn't speaking, its jaw just had a loose hinge that was rattling in the mountain breeze. But even that didn't seem right. Immediately after that noise was made, the scroll began to shine with a purple color. Hansen felt a horrible power flow from the scroll, so he didn't fancy hanging around any longer than he had to. He decided to flee the area. If it was a berserk super creature, things would go awry for sure. There were a lot of creatures at the bottom of the mountain, and if Hansen battled the skeleton and won, it might allay the fears of the other creatures. He'd be doing them a favor. Of course, Hansen wouldn't stand for that. So he decided to run towards the two creatures that were still battling each other and flee that way. Perhaps they could slow the skeleton down if it continued coming for him. Pang! Hansen was ready to jump off the peak and descend, but he had run directly into an invisible wall. He was going as fast as he could and whacked against it solidly, which caused his flattened nose to start bleeding. Hansen then noticed a purple line had been drawn on the ground. It was almost like a crack in the earth, and it was starting to emit a purple mist. Slowly, the plumes of this phantom mist began to envelop the entire peak. Hansen looked back towards the tower and saw that the skeleton had not moved much, and it was still reading the scroll, which had become even brighter by this point. Ready for a fight, Hansen summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Then, he drew his phoenix sword and Taya to slash the invisible wall and see if he could break it. He struck the purple wall many times with his swords, and he seemed to make some progress. But just when Hansen thought he could escape, the wall recovered its strength and rebuilt, trapping the phoenix sword inside. Fortunately, the phoenix sword was very sharp, and Hansen was able to wiggle and cut its way free and retrieve it. Hansen wasn't going to be reckless and risk getting himself stuck in the wall, though, so he shelved the idea of hacking through it for now. If he couldn't get out of the established barrier, he'd have Little Angel deal with the skeleton. As he thought about the different ways he could deal with the predicament at hand, a purple light appeared beneath his foot. Then, a purple light began to beam across the entire peak, transforming the entire area into what looked like a purple crystal. The only thing that had not been bathed in a purple light was the creepy tower. Hansen watched the purple ground glow and stand still as something moved below the earth. Inside the rock of the mountain, he could discern a shadow. What it was, he could not yet tell. It was human in shape, hovering horizontally as if it were lying down. It was a Lynchian sight, one that unnerved him. As he stared down at the crystallized ground, he heard a catch sound. Then, the crystal underfoot began to web with cracks. The cracks spread across the peak as if they were netting it, like the keen silkworks of a spider. Eventually, it all shattered and left a deep hole in the ground. Only the tower remained firm and standing. Everywhere else was suddenly tossed into ruin and dusty chaos. Hansen and Little Angel had taken flight and watched the scene unfold from the sky. The hole seemed bottomless, and what might have resided way down in the pitch-black depths of that place, Hansen could not tell. There was only one place they could see that was unaffected. There was a floating purple platform perched above the black abyss that had just formed. Atop it stood a handsome man clad in purple armor. His eyelashes were very long, and he was a drop-dead gorgeous man to look upon. Hansen had seen many handsome Shura and spirits in his time, but they all paled in comparison to this person. The strangest thing was the fact that Hansen was detecting a human energy radiating from him. Is he human? Hansen asked himself as he looked at him. Was he trapped here by the skeleton? Hansen continued to wonder. The human opened his eyes to reveal black pits, painting him as an even more mystic and enticing person. The skeleton had stopped reading the scroll at this point. He put it away before walking forward to approach the man on the platform. When the skeleton had nearly reached the platform, the man still hadn't moved. He still looked a little unconscious, lying down as if in peaceful slumber. He must have been trapped by the skeleton, he had to have been. Hansen unsheathed his swords and rushed forward to attack the skeleton. He didn't want the man to get hurt. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight accompanied Hansen in the assault. But when the skeleton saw them coming, it quickly reopened the scroll and prohibited their advance. Hansen finally saw the scroll and what it contained when the skeleton used it again. The words upon the scroll were gold, and it was written in an ancient language of the Alliance. He could recognize this due to his study of languages in his time away from the sanctuaries. Dong. The Phoenix Sword and Taya, the Angel Sword, and Disloyal Knight's Fist were thrown forward to break the scroll, but none were effective. Following this, a fight erupted, and not even the combined might of the three had what it took to tackle the skeleton. Hansen was shocked, seeing how the scroll could block them all. Little Angel had 10 gene locks open, which made her the strongest of the three. So, it was frightening to think what power the skeleton might have truly possessed if it was able to repel and subdue the trio. The green flames that surged inside the skeleton's sockets raged, and they flared as if the skeleton was angry about their disturbance. It started to enshroud itself in a black smoke of sorts, and it didn't take long for the smoke to cover its entire body. The smoke eventually took the form of armor, which suited up the skeleton. With the fire that followed it, the skeleton looked like the Reaper geared up for war. The skeleton, in its dark armor, gave off a terrible, frightening aura. Sensing the power its scrawny body actually wielded, Hansen's face turned grim. Snowball was hidden in Bauer's chest as this happened. Bauer had already brought out the gourd, but for some reason, she did not yet use it. Hansen rarely encountered foes that filled him with such a sense of dread or that exuded such power. Such enemies were few and far in between, but without a shadow of a doubt, the skeleton was one of that prestigious few. It was up there with the likes of Big Mara in the ancient devil shelter, Xiang Yin who went to the fourth god's sanctuary, and Sky King of the Sky Tree. They were beings that had opened 10 gene locks, and this skeleton's energy was just like them. It was just as powerful. Han Sen would have liked to run, but the area he was in had been cordoned off with the transparent, purple walls. Seeing the skeleton now approach him, Han Sen planned to use his Super King Spirit mode to attempt an escape alongside Little Angel. But then, curiously, the skeleton stopped in its tracks. The skeleton turned its attention back to the platform as the person in slumber woke up. The man yawned, as if he really had been roused from a long, deep sleep. After he stretched, he looked at Han Sen with much surprise. Boom! The black-armored skeleton ran to the purple platform. With its speed, it really must have been an emperor. Han Sen shouted to the man, saying, "Watch out." What transpired in the next second, though, shook Han Sen to his very core. It left him speechless and motionless. He stared at the man on the platform in disbelief. He thought he must have been dreaming, to witness something such like that happen. The skeleton in black armor did not try to attack the man, it just knelt before him like a knight in a king's service. Is he really a human? Han Sen looked at the platform in deep contemplation. As Han Sen wondered whether or not he should escape, the man spoke with eyes fixed on him in observation. I cannot believe Xianmen still exists. The repeated shocks of this entire scenario had rattled Han Sen's nerves, but he responded to the man and asked, "You are of Xianmen?" Han Sen only knew one other person of Xianmen, and that was Dong Xianzi. It surprised Han Sen to hear the man suggest he was of Xianmen. Is this someone else who managed to break through the vacuum? Han Sen wondered to himself, thinking the situation to be almost unreal. If breaking through the vacuum was easy to do, there'd be far more people like Dong Xianzi. This man looked incredibly powerful, though, especially with the black skeleton by his side. The man smiled and said, "You know a technique belonging to Xianmen, don't you?" "There is only one Xianmen." Han Sen bowed respectfully and said, "I am Han Senator. I am very grateful and fortunate to have learned a skill that belonged to Xianmen. May I ask what your name is?" The man sighed and did not answer. Instead, he said, "People of Xianmen studied hard, but ever since the Dongxian master, all anyone ever did was seek to break through the vacuum. The integrity and philosophy of the group did not matter to anyone much, after that. And with everyone else failing to break through the vacuum, I had thought only I remained." Did you? Did you break through the vacuum?" Han Sen asked. "If I did, I'd be in heaven," the man said. Han Sen guessed that the man was someone from the Alliance, and a true heir of Xianmen. People from Xianmen thought Dong Xianzi went to heaven, but they had no idea the place he had broken into was actually the sanctuary. There, in the first sanctuary, he died. Dong Xianzi had practiced hard his entire life and was a figure of great admiration, but compared to the average power of people in this day and age, he could be regarded as little more than a common weakling. It was no trouble for anyone to survive the first God's sanctuary, anymore. Han Sen thought the technological advancements of humanity had yielded great results, but he never thought it would have been so difficult for them to break through the vacuum. The man then asked, "Han Sen, right? Where did you learn Xianmen?" "I was fortunate enough to stumble across an ancient scroll in an antique shop. There was no name on it, so I had no idea who wrote it," Han Sen provided his curated answer. If Han Sen told him he had received it from Dong Xianzi, heaven knew what the man might do. Han Sen didn't know if the teachings he had been given were illicit or forbidden, so he wasn't going to be honest. The man nodded and just said, "It must be very difficult for you to make progress without the guiding hand of a teacher." The man walked towards the tower, looking at the sky. "There," he said, "perhaps I spent more time with Xianmen than was good for me. Feelings and emotions are almost a foreign concept, now. I am numb. Dulled like an old blade. I am afraid Xianmen is in its twilight years, and no true successor will trumpet its name and carry its torch onwards." The man went on to say, "Perhaps it was fate for you and I to meet here on this mountaintop. The man then pulled out an item and threw it to Hansen. Hansen caught the item and noticed it was a memory card. The man said, "Consider that a compendium of my knowledge regarding all things about Xian men, skills included." Hansen was delighted to receive this, so he wholeheartedly thanked him. "Thank you so very much. I am honored to receive this. Would it be boorish of me to request to become a student of yours?" Hansen had studied many ancient languages, but the Dongxian Sutra was still too difficult, even for him. Now that he had met a member of Xian men, he figured he could ask him for elucidations. The man replied, saying, "I must decline. I don't want to teach, and time is preciously short." The man continued staring into the sky and said, "I might not have the talent my master had, but I practiced for 200 years. I can break the door." Hansen was shocked, hearing this, and he said, "Are you talking about the door? The door which will allow you to become a demigod?" The man smiled and said, "You know about the doors, do you? Men can become demigods through the evolution pool, but through the practices of Xian men, we can use the doors." The man then told Hansen, "I cannot be certain if we will meet again. But if you have a question you wish to ask me now." Hansen asked the man about every word he did not know, and he received an answer for each. Now, Hansen understood everything in the Dongxian Sutra he had not known before. His mind envisioned a dam blocking a river, and his new learnings had blown it up, releasing the flow of knowledge. When Hansen asked his first questions, though, the man frowned. He said, "Your Xian men is different than the one I have. It almost seems as if your Xian men does not come from a true member. The card I gave you possesses the real stuff." Hansen only nodded. Dongxian Zi had created the Dongxian Sutra himself before he died. It was only natural for it to be somewhat different. Hansen took advantage of this encounter to ask more about the nature of the Dongxian Sutra, too. The sun rose before long, though, and it prompted the man to hurry things along, saying, "You can ask me one more question." Hansen devised his final question and asked, "Back in the day, aside from Xian men, were there any other large factions?" The man did not expect Hansen to ask this, so he said, "Back then, there weren't any sanctuaries. Even if there had been, new stuff to learn included, the practices of their ways and methods would be difficult. Aside from us, there is only one more I can think of." "Which one would that be?" Hansen asked. "Blood Legion. If you meet any of its successors, watch yourself. Their skills can be passed on to others completely, so they must be very powerful," the man said. Hansen still had a trove of questions he wished to ask, but the man had started to shine with a purple light. An ancient stone door appeared in the early morning sky, and after it did, the man approached it without hesitation. "What is your name?" Hansen repeated his first question. The man had been kind enough to answer all his questions so far, and he had even been kind enough to give him the memory card on Xian men. Yet strangely, he hadn't mentioned his name. "It does not matter," the man said without looking back. He continued onwards toward the door. Hansen felt that it was all quite peculiar. The man had given Hansen so much, except the simplest of ordinary niceties, a name. The skeleton followed the man to the door. This was a surprise, and it made Hansen think, how can the skeleton follow behind him? Can other creatures traverse the same door? Is that skeleton even strong enough to withstand the fires of those steps? As Hansen pondered this, the man pushed the doors open. The typhoon-like gusts of wind began to blow through the opening and expand, blowing the man's hair. The man pushed it open effortlessly, and then he ascended the steps with the skeleton in tow. Perhaps because there were two beings passing through the door, but the fires seemed stronger and more ferocious than the ones Hansen had seen before. The man continued to shine and glitter like amethyst, and a purple mist warped around them like a shield against the scorching whips that lashed out. The man and the skeleton walked the 10 steps without trouble, and then the door shut behind them. Hansen was shocked. It was very different than what had occurred with Xiang Yin, Yiksha's intrusion aside. That man walked as if he was going shopping, and the fires were nothing but bothersome pedestrians. Awesome. Hansen believed if that man could do it, he could do it, too. Of course, he still had a while to go before he could attempt the feat. He still needed a fair amount of additional strength, and the timeframe for when he achieved the necessary amount of power to traverse the steps was still up for debate. The Dongxian Sutra seemed different from Shantian, and Hansen did not know if their levels were the same. Regardless, he was eager to find out more about this new Shantian he had just learned about. He had the memory card, but that could not be used in the sanctuary. Boom! Boom! Amidst Hansen's excitement, the sound of thunder rolled. The snaps of what seemed like lightning pummeled the mountainside, vibrating the entire landmass. What was that? Hansen looked down at the chasm that had recently formed on the peak. A man like that wouldn't just go for a nap, here of all places, for no reason. There must be something around here worth investigating. I might find a souvenir, and it might be something that helped him. If it helped that fellow, it can surely help me. Hansen's mind scrambled to keep itself composed, thinking of the treasure that might lurk in the darkness. Boom! An energy pulsed out of the hole, blowing Hansen away a few hundred meters. Hansen kept his body straight as he flew backward, watching a purple light stem from deep inside the chasm. It was like an eerie, purple volcano that was seeking to erupt. Hansen was shocked, to say the least. He flew around the area, but he noticed many creatures had started to ascend the mountain. When the purple light began to beam up and up into the sky, it exploded in a dizzying array of fireworks. The purple light was soon like rain, cascading over the mountain. All the creatures on the mountain were washed with that purple rain, Hansen included. The purple rain landed on Hansen and moisturized his skin. The substance was warm and soothing to the touch. He used his Dongxian aura to absorb the warmth, and almost immediately, he felt as if his seventh gene lock was going to burst right open. Under the purple rain, a lot of plants came out of the soil, making the mountain bloom with lush plant life and an unrivaled vibrancy. The creatures that touched the rain were all shining now, as well. They too were opening gene locks. Catcha! Hansen felt like a restrictive chain had been severed inside his body. It delighted Hansen to confirm that he had indeed opened his seventh gene lock with the Dongxian Sutra. As Hansen sought to absorb more of that rain, though, the rain came to a stop. The tower below became purple as a holy presence and aura started to form around it. The tower started to grow, becoming much larger. Suddenly, the tower overtook the entire mountain, becoming one incomprehensibly large spire. Hansen looked around and stared into the crowds of creatures that had come together, but he could not find the silver fox. Strange. Did none of the ghost buddies actually come here, then? Hansen frowned. But then, Hansen watched the creatures resume their ascent and hurry towards the tower. Not wanting to leave with his curiosity unsatiated, Hansen followed them. After he entered the tower, though, Hansen was shocked. The minuscule tower had transformed into a shelter, and a king-class one at that. Hansen followed the creatures and reached the top. There was a spirit statue there, with a spirit stone lodged in its forehead. Hansen realized that man had overtaken the location where a spirit could be born. The man had absorbed its energy, and when he left through the door, the spirit was free to continue its growth. I wonder what the spirit's level is. If it was worthy for that man to take its power, it must be a strong one. Hansen's face started to turn grim as he felt the power of that stone become tangible. The life force was much stronger than he expected it to be. It cannot be an emperor with 10 of its gene locks opened, can it? Hansen stared at the purple spirit stone in awe. Looking at the spirit stone directly before him, Hansen quickly fell into the grasp of greed. He flew towards the forehead of the statue and to grab the stone. Hansen knew he would have to grab it before it completely formed and the spirit was given shape. The creatures roared at the intruder that soared above them as if he was humiliating their god. Not that Hansen cared for their audible complaints, he just sped up in his rush to take the spirit stone. This could very well be the only chance he would have to take control of a newly born emperor. It was an amazingly rare opportunity, one he'd be foolish to ignore. The creatures moved to stop his intrusion, but much to their dismay, they were all slower than the human. Hansen's fingers felt as if they were just about to touch the spirit stone when suddenly, a sharp purple light surged out of the crystal. When Hansen touched the light, it was sharp and made him bleed. The beam of light took the shape of a blade and extended from the stone. He hurriedly brought his hand back and healed. When he next looked at the spirit stone, he saw the figure of a humanoid shape gathering. Hansen could not see the spirit's face, but the purple smoke that built it formed wings on the humanoid figure's back. It was looking like the hazy, disturbing image of a reaper. The newly born spirit lunged towards Hansenator. It was still 3 meters away, but the sword had already traversed that distance and tried to cut him. Hansen wielded Phoenix Sword and Taya, and he tried to block the attack. It was successful, but the strike was too strong and it knocked him to the ground. The sword forged of light did not disappear as the spirit finished his lunge. The sword did not need the hand of a user, and it was relentless, controlled by the mind of its operator. The power came against Hansen's swords again, and he held strong as it pushed and inched its way closer and closer to his chest. Boom! The reaper-looking king spirit tried to slash Hansen again. Hansen's eyes turned white along with the rest of his body. His hair flowed down to brush the ground like a creamy cascade of milk. Hansen lifted his swords and threw away the first blade of light. Then, with Taya, Hansen knocked another one away. Pang! The purple blades of light were shattered beneath Hansen's supreme surge of power, and so was the white light that carried Taya. Loads of super creatures stepped forward to take advantage of any opening they could find to maul the human intruder. Seeing this, Hansen knew it was time to call in backup. He summoned Disloyal Knight, Little Angel, and Thorn Queen. Disloyal Knight used its halo to weaken the surrounding creatures and the newborn king spirit. Thorn, restrain those creatures! Hansen shouted over the chaos. Then, he and Little Angel pushed on to tackle the king spirit. Thorn Queen used her Equinox Flower. A wall of thorns emerged from the ground to subdue the approaching army of creatures. Hansen, in the meantime, moved on the king spirit alongside Little Angel. He had realized the king spirit was unusually strong, and it was probably of an emperor status, all things considered. But Hansen had gone up against Sky King not so long ago, and there was a clear and discernible difference between the two. This king spirit was not in Sky King's league, that was for sure. Hansen thought it might be because its 10 gene locks had not yet been opened, or perhaps the man had stunted its growth by absorbing the spirit's nutrition. Whatever the case might be, Hansen was sure of one thing above all: he could kill it. Creatures were everywhere, anyway, and fighting his way out would be a difficult enough task by itself. So, he planned to take it down and perhaps earn another servant in the process. Hansen and Little Angel approached the king spirit with care, as it summoned more blades of light in an attempt to cut them down. Boom! 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 The purple light and holy light collided in a dizzying array of sparks. The king spirit, however, had no trouble in suppressing the two. After an evil blade of light was shattered, it'd reform easily and come at them again, putting Hansen and Little Angel at a disadvantage. More and more blades were summoned, and the spirit started to gain ground. With less and less space to dodge, Hansen was in trouble. He must be a born emperor, there can no longer be any doubt about that. The spirit had most certainly opened 10 of its gene locks. A super creature with 9 gene locks open was not even close to the level of power Hansen was having to deal with. It was probably an insufficient amount of nutrients that had kept this spirit from becoming as strong as Sky King. The born emperor used his purple blades like mad, filling the entire tower with them. They cut down anything and everything they touched. Little Angel, it's time we combine. Hansen ran over to her. Little Angel ran towards him, too. When they met up, Little Angel's wings embraced Hansen, and the two moved to lock lips and kiss. The purple blades of light came towards them relentlessly, and now, hundreds were all coming at once. Boom! A crazy white light exploded out of them, destroying each and every one. The purple pieces scattered everywhere. Then, a beautiful white figure with angel wings and a halo emerged from the blinding flash, wielding a transparent greatsword over its head. Boom! The greatsword was brought down on the newborn king spirit. The newborn king spirit's face changed. With two purple swords, he repeatedly tried to slash Hansen. Dong! The swords repeatedly collided with force of such magnitude that they produced shockwaves strong enough to blow away the approaching super creatures. The roof of the tower was blown off like a lid, as well. The newborn king spirit was fierce, and he kept on swinging his swords without relenting for a moment. As he did so, he repeatedly called out and shouted. Hansen's eyes were on fire. There was a stark contrast between his white light and the purple of the spirit. Die! Hansen blasted. The purple sword was cut in half by the angel sword. And as the spirit momentarily froze in shock, its guard dropped just enough for the angel sword to swing back and plunge itself deep inside the spirit's chest. As victorious and relief-bringing as this should have been, Hansen did not feel a triumph had been achieved just yet. Something felt oddly wrong. The king spirit's body did not feel solid when the sword cleaved through the flesh. The angel sword was able to pierce through without any resistance. It didn't sink through the flesh as it should have. The king spirit laughed, and then he tried to strike Hansen. Hansen moved forward. In that one step, he managed to get behind the king spirit. Traveling with a manipulation of space was not considered actual teleportation, but the effects were similar enough to be almost indistinguishable. The purple sword hit nothing. Hansen then swung his angel sword with a blistering speed that made the weapon look as if it had disappeared. But it reappeared as it struck the king spirit. Hansen swung again and again as the smoke of the spirit's figure began to tear. Even so, it all looked pointless. After the king spirit was sliced in two, it recovered with ease. The king spirit was further angered by Hansen's actions, though. The purple smoke became a bunch of swords that again took on a will of their own and tried to kill Hansen. However, it wasn't enough to throw off Hansen's roll. With another slight move, Hansen was behind the king spirit once more. Hansen did not hesitate to strike the king spirit with the angel sword again. You can't hurt me. Give it up, the king spirit mockingly called out. Hansen sliced the king spirit in two again, and after that, he dashed ahead. But the king spirit instantly recovered again, telling Hansen, you can attempt this many, many times, but... Before he finished, his face had changed. Hansen was in front of the spirit statue, with his hands touching the spirit stone. How dare you? The king spirit raced forward to Hansen and tried to cut him down. But without even paying him heed, Hansen took the spirit stone in his hands. Boom! The purple blade that was about to strike Hansen broke. The newborn king spirit froze, as his eyes fell on the sight of Hansen, whose hands were now holding the stone. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die? Hansen turned to the spirit and gave him the ultimatum, as his fingers quivered as he thought about what he should do. He was tempted to break it then and there. The newborn king spirit continued to stare at the spirit stone that was in Hansen's hands. After a while of silence had elapsed, he lowered his wings and knelt. He said, I, Purple Emperor, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity. Hansen was delighted to hear he was submitting, so he jovially placed the spirit stone inside the emperor's forehead. Hansen felt very nervous. He had been afraid the king spirit was going to self-destruct. After all, his super king spirit mode was not very intimidating, and it had obviously not been of sufficient strength to engage the spirit one-on-one. The moment Hansen put the stone on the spirit's forehead, a purple light bathed the entire tower in a dazzling haze. Then the spirit entered Hansen's sea of soul. Hansen was exuberantly happy. But unfortunately, he did not have the time to examine the spirit any further. So Hansen disconnected from Little Angel, an act that left them both feeling very weak. Then, Hansen used his blood demon dragon wings to remain safely airborne. He then asked Disloyal Knight to help Thorn Queen. The moment Hansen took the stone, the creatures all disbanded and fled in a hurry. Thorn Queen had used her vines to trap one super creature and prevent it from escaping, though. The vines were like a cruel cage, pinning the creature in place. The thorns had punctured deep into its flesh, like nails that had been hammered into it. The creature spat and frothed out ice from its mouth in a futile bid to escape. But like hungry needles, the thorns sucked its blood and made it weak. Hansen looked at the super creature and noted how it was a white wolf with icy powers. It was rather strong, and it surprised him to see that it was so well restrained. He wondered if that was Thorn Queen's natural strength now, or if it was only possible through the power of the equinox flower she had just received. Disloyal Knight jumped down to help her finish the beast off, but Thorn Queen had already sucked it dry and killed it herself. Super creature Ice Wolf God killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Will you accept the beast soul? Hansen wanted it, but a form of ice was already coming out of Thorn Queen. It was then placed in Hansen's sea of soul, presenting him with an ice wolf. Hansen exited the tower but did not see any more creatures. There were some weak stragglers, but they weren't worth the effort. Uninterested with anything more, Hansen returned to the tower to examine his spoils. Ice Wolf God's flesh and life geno essence were great rewards, but Hansen was happiest about gaining ownership of the Purple Emperor and the Beast Soul. Hansen looked at the Beast Soul with much joy. Super Beast Soul Ice Wolf God, Armor Type. Hansen hadn't found another Super Armor Beast Soul since his last one got destroyed, so this was a supremely beneficial gain. Hansen summoned the Ice Wolf God armor to try it on. When it appeared, he was clad in ice-white armor that was skirted with fur. It was both stoic and beautiful. Unfortunately for him, it was a light armor. Its defense was not as sturdy as the last armor he had obtained, but with that being said, it had immense ice and frost defense. The armor glistened softly as the images of snowflakes were generated around him, giving the illusion that snow was perpetually falling in his proximity. It was gorgeous. Hansen could use it to block AoE attacks, and what's more, it was also great against fire. He would have liked something a little more useful, but Hansen wasn't willing to complain too much. This was already a brilliant find, and it sure had the looks. After a while of self-admiration in the armor, he put it away and decided to get a good look at Purple Emperor. Just the mere thought of doing that made him giddy, as he never expected himself to be able to obtain an emperor so soon. Hansen did not bother reading his stats and just summoned him right away. When Purple Emperor appeared in front of him, Hansen told him, "Tell me what powers you possess." Purple Emperor told Hansen about himself without delay. Hansen was disappointed, ultimately. He had indeed opened 10 gene locks, but his growth really had been stunted by nutrient deprivation. This made him weaker than the average emperor. Opening 10 gene locks is harder than replenishing the nutrition he might not have received. Thinking it over, Hansen's disappointment was alleviated somewhat. Some king spirits actually managed to reach emperor status without opening 10 gene locks. Purple Emperor was more than fine, and he had already proved his abilities in the fight earlier. Purple Emperor was strong and intelligent, and the only thing it truly lacked was experience. That was most likely because it had only just been born. So, aside from what resided in his instincts, he knew nothing. He was like a big baby, in some ways. It was fortunate of me to claim him now. With him being doe-eyed, it made my claiming much easier. If it was an emperor with much experience, I'd wager he'd rather self-destruct than submit. Han Sen was certainly warming up to him. There were quite a few super creatures in the vicinity, so Han Sen planned to stay at the shelter and see if he could kill a few of them and perhaps max out his super geno point tally. So, Han Sen had Purple Emperor, Thorn Queen, and Disloyal Knight remain at Tower Shelter while he returned to the Alliance. Han Sen and Little Angel were still weak, so he thought it would be best if they took a small break to recover. Furthermore, upon returning to the Alliance, Han Sen's attention was brought to a number of messages he had received while away. They had all been left by Lin Weiwei, and with the number of them there, the subject must have been an urgent one. Han Sen opened the message to be greeted by an image of Lin Weiwei. She said, "Are you there? Holy Sword Shelter is under attack." The rest of the messages all dealt with the same matter, and almost immediately, Han Sen was greatly worried. With Xie King there, whatever was attacking the shelter and causing such panic and distress had to be an obscenely powerful force. Han Sen contacted Lin Weiwei, and when she picked up, she was surprised and said, "Finally, you're back." "Yes. What's the issue?" Han Sen said. "Some spirit brought a bunch of creatures to attempt to conquer us. Xie King killed them all, and so we believed the issue to be over." But a little while later, another host of forces came. This time, the outfit contained a number of super creatures. Xie King told us to teleport back to the Alliance, and if we couldn't get a hold of you, stay there. Lin Weiwei paused for a moment, in obvious worry. After taking a breath, she continued by saying, "Will Xie King die by remaining there all alone? I don't think that guy will go down without a fight, he won't go down easy. I'll go and check it out, you stay here safely." On the inside, Han Sen knew this had to be bad. Xie King was not afraid of anything, but if he told the other humans not to come back, it showed he lacked confidence. That was what was most disturbing about this affair. After that, Han Sen returned to the sanctuary. He knew he had to hurry back to Holy Sword Shelter. It had been 4 days since the humans took refuge back in the Alliance, and so Han Sen feared it might be too late for him to save Xie King if things had turned ill in his absence. Han Sen rode Golden Growler back, bringing all his spoils with him. When he arrived at Holy Sword Shelter, all was quiet. The place was in ruin, but the fighting was over, that much was clear. Buildings had been toppled and walls had collapsed, so the place was in a right state. When Han Sen entered, he was immediately brought great relief. There, he saw Xie King sunbathing as if nothing had changed. On his chest rested a comic. "You're fine. That is a relief." Han Sen smiled. Xie King sat up, and when the comic fell, Han Sen was given a fright. There was a big wound in his chest, one that had exposed his heart. You could clearly see the organ pump. What happened? Han Sen knew that whatever damage he had incurred, Xie King should have healed by now. The wound has been marked with a strange power. It won't heal. But that's fine, don't worry. Xie King composed himself and went on to say, "But they'll be back. And I'm sorry to say this, but when they do, I won't be able to stop them. Bring Lin Weiwei back and take them someplace else. Take them someplace they can be safe, yo." "Who did this to you?" Han Sen frowned with much concern. "Thunder Hell Emperor's cronies. He won't show himself, but whoever he sends is sure to be strong. And next time, they'll be even stronger. I can't fight them alone." Xie King frowned and began to bleed again. "You're not alone." Han Sen approached Xie King and used Silver Lightning on his chest. Han Sen used his lightning-derived healing ability, the ability he had received from Silver Fox, to start healing Xie King's wounds. It exhausted Han Sen, and if Xie King was to fully recover, it'd take a few days. Inside the shelter's palace, Han Sen brought out the cruel bottle and released Qing Jun. As soon as she was released, the sprouts and vines resumed their growth. She did not know why Hansen had summoned her, and she started to panic. 0. Hansen called, wanting to see if the Azura Sutra could deal with the affliction. There was going to be a battle, and if Hansen could fix his bottled collection of spirits and creatures, they'd be of immeasurable help. 0 approached Qing-jun in a feisty rush, flailing her arms as if to attack her. As this occurred, Hansen slipped behind Qing-jun and held her by the arms, restricting her movement. 0 slashed her body, killing the invasive vine sprouts and eliminating their roots. Dragon King was correct. The Azura Sutra was indeed able to destroy the vines. Qing-jun and Dry Bone King had attempted to get rid of them over the course of their incarceration in the bottle. None of their attempts had yielded any positive results thus far. She was surprised a little human had again provided them a definitive answer to another one of their problems. Qing-jun, are you free from those sky vines? Hansen asked. Qing-jun, released from his clutches, patted herself down to examine her body. Then she said, yes, actually. I don't think I feel them. Good. But you're out of the frying bottle and into the fire, I'm afraid. We're going to come under the assault of a terrible enemy. I need your help. Tell the others I will remove their vines, but only if they truthfully remain here to help in the defense of this shelter. Hansen paused, and then went on to say, and don't forget to mention the king spirits will have to provide me their spirit stones, and super creatures will have to sign a contract. That's by the by, but just make sure to mention it, so they understand the terms that will allow them to be free of the bottle and free of the vines. I'm not entirely sure they'll agree to that, Qing-jun said. Ask and see what they say first, Hansen told her. Qing-jun returned to the cruel bottle. She started by telling the inhabitants of the bottle they could be cured, and Hansen was willing to release them. This made them all very excited. Their attitudes quickly soured when they heard they'd have to come into service beneath Hansen. Why would we have to obey him? He is a weakling. Pa. Who does he think he is? An emperor? No way. Do you guys want to stay in this bottle forever, or do you want to get out? Qing-jun said sternly, looking into the eyes of each. Immortal Emperor will try to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, and when he does, we will be free, anyway, Ghost Eye said. Qing-jun responded by saying, do you not realize the terms of your entrapment inside the bottle? You can't escape it by your own volition. The super creatures were all shocked when they understood what that meant. Ghost Eye spoke again, asking, is Hansen keeping us in here on purpose? Has he gotten us bottled up in here for this very reason? Yes and no. But try to leave by yourself. Go on. Try it. Qing-jun was making a good case. The cruel bottle might have been their sanctuary, but it was a glass prison at the same time. If Hansen didn't let them out, they'd be stuck in there, and they were only now becoming aware of that fact. Water Fairy suddenly said, Qing-jun, tell Hansen I am willing to sign a contract. Are you mad? Ghost Eye shouted. There is no harm going under his employ. Besides, anything is better than being stuck inside here, suffering the scent of your sweaty reeking, Water Fairy rebutted. But he's so weak. Can you all not see that? Ghost Eye said. Qing-jun said, you're a broken record, don't keep me going in circles on this. Again, can you remove the vines by yourself? Can you leave the bottle by yourself? I wouldn't be here if I could, Ghost Eye admitted. A little girl accompanies Hansen, and she can remove them, Qing-jun said. All the super creatures, hearing this, were shocked. I will sign a contract with Hansen. Me first. Tell him. Water Fairy pleaded. Okay. Qing-jun nodded. Hansen was watching the bottle the entire time. Dry Bone King, Water Fairy, and Ghost Eye were willing to join up with Han Senator, only Rock Giant refused. Dry Bone King provided Hansen with his spirit stone, while Water Fairy and Ghost Eye signed the blood contract. King Spirits, Moment Queen, Thorn Queen, Dry Bone King, Qing-jun King, Purple Emperor. Super creatures, blue dinosaur, metal eater, water fairy, ghost eye, snowball. Han Sen had more power in his back pocket than the average king spirit shelter, not to mention his other companions. He still had Xie King, Bower, Zero, Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and even Ghost Baby and Golden Growler, if push came to shove. Han Sen wished he had more knowledge of his opponent, and he wished he could view the troops they'd be sending, though. If it was a king spirit coming for them, with a few super creatures in tow, Han Sen would laugh in the face of that adversity. He wouldn't be afraid. But if Thunderhell Emperor himself was going to show, he would rather lose the shelter and not risk the battle. Han Sen suddenly felt something move inside his sea of soul. The sound of a raven cawing was heard. The gold raven had finished evolving. Gold Raven, Berserk Super Beast Soul Shapeshifting Type. Han Sen was delighted. He hadn't expected it to finish evolving in time for the fight, and having this meant he didn't have to risk using Super King Spirit mode. I will come with you, Xie King said, as Han Sen was about to leave. I'm only performing some light reconnaissance to get a sneak peek at the guest list, Han Sen said. Why don't we move to meet with them, dude? Why not battle them out on the plains, instead of risking the ruin of the shelter? This crib has already suffered enough, Xie King suggested. That's good thinking, actually. You may be right, Han Sen agreed, and so he led his host of minions to where Thunderhell Emperor's forces were said to be. Old Huang, why is the Emperor bringing so many king spirits and super creatures with him? In a forest, two humans spoke with each other in a hushed volume. The Emperor's son, Thunder Devil King, was bullied. The Emperor sought retribution, so he sent a small host of king spirits and super creatures to where the enemy was said to reside. They were all killed, the elderly man said. Who is strong enough to defeat, let alone bully, his son, the young man said. I think it must be another king spirit, Old Huang said. It is a shame humans don't have someone that strong, the young man said dismally. As they walked below the boughs, Old Huang said, why is there a clearing here? This was not here before. The young man responded by saying, yeah, and look at this swollen tree. Should we check it out? We're out here to work, we shouldn't be so nosy, Old Huang said. Then, the two walked away. But as they walked away, they suddenly screamed in fear. They saw a young man standing ahead of them. What's wrong with you? Scaring us like that? Wait a minute, I haven't seen you before. When did you come here and where did you come from? Old Huang asked. The young man screamed again, but this time it was a scream born of glee. He shouted, Han Sen. It's Han Sen. Little Zhao, do you know this person? Old Huang asked. Are you telling me you don't know who President Ji's son-in-law is? Little Zhao replied. I have been stuck in here for decades. Last I recall, the president was called Wang. I don't care who this young man is, not after that scare, Old Huang said. Little Zhao approached Han Sen and asked, why are you here? I didn't know you became a part of Thunderhell Shelter. Han Sen smiled and said, oh, don't mind me. I'm just checking the real estate value of this place. But tell me, how large is the attacking host? Old Huang said, I'm not sure. There's at least 6. Do you know where the king spirits and super creatures are? Han Sen asked. They are currently in the Thunder Garden. We can't go there, though, Old Huang said. Thanks, I appreciate it. In the meantime, I suggest you two steer clear of the shelter. Han Sen knew the place they were talking about, so he left the two be. Old Huang wished to say something more, but Han Sen was already gone. Stay away from the shelter? What did he mean by that? Old Huang did not understand. Little Zhao was excited, as he knew more about Han Sen and his unbelievable feats. He said, something big is going to happen, old man. Just you watch. You mean, he's going to start something in the shelter? Pa. Have you gotten a fever, boy? Old Huang touched his forehead and went on to say, even people who have lived here for a century would not dare to rebel against a spirit. If you're suggesting this Han Sen would actually try to attack the shelter, you're being ridiculous. No, I'm not. This Han Sen, he's different. Little Zhao's excitement was difficult to contain. Han Sen traveled past the forest and equipped a black cloak. He was sneaking into Thunder Hell shelter. The night cloak truly was a treasure belonging to Night Empress. With it, Han Sen was able to sneak in without being noticed. Han Sen went towards the Thunder Garden he had been told about, completely invisible under the eye of the moon. That place was where the king spirits and super creatures lived. There was an abundance of healthy vegetation there. Before he entered, Han Sen saw a giant beast atop the gate. It was fast asleep. Han Sen could immediately tell it was a super creature. Han Sen snuck inside without trouble, due to it not being able to notice him. After entering the garden, he saw another 2 super creatures. Again, without hassle, he was able to avoid them noticing his presence. The night cloak was amazing, and Han Sen was able to avoid the detection of at least 10 king spirits and 10 super creatures. He really is an emperor. There are so many super creatures and king-class spirits here. If the emperor himself is going, there is no way I can repel the force he'll bring with him, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen suddenly heard 2 king spirits engage in conversation. Is Mr. Thunderhell going? A king spirit asked. Yes. Mr. Thunderhell said that the king spirit there used to be incredibly powerful, and he wishes to claim him, the other king spirit answered. Han Sen was very happy to hear this. If Thunderhell was confirmed to be going, an opportunity might arise. Han Sen could use the night cloak to sneak into the spirit hall. While the emperor was gone, he could nab the spirit stone and ruin everything the emperor sought to accomplish. Han Sen stayed there for a while longer, but he didn't hear anything else useful. It was going to be dawn soon, so he decided to leave before he risked being spotted. The night cloak was supremely effective at night, but it was useless during the daytime. Han Sen returned to the underground shelter and combined a sacred blood-thorn scorpion beast soul with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Han Sen was going to use everything he could to bring down Thunder Hell Emperor, and he was going to do all he could to grab his spirit stone. He had no time to find another scorpion beast soul for the gem, so that would have to do. Although Thunder Hell Emperor was leaving his shelter, he was sure to leave some guards behind to protect the spirit hall. And with the spirit halls always being bright, Han Sen knew he'd have to fight his way in once he reached it. Han Sen used the night cloak every night to sneak into Thunder Hell shelter. On the 6th night of doing this, he found a reduced number of super creatures and king spirits in the Thunder Garden. Understanding this, he knew the time to strike was now. He swiftly returned to the underground shelter, and with everyone gathered around, he formulated a plan that would enable him to retrieve the spirit stone. Han Sen had been watching the proceedings of the garden for 2 nights. He wanted to ensure Thunder Hell Emperor had indeed gone and taken a hearty-sized posse of his best with him. If the spirit was gone, Han Sen would wait until the emperor had crossed a great distance and a quick return would be impossible. After Han Sen was able to confirm he was gone, things were looking up. Still, he couldn't yet determine what would await him in the spirit hall. If he went inside, the night cloak wouldn't work. It was a one-way ticket. On the night of the 3rd day, Han Sen hid everyone in his sea of soul, and if they couldn't go in there, they were instead placed inside the cruel bottle. With the night cloak on, he snuck back inside. The spirit hall was situated behind the garden. The super creatures and king spirits were again unaware of Han Sen's infiltration. If they noticed, by the time they did so, Han Sen would be crossing the spirit hall. Han Sen worried how many super creatures were acting as sentinels inside the hall, but there was no way of telling without exposing himself after stepping in. Whatever the case would be, he had to grab the stone and grab it fast. Han Sen could not return to Holy Sword shelter now. It was too late, and even if he beat the hostile forces there, taking on an emperor and his army would be incredibly difficult. Purple Emperor was not a complete emperor, so there was no chance of him being able to match Thunder Hell Emperor in combat. The only way Han Sen could beat him, he figured, was by taking his spirit stone. Thus far, Han Sen's infiltration of the garden had been easy. He observed the Geno plants all around and thought to himself, when I've got the spirit stone, I need to get sucking. Han Sen looked over at the hall, which was not too far from him now, and inched his way over to it. He noted how it had the soft, mystic grandeur of some ancient temple. Getting into position a small ways from the entrance, Han Sen summoned Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and the rest of his compatriots. Everyone readied themselves for a battle and started running towards the gate. The run up to the spirit hall had environmental traps that frequently blasted black lightning all about. It tried to fry unauthorized intruders who sought to reach the hall. The black lightning flickered out like craggy rocks, and sometimes like webs of electrocution. Fortunately, none came to harm, as all of Han Sen's forces were able to avoid the lightning. With a hefty strike, they all reached the gate and pummeled it down. Boom! The entire structure vibrated as the gate collapsed under the obliterating force. The noise was loud, though, and it might as well have been the sounding of an alarm. Old Huang and Little Zhao were talking to each other over the warming glow of a campfire as this transpired. Old Huang said, "Do you honestly believe that Han Sen can achieve something? I'm telling you, he cannot. Kids and their role models these days." Before he could finish berating his camp partner, the ground vibrated all of a sudden. It shocked him dearly. What happened? Old Huang exclaimed and stood up. Little Zhao looked over to the garden and said, "Look, something is happening over in the garden. Han Sen is striking." How? Old Huang saw lightning and vines erupt over the garden walls he could only peer at. Quick! Tell everyone to leave, we can't risk killing each other, Little Zhao said as he took off running to warn the others. That could not have been him. You must be joking, surely. Old Huang was quite the doubter. Inside the spirit hall, 4 super creatures and 4 king spirits stood as guards. The ones in the garden were quick to react, too, chasing the intruding crowd like wolves trailing blood. Han Sen told Thorn Queen to do her best to prohibit their passage and block them with her command of thorns and vines. Then, he, Xie King, Purple Emperor, and Little Angel raced into the hall to engage the enemies before them. Super creatures and king spirits ahead of them were snared into battle with Han Sen's fighters, while he transformed into a gold raven and swiftly flew over to the statue's forehead. Han Sen wanted to grab the spirit stone as fast as he could and not suffer any delays. The creatures and king spirits were enraged as he soared above them all. They sought to react, but Little Angel and Xie King were able to re-engage the attention of those that sought to break away and chase after Han Senator Han Sen's talons almost came into contact with the spirit stone. But just before he could touch it, a monster leaped out of the spirit stone. It was Thunder Hell Emperor himself. He was furious. He had been in the third god sanctuary for the longest time, and this was the first time he had ever committed suicide to respawn back at his spirit hall. Seeing the raven trying to snatch the stone, he threw a slap in its direction. His palm quivered with the shimmering creation of a black hole. It was a terrifying move that warped the dimensions it traveled along. It looked like a black, hungry maw that wished to chew up and consume all in its path. Han Sen immediately felt the power head his way, so he reacted by throwing Snowball towards it. Snowball turned into a white ball and fell inside the black hole. Lightning exploded inside that black hole, striking the white orb with frightening ferocity. The white sphere was getting pulled and twisted like dough, but it remained strong and didn't break. Han Sen did not expect Thunder Hell Emperor to return so quickly, but he was past the point of no return. He had to take the stone now, it was now or never. Like a glorious phoenix that could transcend space, Han Sen soared with a blazing trail of fire in his wake and tried to grab the stone. The super creatures that had followed Thunder Hell Emperor out were on their way back. But all the king spirits that had left had also committed suicide to return, too. The entire shelter brimmed with a hostile aura of terrible power. Boom! Thunder Hell Emperor's lightning lashed towards Han Sen, who was in the shape of a raven. He wanted to incinerate Han Sen with his electricity and burn him to ash. Han Sen knew there was no going back after coming so far. He ignored the bloodthirsty Thunder Hell Emperor and focused on grabbing his spirit stone. The capabilities of his Phoenix techniques were being pushed to the max as Han Sen fired on all cylinders. He sped up time and teleported, wanting to close the gap and obtain the stone. The fires of the Raven's Wake and the lightning that webbed and weaved a trail behind Han Sen illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. The lightning was gaining on him, despite the blistering speed he traveled at, and it was about to come into contact with him. They both reached the speed of light, and not even a machine could tell which of the two were faster. Thunder Hell Emperor's face changed, though. The consequence of his decision to commit suicide had now become clear to him, as he noticed he was still in recovery. He needed to be strong, but he couldn't summon the full extent of his power, and it made him falter. Pang! The black lightning hit Han Sen's back, incinerating the wings that carried him and searing the skin of his back. But at the same time, his talons pierced through the spirit stone that was lodged inside the forehead of the statue. If he slowed down the slightest amount, the lightning that was about to devour him would ravage his entire body and turn him into charcoal. When the talons struck the spirit stone, it shattered. And as this occurred, Thunder Hell Emperor and the lightning vanished. Pang! Han Sen fell down to the ground like a fallen bird, hitting the tiles of the hall as a human with a smoldering, smoky back. The king spirits and super creatures looked at him, frozen in shock. Then they all abandoned their combat and scrambled, running away in fear. Don't let them escape. Han Sen commanded his companions to chase after them and capture or kill them. Han Sen did not expect the emperor to commit suicide and return so quickly, but with the situation being thrown on its head like that, he had no choice but to gun it and destroy the stone as soon as he could. And as for the super creatures that had been in the emperor's employ, he wasn't going to let them escape. Purple Emperor managed to kill an airborne super creature with a clean swipe that beheaded it. Little Angel soared over and killed another. Thorn Queen was able to ensnare 2 more airborne super creatures. Snowball, who now rode upon the blue dinosaur, hunted down a king spirit. Old Huang, Little Zhao, and the other humans, meanwhile, had left the shelter. They did not know what to expect, but all of a sudden, they felt their contracts break. Old Huang was shocked after this happened, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The contract is gone. Mine as well." They all noticed the same thing, and everyone began to shout and chant in glee. Han Sen attacked the shelter and slew Thunder Hell Emperor. Little Zhao called out. "But it was an emperor, that is impossible." Old Huang still could not believe it to be true. Little Zhao found his disbelief annoying at this point, so he pointed at the shelter and said, "Look, the creatures and spirits are escaping." Who else but Han Sen could have done it? Everyone looked at the shelter in shock. Those that fled were racing out as fast as they could, each one clearly in a panic. They most likely wished they had more legs. The higher-tier creatures only cared for themselves, and they simply stepped on the lower-tier beings if they happened to be in their way. They looked so powerful, and yet there they were, running for their lives. A dragon soared through the skies above them, but a purple light chased after it, severing the head from its scaled neck. The body fell atop a building, which buckled and collapsed under the sudden weight. The vines had taken hold of 2 flying birds, and try as they might, they could not escape the snare. An angel flew towards them swiftly after, beheading the 2 creatures and causing blood to flow and rain over the area below. "That's right, peel their lids. Before me and this posse, you ain't nothin'. Go to hell, you snakes." A man, wearing sunglasses and shorts, chased after a bunch of spirits with fists that gleamed like silver suns. He grabbed a hold of one king spirit and punched it to death with surprising brutality. The humans who watched this were shocked. The creatures and spirits that had made them miserable and bullied them for years were now being pummeled to death, slaughtered as if they were little more than livestock. "I don't think they are human," Old Huang said. Little Zhao was shocked, too. The gang that had seemingly attacked the shelter really didn't look human, at all. The entire shelter had been emptied of hostile creatures and spirits. The shelter had been rendered a city of the dead. They saw a skeleton monster approach them, and fear took hold of them. They had previously seen it approach a group of creatures, and it had knocked a bone hard and watched them all writhe on the ground and submit to the cold grasp of death. The skeleton looked as if it was going to strike the bone again, but before it could, another voice sounded. A person spoke, and the voice carried with a calm and clear tone. "Dry bone, they are with us." Old Huang heard these words, and then watched as the skeleton immediately turned back and followed the command. A gold beast rode out of the shelter and approached the group of humans, and atop it stood Han Sen. The forces they had watched conquer the shelter now rallied around Han Sen, falling behind him as if they were royal soldiers. The people were all in shock and disbelief, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. They thought it had to be a dream. After learning Han Sen had recovered, people knew it was only a matter of time before he got to doing something big. This was beyond their wildest dreams, though, and no expected Han Sen to be capable of achieving such a feat. He had brought down an emperor-class shelter in the third god sanctuary. Even in the Super Gene era, no one had believed it to be a remotely possible endeavor. It was an emperor's shelter, and each and every person knew how difficult conquering one could be. News spread fast, and even those who were previously unlearned about the third god sanctuary were informed of how powerful they were. Many people thought the tales were preposterous at first. But Thunderhell Emperor was infamous and widely renowned, so the news of his vanquishing was not something that could have been faked. There were 30 people who had been rescued by Han Sen's heroic deed. The oldest of them was a fellow who was 200 years old. The youngest had only been at the shelter for a year. They were each able to prove that Han Sen had done what was being told, and they each spoke in great admiration as they retold what they had witnessed. Han Sen had indeed taken down Thunderhell Shelter, and he had killed all the super creatures and king spirits that previously existed there with his posse. Huang Tianzi used to hold a title, and he was oft referred to as the father of Warframes. He had been missing for 60 years. Han Sen had rescued him. The alliance went crazy as the stories of Han Sen's effortless victory over an emperor's shelter began to circulate. The alliance usually forbade the spreading of news regarding the third god's sanctuary due to how horrible the place was. Most humans had to endure great suffering when they entered the third god's sanctuary, and if this became widely known, many humans would be afraid of going. No progress would ever be made. If that happened, humanity's hopes and dreams of eventually conquering the third god's sanctuary would be lost. It might have been cruel to mislead people about the dire situation in the third god's sanctuary, but it was a necessary evil. If humanity wanted to become greater, they had no choice but to go and brave the howling dark, even if that meant they would not return. If humanity became too afraid of the cost of becoming greater, it would only be a matter of time before they were beaten and one day eliminated. When the news was heard, the alliance was taken by a Han Sen fever. Propaganda, spreading word of Han Sen's deeds, was everywhere. An emperor's shelter? How did he do such a thing? Old Qin was shocked, hearing the news for the first time. Zhao 7 was sad, on the other hand. They had Angel Jean, but they had yet to take even a single king-class shelter. "I'd like to be an adventuring partner of Han Sen, that is for sure." Son of God, Lu Meng, heard the news and wanted nothing more than to group up with him. But thinking of his old man, he knew he couldn't. Tang Zhenliu said, "It has been quiet for so many years, hasn't it? And now, the mad lad has gone and conquered an emperor's shelter. I am going to the third god's sanctuary, Idomu said, hearing the news. Then, he left. Lin Feng, reading the news, immediately went back to practicing. The whole alliance was in fervent discussion about Han Sen and what he had accomplished for humankind, and news about the third god's sanctuary was released to the masses. Han Sen had become a hero, but he didn't revel in the fanfare he was receiving. Currently, he was holding something far dearer to him, and his mouth drooled all the while. They are all mine. Han Sen was holding a number of life geno essences in his hand. Bauer looked at him in disdain, and she ran out, looking for Zero. Han Sen was holding them all, kissing each of them in rapid succession. Han Sen had killed 6 super creatures, yielding 6 life geno essences. 2 of them had left flesh behind, and another had provided him a super beast soul. Still, none of the king spirits were willing to obey a new master. 3 had been killed. He was more than satisfied with what he had obtained from that daring conquest, though. And he was particularly happy with the beast soul he had managed to get. It was a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul, called Ancient Devil Soldier. It had armor and demon wings, which increased his power and speed. He could even fly with it. Furthermore, because it was humanoid, Han Sen was able to use the skills and hyper-geno arts he had learned. Han Sen did not absorb the life geno essences yet, and he shared the merry time with Ji Yanran. When Han Sen first went to the sanctuary, he wanted his family to improve and live a better life. Now, his goal was to simply become stronger. To learn the truths he also sought, Han Sen knew there were many areas he had to become even stronger in. Ji Yanran told him, "Now I really want to go to the sanctuaries. I want to be there with you. It's too dangerous. And what's more, I have no idea where you'd spawn. But don't you worry, I will take down the whole of the third god's sanctuary for you. Mom and little Yen will also be able to go there without fear of unfair death and danger," Han Sen said. Han Sen knew full well how dangerous the sanctuary was. Merely going to the third god's sanctuary was a risk, as spawning in the wrong shelter could leave you at the mercy of a spirit that didn't even want you. "Can you really take down the whole sanctuary?" Ji Yanran asked. Han Sen placed her on his lap and slapped her bum. "Why are you hitting me?" Ji Yanran blushed. "You doubted my words, didn't you?" Han Sen said, spanking her once more. Suddenly, the slaps became soft. Han Sen's hands turned to a gentle caress, like velvet. Then, they rode the heat of passion like a comet burning bright. "I'll take the third god's sanctuary as a gift for you," Han Sen said, at last. Han Sen was resting at home after that. When Ji Yanran came back, she dropped many cards in front of him. "What are these?" Han Sen asked. "Receipts. Many people from different planets came to our shop to buy aircraft, all because they desire your signature," Ji Yanran said. "That many? How many aircraft did you sell?" Han Sen was flabbergasted. "Let's just say we can live the rest of our lives merrily, all with the money I made today." Ji Yanran paused to give a warm smile, then she said, "My dad did tell you to prepare, though. The Alliance has created a new title called Super Aristocrat. You will be the first to receive it. And what's more, my father will present you with medals in Levo Plaza. Dear friends, I am Fang Mingquan. I am standing here at the heart of Levo Planet, in the renowned Levo Plaza. Less than 500 meters away from me sits the sacred Holy War platform. As is the custom, all of humanity's great heroes, like the Alliance General Peng Hongming, receive their awards there. But today, we have someone else of similar prestige being honored. In honor and gratitude of his deeds, he will be bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat." In the council's voting chamber, most were in agreement that Han Sen should be the first to be given this title. Fang Mingquan looked at the clock and then went on to say, "In 15 minutes and 30 seconds, President Ji Ruozhen will issue and bestow the aforementioned title and a medal in honor of it. It must be a proud day for the president, given that he will be bestowing these gifts upon his son-in-law." Countless people were watching the stream live, fascinated by the ceremony of someone being bestowed the new title, Super Aristocrat. The glory of conquering an emperor's shelter in the third god's sanctuary had not been seen before. It was something new for humanity, and it painted Han Sen as a hero to the masses. This was a feat that went above and beyond what they thought he could achieve. It had a great influence on the drive of humankind and the Alliance. It meant people could become better than a sacred blood aristocrat. The greatness a person could achieve did not stop there, and everyone was capable of more. In the resting room, Han Sen was kitted out in his neatly prepared uniform. He was still in the special squad, so he still counted as a soldier. Han Sen was going to represent the army that day. "Do I look okay?" Han Sen smiled at Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran patted him down and said, "Today, you are the most handsome man in the universe. Every other man will look upon you and feel nothing but jealousy." "Only for today, though, huh?" Han Sen said, feigning disappointment in jest. "Well, we can't have you in the public eye all the time. It's not fair on the others, you know?" Ji Yanran laughed. Han Sen still wished to say something, but another soldier appeared, indicating it was time for him to go. On the Holy War platform, Ji Ruozhen was beginning his speech. The people who were there were fine, but those who watched it live on a stream were impatient. They wanted to get straight to the heart of the event. The president always had speeches prepared, and more often than not, they ended up long-winded. People were bored in the opening minutes, desperate to see Han Sen. "A lot of people know I have a daughter. Like any father of a daughter would know, she is your princess. Her importance is equal to that of her mother, who you take to be your queen." When Ji Ruozhen said that, everyone looked at him with shock. He sounded different on this day. Ji Ruozhen smiled and said, "When she was small, I thought no one would ever be good enough for her. The man who took her hand in marriage would have to be the best of the best, but rarely can fathers be 100% happy in the person their daughter loves. Their betrothed is always assumed to be a thief, who steals their most precious diamond." Everyone smiled, hearing these words. Honestly, when my daughter first told me she wanted to marry Han Sen, I shuddered at the mere thought. He was just a young lad from an ordinary family. He wasn't high class, he didn't have money, he didn't have much of an education. I didn't think he was good enough for my daughter, and again, I believed him to be a thief. He stole my daughter's heart, and my diamond in the process. But today, I realize I could not have been more wrong. I looked for value in all the wrong places. He is a soldier that represents the best in humanity. Not once has he disappointed me, and most importantly, not once has he disappointed my daughter. In the 200 years of our era, in which we have dealt with the sanctuaries, a huge price has been paid to get to where we are. And each and every day, transactions and lives are made. Without the sacrifices of those who go before us, our survival in the third god's sanctuary would not be possible. Those who go there are trailblazers, building the foundation of a road we can all travel and build upon, in asserting our progression and ascension as a species. Today, I will be bestowing the title of Super Aristocrat to an important person who has gone above and beyond for us all. He is an individual who currently roams the third god's sanctuary in defiance of what we thought to be impossible. He is a person we can all look upon in pride, because again, he represents the best of what we humans are capable of. Today, the Alliance will enter the super era. The importance of each individual will be measured and valued by their deeds in the third god's sanctuary. The young people who bravely go are pious and fearless, unafraid of death when they march into the dark valleys of that sanctuary. Lives can be lost, yes, but each and every one is held dear, and no one is ever forgotten. Every contribution made, no matter the size, is valued. Please, to the people that dare the third god's sanctuary, continue as you have done. It is my hope that one day, you will all reach the heights of Han Senator, you will each become a super aristocrat. Today, he brought down an emperor's shelter. Perhaps in the near future, we will see every shelter of that sanctuary hold proud the level flag. Hansen approached the stage and accepted the medal and title of super aristocrat. Then, he and Ji Ruojian hugged. Every media publication wrote an article about the events of that day, and many young people became inspired. The desire to join Hansen as a super aristocrat was a compelling one. And indeed, Hansen became an idol to all. Despite being the first super aristocrat of the alliance, though, Hansen did not spend much time reveling in the celebrations. He was eager to return to the sanctuary, and so he did. There, in silence, he absorbed his cherished life Geno essences. Hansen appreciated the glory he was given, but he knew that he himself was not powerful enough to go against an emperor in proper combat. Taking down Thunder Hell Shelter was a group effort, and it was luck and sneakiness that made it possible. Holding it, now and in the future, was another question entirely. After Hansen absorbed the 6 life Geno essence, he was left standing at a super Geno point total of 69. There was still the Ice Wolf King's body and 2 others to eat, so Hansen provided the super flesh to Golden Growler, Snowball, and Metal Eater. The king spirits were similar to humans in that they did not eat super flesh. Hansen went to the Geno garden at the shelter, as he greatly desired the Geno plants that resided there. He had been busy for quite some time, so his pining for them had only gotten worse. Now, he had the opportunity. The plants that occupied an emperor's garden would surely be nothing but the best, and just a few emperor-class plants would be enough to satiate Hansen's desire. But when Hansen finally walked into the garden, ready to drain it, he was dealt quite the disheartening surprise: the garden was dead. Moment Queen was standing conspicuously at its center, with a life force beaming with energy. It was much stronger than it used to be. Moment, what have you done? Hansen was ready to kill her, once and for all, if she didn't provide him an explanation for what she had done. I just want to live, was Moment Queen's answer. You have 1 minute to explain, otherwise, your want is not going to happen, Hansen said. Moment Queen looked surprised, and she stammered, you think you'll be safe, now that you've taken over Thunder Hell Shelter? You have 45 seconds, Hansen said. Moment Queen said, Thunder Hell Emperor was a good friend of Saint Fan Emperor. Saint Fan Emperor won't look kindly upon the one who killed his friend and took all his things. I absorbed the plants so I can help you in the future. I have only opened 5 gene locks, so I cannot help you very much under my current circumstances. Hansen frowned, thinking he might have heard about Saint Fan Emperor before. In the second god sanctuary, it was Saint Fan who branded a mark on his forehead when he came to take the Holy Rhino. And later, when Hansen encountered the Lotus Empress, she name-dropped Saint Fan when she noticed Hansen and the mark. Now that I have opened 9 gene locks, I can help you out a lot, Moment Queen said. Hansen brought out the cruel bottle and sucked her in. Moment Queen was shocked, wishing to plead more in her defense. But before she could, the bottle was corked. Existing inside the cruel bottle was different to existing in the Sea of Soul. You could evolve in the Sea of Soul and slumber, but the cruel bottle was more like a prison. If she had just asked, Hansen would have been willing to part with some of the plants. But for her to take them all without permission was the sort of behavior he was not willing to tolerate. I can help you against Saint Fan Emperor, you cannot do it without me. Moment Queen screamed, hoping Hansen would hear her. She did not want to be trapped inside those glass walls forever. Even if I was to lose Thunder Hell Shelter, and you were my last hope of survival, I wouldn't let you out. Hansen put away the bottle and didn't say another word to her. Hansen asked his other companions if they knew who Saint Fan was. Qing Jun and Thorn had only heard his name, but didn't know much else. Xie Qing King and Baby Ghost had never even heard the name. Dry Bone King was the only one who was able to provide information. Dry Bone King said, I thought about that asterisk shoal, as he's not too far from this shelter. And last I heard, he and Thunder Fart were friends. He might attack us, you know. How much do you know about him, exactly? Hansen asked. Dry Bone King looked excited to provide information, and he said, well, back then, my father, Skeleton King, had his spirit stone destroyed by Saint Fan Emperor. Xiaqing King was shocked when he overheard this, and he exclaimed, "Hold the phone. Are you the son of Skeleton King? Was he famous?" Hansen asked. Xiaqing King had been trapped for 100,000 years. If even Xiaqing King had heard about him, Skeleton King had to be some sort of legend. Xiaqing King explained, "Oh, boy. I sure did. Back then, he was the bee's knees. He could have been an emperor, you know. I didn't expect him to have been killed by Saint Fan Emperor, though. That sucks to hear." Drybone King looked angry, and he said, "Saint Fan's power exploited a weakness of my father. He took over Skeleton Shelter, and that is how he became an emperor so quickly." "What power did he have?" Hansen asked. People always assumed it was light, but that would be incorrect. His power can heal everything and anything. It has long been a dream of mine to slay him, even if revenge is a luxury I cannot afford. But I fear that even with all our might combined, there is nothing we can do to defeat him, Drybone King said. Heal everything? Did you say that right? To heal is not to attack. If he can't attack, what is there to be afraid of? Ghost Eye chimed in. Drybone King looked over to Ghost Eye and said, "The powers of healing are strong, and that is especially true of Saint Fan. Could you elaborate?" Hansen did not know how or why the powers of healing would inflict damage. Drybone King's voice sank to a strange tone, and he said, "His powers are so strong, he can seal all of your orifices. He can warp the shape of your body and turn you into little more than a meatball." Drybone King looked at both Ghost Eye and Xiaqing King, and said, "He could even combine the both of you. He could merge you together, by your flesh." Xiaqing King and Ghost Eye looked at each other, having both been given goosebumps. The bottom line is, Saint Fan's powers cannot be any less than Thunder Hell's. And that aside, he has an abundance of super creatures and king spirits in his employ. If Thunder Hell was the mini-boss, Saint Fan is the big cheese of this region, Drybone King said. Everyone was talking about the subject, but no real results were coming of the discussions. Assaulting Saint Fan Shelter preemptively would have to be done differently than their attack on Thunder Hell Shelter. Saint Fan Shelter was a mysterious construct, and it was encircled by a moat. The night cloak could not be used to breach the place without being seen. No one knew where the spirit hall was either, so it'd probably be quite difficult to locate in the midst of an attack. After fighting Thunder Hell Emperor, Hansen had learned a thing or two about proper emperor behavior, though. For one, he now knew they were willing to kill themselves quickly, and they'd respawn at an alarmingly fast rate. Whatever Hansen and his companions chose to do, trying to conquer a shelter such as that was going to prove tough. But the talks were interrupted by the sudden sound of an explosion that rattled the entire shelter, causing the ground to cough up plumes of dust. Hansen's face changed immediately, and so he ran to the source of the sound with the others in tow. Hansen came before a well in the garden, which was cascading water. It had flooded the ground of the garden, and it was 1 foot deep already. Bauer was near the well, with Snowball quivering behind her. "Are you okay?" Hansen asked the baby, but she seemed to be totally fine. "I'm good," Bauer said. "What happened here?" Hansen asked, indicating to the water that was flooding the place. Bauer pointed at Snowball and said, "I threw him in the well." Big boom. "He flies out." "Is that true?" Hansen asked Snowball. Snowball nodded gently. Hansen tried peering into the well, but he could see nothing in its depths. All that seemed to be there was water. Hansen picked up Snowball and dropped him in the well again. Snowball summoned the white ball to protect himself and fell inside. Pang! While Snowball was sinking down into the dark depths of the well, there was another sudden explosion. In response, Snowball was fired back out of the well like a cannonball. The garden was flooded even more, following this. Snowball quickly ran back over to Bauer and hid behind her. It looked to be absolutely terrified. Well, this sure is one peculiar well. Hansen tried looking down into the well again, and he did not see any clues that might explain what had occurred. The well had seemingly spat out Snowball by its own volition. "Let me take a look," Water Fairy said, as she hovered near the well. "Okay, but be careful." Hansen nodded. She was a water super creature, so if anything else was going to plunge into the aquatic mystery, there was none more suited to do so than her. "Oh, you care for my well-being?" "Thank you." Water Fairy smiled at Hansen and then dove into the well. The Water Fairy did not create another explosion, and she was able to blend in with the rest of the water that filled the well. Hansen watched her go, relieved that what happened to Snowball did not happen to her. Hansen stood on the well looking down, but eventually, he lost sight of her and could not see what was going on at the bottom. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder boomed. Hansen quickly fell back, but he was surprised to see nothing actually happen this time. Hansen inched his way back to the well and saw the water begin to bubble, as if it were coming to a boil. "Where did that thunder noise come from?" Ghost Eye asked, as he too approached the well. The thunder sounded again, but this time continuously, and slowly, the volume grew and grew. Inside the well, there was no lightning or anything. The water was only moving a little, so where it might have come from was difficult to discern. "Is there a place below the well, perhaps?" Hansen frowned as he mulled the curiosity. Xie King now came near, in his flip-flops. He prepared to dive in after Water Fairy, saying, "Let this seaworthy hombre take a look." "No, you don't have to. Let's wait and see if Water Fairy returns." Hansen wasn't sure what was down there, and if there was a trap, it'd be silly to send his troops in one after one. "Nothing in the third god sanctuary can stop a dude like me. Come on, son, you know I'm unstoppable." "You're saying a well can get the better of me?" Xie King scoffed at the desire for safety, and he looked ready to jump in. Splash! The sudden sound shocked them all, and it was Water Fairy who had come back out. "Are you okay?" Hansen swiftly asked her. Water Fairy, after regaining her balance, said, "I'm fine, but I did stumble across something interesting down there." "Well, you had my curiosity. Now, you have my attention," Xie King said, as if speaking to the actual stone of the well. Water Fairy directed her gaze to Hansen, saying, "It would be better if you followed me." "Okay, then. Let's go take a look," Hansen said, leaning over the side of the well. Before going in, Water Fairy said, "This water is sky-pure water. If anything dirty or pure goes inside, it'll be rejected like filth. Like that mangy mutt you've adopted. But for yourself, don't worry, I can protect you and let you in." Water Fairy then turned her attention to the rest of the crowd and said, "Don't come in after us, okay? If you do, you will hurt Master and I." After that, Water Fairy became a floating spring of water. It circled around Hansen and grabbed him tight, then it picked him up and brought him into the well. Hansen began to descend through the water of the well, and the further he went down, the wider the structure of the well became. Before long, Hansen noticed he was at a depth of 1,000 meters. And then, suddenly, Hansen saw something bright in front of him. In the well, there was a flickering bolt of lightning. It was different from normal lightning, and the end of the bolt seemed to be stemming from something solid. It was a blue stone. The blue stone was like crystal, and he could see lightning inside and out of it. The lightning was strange, though. Each flash only illuminated a small portion of the area around the stone. Outside of its immediate proximity was darkness and nothing more. If Hansen had not been led as close as he was now, he wouldn't have been able to make it out in that stifling darkness. Water Fairy had generated a bubble for Hansen to sit within, so he could breathe and talk underwater. "What is this thing?" Hansen asked as he pointed towards the lightning stone. The lightning stone was very large, around the size of a house. Curiously, there were many holes in its exterior that could provide Hansen access. Water Fairy entered the bubble and took Hansen's arm, saying, "I'm not sure what it is, but it sure seems to be brimming with power, don't you think? Be careful going close, though, as the holes occasionally beam with the lightning. It won't leave the confines of the crystal as long as it's undisturbed, thankfully. You most probably heard the sound of thunder outside, did you not? It was that. Like an explosive exhaust of lightning and thunder." "Show me how to trigger the light show," Hansen said. Water Fairy nodded and waved her hand, then a wave of water went towards the stone. When her water touched the stone, blue lightning spat out from its holes. The lightning lashed out like hungry vines, which then wrapped around the exterior of the stone and produced a thunderous roar. When the water came into contact with the lightning, the wave was broken. When the water was gone, the lightning began to calm and go back to its simmering status as if nothing had transpired. Hansen looked at the stone with a hearty mixture of surprise and fervent inquisitiveness. It was strong, but it did not show signs of possessing a life force. The lightning seemed to be genuine. If it was just lightning, though, why would it have the awareness to prevent something from approaching? "You said the water wouldn't allow the presence of dirt, so how is this stone here in the water?" Hansen asked. Water Fairy frowned and said, "Normally, sky-pure water cannot contain dirt. And if an item that is unclean is present, the sky-pure water displaces both the unclean item and the water surrounding the item. It really is strange, even to me, that this lightning stone is here in the midst of the water." Hansen observed the stone a bit more and then told her, "Take me closer." Water Fairy responded to this with shock, and she quickly exclaimed, "But that lightning is so strong, I don't think we can withstand it. I only want to get a closer peek, that's it. Take me there, and if I can't withstand it, then you can pull me back." Hansen smiled. "I won't disappoint you," Water Fairy said with renewed confidence. She looked happy, and then she took the bubble closer to the danger zone. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to simulate Thunder Hell Emperor's black lightning, wanting to see if he could get right into the stone. There could be a treasure inside, one that belonged to Thunder Hell. If that was the case, Hansen thought the lightning would only acknowledge the presence of the now-deceased spirit, and a simulation of his power would be the next best thing. When the bubble got closer, though, the stone began to spew blue lightning to seal off each point of entry possible. The bubble connected with one whip of lightning and immediately broke. In response, Hansen turned and struck the blue lightning with the black lightning he now commanded. Pang! The reaction was not what Hansen expected, and he was literally shocked. The electricity that coursed through him was excruciatingly painful, and it sent him flying backward. Fortunately, Water Fairy managed to catch him with another bubble. If she hadn't, he'd have been blasted back out of the well. Hansen looked at his hand, noticing the presence of blue lightning flickering across it. The black lightning was no match, it seemed. Strange. There doesn't seem to be any association between the blue and black lightning. Was it just my simulation that failed? Did the stone fail to recognize me as Thunder Hell? Hansen thought to himself. His hand still jolted with the presence of lightning that was still there, and every time it sparked, a new mark was left. It started to make Hansen feel numb. Opting to try something else, Hansen decided to simulate the silver fox's lightning. He was intrigued by the stone, and he really wanted to get rid of the blue lightning that was inhibiting his examinations and possible treasure collection. And with the silver lightning, the breakthrough he was looking for was achieved. The blue lightning moved away from Hansen. It seemed as if the cords of blue were afraid of the silver lightning that Hansen had created. "Master, the blue lightning is retreating. It is returning back to the stone, as if it is afraid of something," Water Fairy said. "Take me back to the hole again." Hansen hadn't expected the silver fox's abilities to have such far-reaching positive effects. Hansen did notice that Thunder Hell's lightning was different than the silver fox's. Thunder Hell's lightning was all about pure destruction and the taking of lives. The silver fox was about saving lives instead. It could be used to heal others, after all. The blue lightning was afraid of little silver's lightning, or at least, that was what Hansen guessed. Water Fairy delivered him to the stone as he had requested, and when Hansen reached it, the hole had already begun building up a discharge to lash and keep him away. In response, Hansen summoned his silver lightning again, which made the blue lightning retreat. Hansen was delighted, and this really was the result he was looking for. He told Water Fairy to wait where she was, while he jumped into the hole that the silver lightning had opened. The entry point was not submerged in sky-pure water, but was dry as land instead. Veiling himself in a cloak of silver lightning, Hansen proceeded forward as the blue lightning cowered away from him. The hole was the perfect size for one person to go through. As he felt his way through, it was practically a tunnel, complete with its own twists and turns. After traversing as far as he could, he eventually reached the bottom. There was nothing particularly special about the way he had gone, and it was just as he had seen it from the outside. Inside the stone was a semicircular space, and each hole had an exit point that led into that place. Hansen saw a small tree inside, growing in a pot. The tree was 30 centimeters tall, and it looked like a small coconut tree. The strangest thing about it was that the tree seemed to have been forged from actual electricity or lightning. Its appearance was not too dissimilar to that of a plasma ball. There were 3 blue fruits growing on the electric branches of the tree, but weirdly, each fruit had something within it. The 3 lightning fruit each held something different. The highest of the trio had a knight in armor sitting inside as blue lightning flickered around him. The knight was wearing armor and a helmet, though, so Hansen could not see its face. He could not even see its eyes. The left fruit had a hammer inside it. Its shape was fairly unremarkable, and it looked like an average blacksmith's hammer, aside from the blue lightning that crackled around the head. It also had the symbol of lightning forged on it. The right fruit had a hand. It was white and pristine, with beautiful, untarnished nails. In the palm of the hand was another lightning symbol. Hansen felt strange as he looked upon them. The plant was growing 3 wholly different items. The fruits were not yet mature, but the life forces of the tree and its fruit were frighteningly powerful. There was no doubt in Hansen's mind that he had stumbled across treasure belonging to an emperor spirit. But if they were geno-weapons, why would a knight and a hand be growing inside the fruits? They could have been creatures, but the idea of a creature that had the form of a hammer was bewildering. Hansen might not have been able to tell what they were right now, but whatever would come from them had to be good. There was a reason why Thunder Hell Emperor had gone to such great lengths to hide the tree beneath a well submerged in sky-pure water. Whatever these are, they'll be awesome when they're mature. I should help boost its growth. You can't find an emperor plant every day, after all. Hansen summoned his black crystal and bestowed a number of drops upon the tree. He examined the fruit one last time, and he got giddy as he wondered how good the items would be. If they're beast souls, that'd be terrific. Imagine if they were berserk super class. Hansen thought to himself. Hansen decided to summon Dragon King. He was a knowledgeable fellow on a great number of subjects, so there was a chance he could shed some more light on what was growing on the tree. Do you know what this is? Hansen said. Dragon King, seeing the mini tree, looked shocked. He went around it to observe it carefully, saying, "How very peculiar. This should be a lightning emperor genoplant, correct? It is strange how the things inside don't look very electric." Excuse me? The stuff inside isn't lightning? Hansen frowned in a pause, before continuing on to say, "You must be mistaken. You are, aren't you? The items inside even have the symbol of lightning emblazoned across them." Dragon King explained, "I have hundreds of thousands of years of experience. Trust me, I am not mistaken when I tell you that whatever is inside that tree is not lightning." "Then, can you explain?" Hansen asked, frowning. Dragon King looked at the fruit and said, "I can't be sure about the hand and the hammer, but I know for sure everything you'd need to know about the knight." "Okay, go on, I'm listening." Hansen gestured for him to proceed. Dragon King laughed and said, I used to grow those. It's a super beast soul, and it goes by the name Twin Knight. Twin Knight? But there is only one of them. Hansen found it hard to believe they were twins. Before you spirits sign a contract with humans, you can't use beast souls. Isn't that right? Hansen said. Dragon King balked and said, no, it wasn't for me. It was for my man, Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight? You had someone to ride you? Hansen looked at Dragon King with shock. Dragon King's face turned green, and he explained, no, it's not like that. Dragon Knights are knights with dragon blood. They are powerful super creatures, actually, not too far off your disloyal knight. I had a whole battalion of them at one point. You had a whole battalion to ride you? You are good. Hansen laughed and went on to say, anyway, keep going. What is the Twin Knight? The Twin Knight beast soul should grow on the twin tree. I had them, and I was going to use a Twin Knight to combine with my favorite Dragon Knight, so he could act as a leader. But something went wrong with the tree and it died, you know how it goes. But I am telling you, this is identical to my Twin Knight. And believe me, I am as perplexed as you about why it is growing on a lightning tree. Dragon King looked genuinely confused. You still haven't told me what it does, Hansen said, looking directly at him. Dragon King laughed and said, oh, that is simple. It can possess other knights and have powers opposite to what it currently has. Does that mean if a knight has a fire element and it is possessed, it will instead use an ice element? Hansen asked. No. It is extra, as in, you can use ice and fire together, Dragon King explained. Hansen was delighted with the treasure he had stumbled across. He thought that item would be a terrific gain for him. If Disloyal Knight used it, he wondered, what would his powers become? Dragon King thought the Geno plant would still take another 40 years to mature, so that meant 40 days for Hansen and his water drops. In 40 days, he could obtain the items it was going to yield. He still wasn't sure what the hand or the hammer items were, but Dragon King seemed certain that the knight was a Twin Knight, despite the peculiarity of it being born on this tree. Hansen didn't want to leave empty-handed, though. He wanted to wait there until the fruit could mature. Hansen moved the underground shelter to a well-hidden place not too far from Thunderhell Shelter. If they were unable to defend Thunderhell Shelter, when the not-so-far-away hostiles came to attack, they could retreat to the underground shelter and make a daring escape. Hansen left the well and told Water Fairy to keep an eye on it and make sure no one intruded. He then went to one of the palaces in the shelter to do some reading. Hansen wanted to figure out what manner of information the Xianmen fellow had given him. He had already had it translated into the modern language, so now he could read it all with simplicity. There was info regarding the Shantian technique, on which the Dongxian Sutra had been based. The Shantian technique was good, but it was quite different than the finalized Dongxian Sutra. The Shantian technique was the original skill, but the Dongxian Sutra had been created by Dongxian Zi after he broke through the vacuum. Hansen decided to learn the Shantian technique, while applying what he had learned through his time with the Dongxian Sutra. There was a lot Hansen would be able to learn from it, despite it not being in its entirely original format. The Shantian technique was ancient, and over the ages, parts of it had been modified. Hansen learned a lot from it, and he noticed that many hyper-Geno arts could be easily blended with it. Hansen selected one to practice with and used the Dongxian Sutra as a base. He was still able to use a hyper-Geno art that had been combined with the Shantian technique. He didn't have much time, though. So, Hansen only picked one, thinking he could use it against Saint Fan if he ever had to fight him. Hansen decided to practice a skill called Xuanmi movement, which had its origins based on Shantian movement. Dongxian movement was based on Shantian movement as well. But Dongxian movement had been modified a lot for the Dongxian Sutra, making it a much greater fit. Xuanmi movement was terrific, and it was very adaptable in how it could combine with modern skills. Hansen used Schwami movement with Dongxian movement to try it out, and he found it to be rather easy. In less than 2 days, he had already become proficient with it. After a while, Hansen also finished going through the information provided to him by Professor Long. After reclining back to think through what he had read, Hansen finally thought he had figured out a way in which he could combine speeding up time and teleportation. But for this, he would have to start creating a brand new hyper-geno art. Speeding up time and teleportation? This could actually work, Hansen said to himself. Hansen continued his research for the next few days, and he stayed away from the Alliance in case Saint Fan showed up. Half a month passed with no sign of an enemy force. The Emperor tree in the well had not yet matured either. Ghost Eye, however, came running back to the shelter in a strange panic. Saint Fan is here. Dry Bone translated what Ghost Eye had to say, amidst his panting. When Hansen heard, he raced out of his room to prepare. Everyone else abandoned what they were doing and went to join him. Queen and Zero were the only humans there, as the rest were in the underground shelter. For a fight like this, most humans would be little more than cannon fodder. What do we face? Baby Ghost asked. He had managed to open 3 gene locks after starting from scratch, but he was still in no condition to fight what now faced them. Ghost Eye was making a noise, pointing at something in the distance. He had very good eyesight, which was why Hansen selected him as a scout. Dry Bone King translated what he had to say again. Saint Fan, with his army in tow, is 500 miles away. He has seen 5 super creatures and 3 king spirits accompanying him. But to pad out the forces, swathes of smaller creatures have come, too. With the Emperor himself showing his face, do you think we should fall back? Dry Bone King added the last sentence himself, as he doubted their strength in repelling such a foe. If his father had failed to defeat Saint Fan Emperor, there was no chance he could. What you afraid of, son? We haven't got nothing to fear. We've got the greater hand here, Xie King said, as he puffed on a cigar. He is an emperor. Realistically, now would be the time for us to go. We can always come back. Living to fight another day sounds worthwhile to me, Baby Ghost said. Water Fairy chimed in to say, you should stop arguing and just do whatever our master tells us. Everyone turned to look at Hansen. These colors don't run. I'm fighting, no matter what. But that doesn't mean I'm without an escape plan if things truly turn awry. If their forces are overwhelming, we can return to the underground shelter, Hansen said. Hansen did not want to lose the Emperor tree just yet, and the last thing he wanted was for an emperor to easily claim the goodies he himself had fought to obtain. Hansen could deal with the king spirits and super creatures without much issue. It was the emperor himself that presented the problem. He wasn't sure how he'd muster what it would take to bring the emperor down. Ordinary king spirits could not fight him, and Purple Emperor wasn't a true emperor yet, either. Purple Emperor can fight with my berserk gold raven beast soul, and I myself have super king spirit mode and little angel. All hope is not lost, and at the very least, fleeing will remain a viable option. I can escape whenever I wish, Hansen mulled to himself. Hansen had decided to stay and fight. He brought all his spirits and super creatures outside of the shelter to battle upon the fields. He didn't want to risk the construct of Thunder Hell shelter getting destroyed. After walking a few dozen miles, he and his companions caught sight of the enemy spirits and creatures approaching. The spirit that led the host was clad in black armor that masked his face. A subtle, dark glow shimmered around the being. He looked like an ancient deity, but Hansen knew exactly who he was. That was Saint Fan, whom he had seen in the second god's sanctuary. The spirit hadn't changed much. Saint Fan Emperor was sitting upon the holy rhino, which looked as strong as ever. It glowed with a holy light, acting as a beacon for the army to follow. What Hansen had seen, when the holy rhino ascended to the third god's sanctuary, was still one of the most incredible sights he had ever witnessed. It was something Hansen thought was insane. And now, over the time of its existence in the third god sanctuary, it had been looked after well by Saint Fan Emperor, as it had opened 9 gene locks already. Besides Saint Fan Emperor, there were 3 king spirits and a few super creatures. Behind the leading line was an army of spirits and creatures, all of varying types, sizes, and shapes. A few of the creatures looked familiar, as they were the spirits and creatures that had escaped from Thunderhell Shelter. Hansen frowned, noticing this. If Saint Fan had the creatures from Thunderhell Shelter, he would know everything about the place. He was coming fully prepared, and there were very few trump cards Hansen had left to play. When Saint Fan recognized Hansen, a visible look of shock fell across his face. He said, "Human, it was you who killed Thunderhell Emperor and claimed his shelter." "Yes," Hansen answered as he sat upon Golden Growler, eschewing all possible feelings of apprehension. Saint Fan smiled and said, "I left a mark on you, did I not? I had hoped to have you come to my shelter, but that mare replaced it. Lotus claimed you, did she not? Not that it matters, because you will be mine once more." Saint Fan made it sound like he'd soon expect a grovel-like bow by Hansen, and he'd have no trouble getting a submission from him. Hansen was aware of how he was making it sound, so Hansen said, "I'm not so sure about that. In fact, it might be the opposite. Perhaps later, it will be you who belongs to me." Seeing Saint Fan there, though, made his mind drift to wonder what power the spirits possessed that allowed them to return to a previous shelter and escort creatures through. If Hansen could do this, he thought he'd be able to bring his mother to the third god sanctuary. Saint Fan Emperor looked miffed, and he responded to Hansen by saying, "You might be able to steal Thunderhell's spirit stone, but the talent that enabled that is useless against a being as magnificent as I. Get on your knees, and you can return to the shelter with your comrades. All deals will be off the table once swords ring, knuckles fly, and bones break. Talking with this fool is pointless, yo. Let's kill him." Xiaqing King did not wait, and with a gleam of silver light, he took off running towards the enemy. Xiaqing King's power was similar to that of Hansen's Super King Spirit mode. That being said, it wasn't as effective. Seeing Xiaqing King come, Saint Fan did not seem to care. It was a king spirit that had come running out to fight, after all. Xiaqing King ran before a king spirit of the enemy and unleashed a barrage of punches. The enemy's fists were very quick, and they were able to repel every single hit. The enemy's fists were like shields. Pang! Xiaqing King punched a little harder and broke the fist shield. Then, another salvo of punches was unleashed. The king spirit didn't seem to care much about the punches it was being delivered, though, and it sought to launch a punch of its own at Xiaqing King's head. Fortunately, his power did not match Xiaqing King's power. With a boost, Xiaqing King's fist was driven into the enemy spirit's chest, while the enemy spirit's punch was thrown into Xiaqing King's head. A hole was smashed into the king spirit's body as Xiaqing King's fist ripped clean through. And when the king spirit's own fist came into contact with Xiaqing King, it did nothing. The power seemed to have been nullified when it came into contact with the silver light that veiled Xiaqing King. "Get back to me once you've practiced the art of punching walls for 100,000 years in a dreadfully boring incarceration, matey," Xiaqing King said. Everyone, witnessing Xiaqing King's coolness and ferociousness in taking the fight to the enemy, were given the hope they needed, but had struggled to find before now. Saint Fan didn't care much for his subordinate's death, though, as the holy rhino's horn began to shine. Immediately, the spirit Xiaqing King had thought to have killed stood up and healed back to full health. "Our fight is not over," the king spirit cackled. Xiaqing King frowned, and he looked to be filled with a murderous rage. He approached the king spirit again. To this, Saint Fan waved his hand, a command to the rest of his companions to begin fighting. Seeing Saint Fan not want to fight himself, Hansen responded by commanding Purple Emperor and the rest to deal with the army. The opponent only had 7 king-class elites with him, while Saint Fan and the Rhino stayed out of the fighting. Purple Emperor, Xiaqing King, and Little Angel were very strong, and they were swiftly able to take control of the battleground. But Hansen soon found out that this was pointless. The Holy Rhino was able to heal all the forces that were beaten down, making it impossible to keep the dead, dead. It is no wonder they are not afraid to die. Injuries don't stick, Hansen told himself, while frowning. Alu alu alu. Xie King's fists were like a couple of silver suns now, as they pummeled the daylight out of the spirit in front of him again. He had torn through every shield and beaten the spirit into a wretched, mangled mess on the floor, ready to be smashed. The rhino's horn was shining brightly, and that same light was now caressing the crumpled king spirit. Xie King did not relent in his pummeling of the spirit, but no matter what he did, it just wouldn't give up the ghost. Pang! This time, when the spirit was able to get up, it punched Xie King in the face, making his nose bleed. And it wasn't only Xie King having to deal with such a predicament. Ghost Eye, Blue Dinosaur, and Dry Bone were also at this same disadvantage. Disloyal Knight's halo had the ability to weaken others, but Saint Fan's army was practically invincible. They did not fear death either, so a reduction in damage output or a reduction of defense durability on their part meant nothing. That being said, the wounds would stay on the broken enemies, which meant their effectiveness in battle gradually reduced the more they were beaten. Holy Rhino is good, it is no wonder Saint Fan values it so highly and has allowed it to level up so high, Hansen thought, as he readied himself to attack the Rhino and Saint Fan Emperor. Hansen needed to get rid of the duo, as victory did not seem a likely outcome if they were still in play. But before Hansen struck, Xie King barked something across the battlefield. The scary silver light that had enveloped him made him look like a terrifying foe. Hansen was a great distance away from him at this point, but he could feel the immense power Xie King was about to deploy. It made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Seeing the king spirit rise again, Xie King had definitely had enough. He screamed, "Die!" The fists came thick and fast, one wallop after another, wrecking the body of the king spirit. The heat of the silver fists then melted its body into thick, bubbling tar as it was beaten back into a rocky cliffside. Like a mechanical drill, Xie King pummeled him through the rock as if he was merrily digging a tunnel. After the silver light dimmed, the body of the king spirit was shown to have disappeared. It had been vaporized. Even after respawning another 10,000 times, you'll never have what it takes to beat me. Xie King hollered, as he drew a pair of sunshades and slid them into his face. As cool as he tried to play it, though, Hansen knew Xie King was sweating. That attack had cost Xie King a lot of energy. Still, the fact that he had destroyed a king spirit into actual nothingness was scary. Hansen said to him, "Brother Xie, you rock." If the body was gone, the rhino couldn't heal it. But Saint Fan Emperor waved his hand, and then, a weird light appeared. This light was sent towards Xie King. Boom! The light broke and diminished, returning the king spirit in front of Xie King unharmed and free from wounds. Seeing this, Xie King's face changed. Hansen now knew why his opponents really weren't afraid of death. Even if they couldn't be healed, resurrection was only a hand flick away. Hansen summoned Purple Emperor and then became a berserk gold raven. Together, the duo went to battle Saint Fan. Hansen used the gold raven because he could not yet use ancient devil soldier. The raven had berserk powers, too, so it was bound to be effective against the emperor. Seeing Hansen and Purple Emperor approach, Saint Fan didn't move much. He just remained where was, comfy upon the rhino. He didn't seem to be afraid of anything. When they approached, Saint Fan lifted his hands and managed to grab them both with ease. The talons of the raven and the purple sword were grabbed by Saint Fan with no trouble. Hansen and Purple Emperor could not escape the wretched grip he had on him. Saint Fan was a twisted devil, and he started to smack the two puppets in his hands together, getting them to hit each other repeatedly. Dry Bone King said Saint Fan could make the flesh of two creatures merge together, and these words stuck with Hansen all too well. The last thing he was going to do was allow that. Hansen flapped his wings and managed to writhe out of the Emperor's grip, leaving a few scratch marks on his hands as he slipped free. Purple Emperor, seeing an opportunity now arise, let the sword go, jumped on Saint Fan's head, and used another beam blade to strike him. Dong! 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 The purple beam struck against the armor a few times, but it was futile. Only the exposed skin was susceptible to damage. But as soon as wounds appeared on Saint Fan's skin, they were immediately healed. You'd miss it if you blinked. Are emperors always this strong? Hansen used his phoenix techniques to repeatedly hit Saint Fan while trying to avoid getting grabbed again. Purple Emperor continued using his blades of light to strike their ultimate foe. But Saint Fan didn't even seem concerned. He sat upon the rhino, unmoved. It was almost as if he didn't want to stop the two from hitting him. There might only be one gene lock gap, but it's a nearly unbridgeable chasm. 9 gene locks is so weak, in comparison. Hansen thought the extra, 10th gene lock made all the difference in the world. Purple Emperor had 10 gene locks open, but due to the lack of sufficient nutrition during its birth, its power was not all that different from Hansen's. But they were also individual, and Hansen could not combine with Purple Emperor as he could with Little Angel. They still managed to hold Saint Fan back, but it didn't make much of a difference for those down on the battlefield. Slowly but surely, the tides were turning, and they were not doing well. Even Sietching King had been injured quite a bit by this point. Dry Bone King looked dismayed, but it was no surprise. He was talented with the heart bone, and he could break the hearts of his enemies in their chests, but it wouldn't be long before they were back on their feet. The dismay came as no surprise, for they were all fighting unbeatable foes. Sietching King's heart had sunk even lower, though. He could kill any king spirit there he desired, but they'd each be resurrected in no time. Little Angel's greatsword continued to hack down the super creatures she went up against. But whenever she beheaded an opponent, the head would soon roll up and get stitched back on. No matter how powerful they were, fighting was a useless uphill struggle against enemies that couldn't be destroyed. The only ones making genuine progress on the battlefield were Thorn Queen and Water Fairy. Thorn Queen was able to use vines to trap and subdue creatures. Even if they could be healed, beneath the nasty entrapment of thorny ropes, they were out of the game. Water Fairy had a similar move, but she used water bubbles to encase and suffocate enemies. Sietching King broke another foe's head, but lo and behold, it respawned the next second. He turned around, picked up Snowball, who was idly spectating by the side, and threw it towards the arisen King Spirit. The King Spirit used his shield to block, but it was quickly broken by Sietching King, allowing Snowball to get in close. Snowball squealed and flashed with a white light, which momentarily blinded the King Spirit. The spirit felt as if it had been a victim of 100 flashbang grenades, and it felt as if his world was spinning amidst the blinding light. Haha! Brains before brawn, you numpty! Sietching King called to the ball. Snowball had trapped the King Spirit within, and then kicked it away like a corner kick. The ball hit a nearby wall with terrible force, and it bounced all the way back to Sietching King. With a smile, he was happy to comply and kick it back once more. Sietching King looked as if he was actually having fun, playing soccer by himself. Brother Sietching, help! Dry Bone King suddenly called from across the field. His bone heart was useless, and close-quarter combat was where Dry Bone King was least proficient. Even Baby Ghost could not do aught for him. Pang! The white ball was kicked away by Sietching King one last time with frightening power. It drilled through a cliffside and became lodged deep inside. Coming! Sietching King grabbed Snowball and ran over to the monster that was harassing Dry Bone King. To make use of Snowball, he had to get in close. But that could be difficult if the opponent knew what to expect. So, Sietching King just charged towards it and punched the foe to knock it off balance. The silver light broke the molten lava casing that protected the monster, and then, Qing King shoved Snowball onto the fiery beast. Snowball flashed white again, trapping the monster inside another white ball. Qing King immediately kicked the white ball away, as if to score a penalty kick. Saint Fan had become aware of what Qing King was doing now, and when he saw him run towards another creature, he frowned. They had found a way to get around his healing and resurrection expertise. Seeing Qing King continue going about this, Saint Fan disengaged Hansen and went towards the tricksy and ill-dressed spirit. Swiftly, he managed to snatch Snowball away from Qing King. Saint Fan Emperor knew the fluffy little creature could end up tipping the scales of the battle. Good timing. Qing King flashed with a silver light, then took the opportunity to punch Saint Fan. Pang! Qing King put all his strength into that punch, and he managed to rocket his fist through Saint Fan's armor and body. Han Sen was delighted to see this, so he and Purple Emperor leaped onto the dazed Emperor to deal more damage and kill him before he could recover. Han Sen's talons shredded Saint Fan's wounds into gnarly bits as Purple Emperor slashed the wound from another side. He looked as if he was going to be ripped apart, but Saint Fan smiled as if he couldn't care less. All three of them suddenly had a bad feeling. Qing King's arm, Han Sen's talons, and Purple Emperor's sword suddenly became a part of Saint Fan's renewed flesh. He had healed, with the three of them connected to him. Oh, no! Han Sen wished to pull his talons away, but he felt great pain in doing so, as if he was trying to tear his own arm off. Qing King was the same, too. But fortunately, Purple Emperor was able to let go of his sword and fall back for a moment. What is this sick sh*t? Qing King looked incredibly angry, and he repeatedly pummeled Saint Fan's head. Saint Fan didn't attempt to dodge, though, and he just let this occur. It was strange, because eventually, Qing King's fists penetrated his skull and battered Saint Fan's brain. But the next second, it made sense, and it made Qing King look even worse. The head of Saint Fan healed, trapping Qing King's hand inside his brain. Qing King wished to pull his hand away, but he felt a headache come on. It prompted him to start sweating profusely. Han Sen's face was not looking good. If you touched Saint Fan Emperor's body, your limbs could sink and become one with him, and any subsequent hits meant bringing damage to yourself. This was what had occurred to them. Saint Fan Emperor did not feel any pain, and amidst all this, he smiled and said, Qing King, that is a name not unfamiliar to me. I heard of the power you wielded back when I was first born. I must say, the claims of your talents are overrated. Saint Fan threw a fist to punch Qing King's belly. Qing King had one of his hands in Saint Fan's chest, and his other was lodged inside his opponent's head. There was nothing he could do to dodge. Saint Fan Emperor's fist began to boil with an eerie silver light, as if he was absorbing Qing King's power. Pang! Pang! Saint Fan's fists, imbued with silver light, began to pummel Qing King repeatedly, until his chest caved in. Hansen was shocked, thinking they really had become a part of Saint Fan, and now, Saint Fan could make use of their powers. Watching Saint Fan punch Qing King, Hansen tried to throw fire at the wretched spirit to end the madness. But Saint Fan knocked away the approaching fire, and he did not allow his fist to stop there. The fist went onwards to punch Hansen in the head, making him suffer a great deal of pain. D****. Hansen wanted to activate his Super King Spirit mode, but just as he resolved to, he heard a barking sound. Snowball had snuck behind Saint Fan, and with his ability to trap beings inside white spheres, it tried to do the same to the spirit. It worked, but Hansen and Qing King were trapped inside, too. Good job, Snowball. Hansen thought trapping the spirit would be the best course of action, first and foremost. Woof! Snowball barked. But their new glimmer of hope was brief, and their faces soon became grim once more. Saint Fan was able to throw his fist through the previously thought to be indestructible skin of the white sphere. A ball that could withstand the number 16 of saving money had been broken in a single punch by Saint Fan. Saint Fan's body exited the ball, with it attached to his back. Everything and everyone can become a part of me, and all control can be submitted to me, Saint Fan proclaimed. Snowball barked and ran off, jumping into a sphere of his own in the process. What a wimp, Xie King said. Hansen found it funny that Xie King had initially believed Snowball had saved their lives. Saint Fan then threw a punch towards Hansen, with another fist that had been imbued with a silver light. Hansen knew how strong Xie King was, and he knew full well if Saint Fan was going to place all his strength in that punch, he'd be dead in the next couple of seconds. But he was stuck and unable to go anywhere. He had no choice but to brace for impact and accept the incoming hit. Pang! Hansen grabbed his other talon and slashed Saint Fan Emperor's waist, but it was only one last, futile attempt of trying to get away. It really was impossible to get free. But then, the Purple Emperor appeared. He hadn't wished to attack, because he didn't want to deal damage to Hansen as he attacked Saint Fan. Saint Fan's punch met with Hansen, and it hurt. He then punched Xie King. And repeatedly, Saint Fan continued to beat them both black, blue, and bloody. Hansen knew he had to think of something, and that this couldn't be allowed to go on much longer. Now, he had no choice but to use Super King Spirit mode. Hansen returned from his Triple Talon Gold Raven status, but he noticed his arms were still attached to Saint Fan. Hansen did not know if Super King Spirit mode would allow him an escape, but he did know he had to try. If the likelihood of death seemed strong, he might as well do all he could, after all. And currently, Drybone King was not faring too well in battle. Snowball had managed to imprison 2 of the creatures that had attacked him, but there were still 5 more to go. With the tide not changing, things had to drastically improve for everyone, if they were going to achieve victory. Thorn Queen was still capable of trapping enemies, but the vines wouldn't hold them forever, and it was only a matter of time before they could indeed escape. Snowball ran over to Bower and cowered behind her back, not wanting to move. It was not like anyone could break his sphere and force him out, either. Qing Jun tried to grab hold of Snowball and go around the field with him, as he was an invaluable asset in trapping the super creatures and king spirits that dominated the field of battle. Its nerves had been rattled so much, though, that did not seem likely to happen. Bower held her gourd and looked at the chaos before her, and particularly at Hansen and Saint Fan. She wished to make use of the item, but she was afraid of bringing harm to Han Senator. She was also unsure whether or not she could truly suck Saint Fan into the gourd. Regardless of what was going on, Hansen was now determined to do things his way. He was going to activate Super King Spirit mode and combine with Little Angel. Hansen only needed to get his hands free, so he could escape. But before he could become a Super King Spirit, a long howling sound came from a nearby forest. Something scary was quickly headed their way. Hansen was shocked, thinking they were reinforcements belonging to Saint Fan. After all, Hansen had brought everyone, and there was no one else who could come to his aid. But even Saint Fan Emperor looked disturbed upon hearing that howl. The howling sounded from afar, but its carrier was quickly closing the distance. When the howling came to an abrupt end, a creature emerged from the brush of the nearby forest. Little Silver. Hansen was delighted to see his past companion leap into the fray. Its elegant fur was just like Hansen remembered, and it brought him immense joy just to see the scruffy animal come with lightning flickering across its body. Truth be told, though, the title Little Silver was no longer suitable. In his time away from Hansen, the silver fox had grown to become a giant, almost wolf-like fox. It had 10 electrified fox tails that crackled and sparked with an intensity that looked as if it could tear the dimension apart. Saint Fan was visibly disturbed when he saw it. But Hansen was exuberantly happy, and rightly so. His companion hadn't just returned, he had come back with a grand amount of power. The significance of its tails told them it had either opened 9 gene locks, or quite possibly, 10. The silver fox swung its tail after appearing, as a bolt of lightning was fired towards Saint Fan. Saint Fan did not want the lightning to touch him, so he swung Han Sen and Xia King together as a meat shield. Boom! The silver lightning hit Han Sen and Xia King, and the looks on their faces were the distorted and wild expectation of a sudden death that was about to strike them. They were unable to avoid the lightning, but when they got hit, they noticed it wasn't a bolt meant to harm them. It healed them. Their relief was immense, and the healing power they received equaled the power of the Holy Rhino at the very least. When the lightning came into contact with Saint Fan's body, though, the Emperor let out a shrill shriek of pure agony. The lightning seared the skin off his entire body and made him smoke. At that precise moment, Han Sen and Xia King noticed they had been separated from Saint Fan. The lightning attack had left Saint Fan's body charred and burned, and the wounds looked irreparable. He tried to heal himself, but try as he might, he was unable to. Little Silver wasn't letting up on his master's aggressor, though. He pumped up the charge and continued frying Saint Fan. In response, the Scorched Spirit tried to use a white light in defense. The powers of the two looked to be equal, and it wasn't immediately clear who would win. The Silver Fox did not stop casting, and the holy light of Saint Fan's shield had grown in volume and intensity to equal a small silver sun. There was no explosion, but the existence of the greenery around them flickered violently, as if there was a switch that operated time periods. One moment, the greenery would be in full, verdant bloom. The next, a scorched, charred hellscape. It switched between the two rapidly and made for an awe-inducing sight. Han Sen's energy felt disturbed as he witnessed this. He wanted nothing more than to leave, feeling dwarfed by the gargantuan forces that battled before him. Everyone, focus on felling the remaining spirits and super creatures. Han Sen called, running into battle against Saint Fan's army. Now, Saint Fan had been left to deal with a being that was his equal. He was left to fight with the Silver Fox, and he couldn't be distracted. Under the pressure put on him by the Electric Fox, he wouldn't have the time to resurrect anything that died. Han Sen and Xia King laid waste to the remaining forces with ease, all except for the Holy Rhino. But Han Sen thought it odd. Despite what he killed, Han Sen did not receive a single announcement. This made him frown. Even if the foes he had routed could be resurrected, death, no matter how temporary, should yield him an announcement of some kind. This must have meant Saint Fan did not resurrect them on the field of battle, and that he must have done something before he came to fight. Well, that's a new trick. I wonder what he did, exactly. Han Sen weighed the mystery in his mind. But Han Sen also felt a streak of relief. If Saint Fan truly had the power of resurrecting spirits and creatures, it was almost too frightening a thing to comprehend. Saint Fan was not invincible in the third god's sanctuary, despite his immense amount of power. Even he had a limit. Then, Han Sen suddenly heard the boisterous spirit scream aloud once more. It looked like he had failed to withstand the power of Little Silver's lightning. What did Little Silver do to become so strong? He must have eaten more than the nine-tailed fox's geno essence I let him have. He must have unearthed some fairly nifty treasure, Han Sen thought. But the Silver Fox and all the super creatures on Ghost Mountain had all disappeared without a trace, so he thought something fairly more substantial had taken place, as well. Saint Fan shouted, and turning to look, Han Sen saw a lot of strange light beam right into him. From out of Saint Fan, a snake head, lion body, and spider claws were all beginning to grow. Han Sen said, all these creatures were a part of him already? They didn't resurrect, they were just birthed by him. Now, all the super creatures and king spirits of the field became one with Saint Fan. His body became stronger, and it made Little Silver's glow look fainter. The Silver Fox looked like he was having a hard time keeping up the constant discharge of electricity. Saint Fan was becoming more powerful than they thought could be possible, as he grew to encompass a mishmash of all those different creatures. The silver lightning was no longer enough to keep him at bay. Water can extinguish fire, but if the fire is too strong, not even water can help. Saint Fan's holy light continued to expand, and the light that had previously suppressed him was dwarfed and had to pull away. Thunder of life. Very good. If you become a part of me, I will obtain your powers, too. Saint Fan was talking like a madman. Saint Fan was able to heal himself, but not anyone else. That was why he valued the rhino so much. They were both of a holy element, but if Saint Fan combined with the rhino, he could not use it to heal others. The silver fox's ability of healing was of a different element, and if Saint Fan consumed little silver, he could overcome this hurdle. Saint Fan had a wide array of wretched powers bubbling within him, and he used it all to fight back the silver lightning. But with his strength starting to prove itself supreme, little silver began to struggle, and Saint Fan was inching closer and closer to the furry fighter. The silver fox did all he could to strengthen his thunder, but nothing he did could prohibit the lurching approach of Saint Fan. We have to do something. We can't just let him bully that fox. Xie King exclaimed. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could realistically do. Nothing they could do worked on Saint Fan, and the last thing they wanted was to become glued to him. Hansen saw something weird about Saint Fan, but he wasn't sure what it was. Seeing Saint Fan get closer to the silver fox, though, Hansen still did not activate his Super King Spirit mode to help. Boom! Boom! Saint Fan's hideous body, if it could even be called that, was sickening to see. It resembled little more than a hulking biomass, whose footsteps rocked the earth with each step. Half an hour later, Saint Fan had managed to come directly before the silver fox. With one of the snakes that protruded from his body, he tried to snatch the silver fox. Little Silver, come back! Hansen shouted. The silver fox heard Hansen's command, and then suddenly its size shrank. It leaped onto Hansen's shoulder, taking back its rightful spot where his master had severely missed him. Saint Fan turned around to look at Hansen and his companions. Many of the mouths across his body opened to say, "Good, you've all lined up to offer yourselves up for my consumption. You must earnestly wish me to become a demigod, but be good and queue up single file, would you?" After that, Saint Fan began his approach towards them all. It was a terrifying thing to behold. Snowball turned into a ball and ran off, but he wasn't the only one. They all fell back together, acknowledging their foe was now far too strong. Saint Fan Emperor, before you try and consume us all, can I ask you 2 questions? Hansen did not wait for a response, and he immediately asked, how did you return to the second god's sanctuary for the rhino? All the mouths on Saint Fan opened to answer, that is the ability of an emperor's shelter. They all have different abilities, and mine provided this one. When triggered, you can open a gate that leads you to the second god's sanctuary. I did not break through space, and it was the rhino who opened the gate. That gate led to an emperor's shelter, which just so happened to be mine. Hansen was disappointed with this answer. He thought he could move his mother and Yen ran to the third god's sanctuary with safety. Second question, why do you attack us? I fail to believe all this is purely in the desire for revenge, Hansen said. I do not need to explain anything to you, Saint Fan said, preparing to absorb him. It is because of that tree, isn't it? Hansen said. Saint Fan asked, you saw it? Yes, I did. I saw 3 fruits upon its branches. One of the fruits contained a twin knight, Hansen explained. Saint Fan looked surprised, and he asked, has it matured yet? Now Hansen understood Saint Fan's rush to do battle was not for revenge, but for the tree that resided in Thunder Hell Shelter. Hansen also knew now that it was a 3-life tree. He did not know what the other fruits were, though. Do you know what the other 2 fruits are that grow on the 3-life tree? Hansen asked, but he was ignored. Saint Fan simply moved forward and tried to attack. The silver fox used lightning to break the power it had expelled towards Hansen. But Saint Fan had grown incredibly strong, and although the attack had been stayed, the malformed spirit himself could not be stopped. His approach continued. For some reason, his powers felt unlimited. But also, weaker. Hansen flapped his wings and dodged another attack. He stood in front of the hideous body and said, "Look at yourself, before trying to kill us." "Ugh, what game are you trying to play now?" Saint Fan said. He knew the extent of his powers and knew how wretched he actually appeared, but he just continued trying to attack. "Look at yourself. Look at your body. Are you afraid I will assault you?" Hansen asked, evading the strike. Saint Fan was not afraid of any possible assault Hansen could muster, and he had more than one pair of eyes now. He took control of the snake and let it out to get a better view of himself, but what he saw shocked him. He said, "Impossible." Hansen didn't lie to Saint Fan, as his body truly had developed a problem. The ugly biomass had developed a number of unhealthy blisters. They were empty, but they produced deep craters across his body when popped. These blisters began to appear more and more, honeycombing the mutated being like some beehive. The gross sight of Saint Fan was only becoming more garish and twisted. "Impossible. My body is fine, I can heal." Saint Fan was speaking from many of the mouths that composed his body. He had no idea when this had begun, and the wounds that were webbing their way across him had sprung up on him with surprising speed. It didn't seem as if he would have noticed, had Hansen not pointed the issue out to him. More and more blisters grew, transforming the biomass into a pod mess, not too unlike a thick bunch of grapes. The blisters, when they bloated and became too big, popped to reveal craters in the flesh. Nothing came out of them, but it was clearly a problem. Saint Fan's body was full of these holes, and it was like he was fizzing away. "How is this happening? Heal me, Rhino!" Saint Fan commanded. Holy Rhino cast its holy light on Saint Fan, but something seemed to separate the light from the wounds. Saint Fan was frightened by what was going on, so he tossed away all the now grotesque carcasses of spirits and creatures that had previously resided within him. When he had been reduced to his true self, even his proper body was becoming holy. Things looked dire for him. "What did you do?" Saint Fan demanded. "Nothing, aside from killing you," Hansen said, with giddy excitement bubbling beneath his straight-faced words. At the beginning, when Hansen's talons scraped against Saint Fan, the spirit healed immediately after. The toxins Hansen had deployed within that scratch, however, could not be healed. Hansen was not carrying poison around with him, he had actually put a glyph to use. It gleamed across his back now, and it was the glyph that came from the thorn scorpion. It had been combined with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Invisible toxic king scorpion beast soul, glyph type. Hansen hadn't had a chance to try it out yet, and all he had known about it was that it carried and deployed toxic poisons. The toxic substance was a silent killer, one without smell and taste. It could go totally unnoticed until the effects took action. After Hansen attacked Saint Fan, Hansen initially believed it did nothing. There was no immediate reaction, and with Saint Fan being so strong anyway, it wasn't entirely unlikely that he could withstand the poison. If it was effective, Saint Fan would have most likely brought attention to it, as well. Hansen only noticed the poison was working when he saw the blisters begin to develop, swell, and pop like a corrosive acid. Hansen was happy that the poison had taken effect, but he was more than surprised to learn Saint Fan hadn't even noticed what was happening to him until Hansen had pointed it out. The toxic substance might not have been the strongest in existence, but it was most certainly the most unsettling. It really was quite mind-blowing to learn Saint Fan was completely oblivious to the poison he had been struck with. Hansen did not know if he himself could withstand such a toxin either. Hansen really wanted to practice Jade Skin after seeing this, as it increased one's poison and toxin resistances. It was far better at developing such defenses than the Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra was great for building a powerfully balanced body, but it wasn't the greatest out there. If it truly was the be-all and end-all, Dongxian Zi would not have died. "I definitely need to practice Jade Skin," Hansen decided. Saint Fan's body was peppered with holes, but he still could not feel anything. He only noticed what was going on due to what his eyes were relaying to him. What's more, Saint Fan's life force was gradually beginning to fade. He became weaker and weaker, despite his insistence on clinging to the belief that he had not been poisoned and that this was the work of some other phantom menace. Saint Fan looked at Han Sen with utter contempt, and suddenly, he jumped into the skies, wishing to fly away and abandon the field of battle. Han Sen patted Little Silver on the head. Then, the furry fiend leaped into the air, split its 10 tails, and fired a barrage of electric bullets to fry the airborne Saint Fan. Saint Fan was incredibly weak by this point, so he was disintegrated into nothing more than dust. Aside from the rhino, everything that was a part of him disappeared. Everyone else who was present had just taken a seat to watch the spectacle. They were in awe at what had transpired, but they were also extremely confused. They didn't have a clue about what had just happened. Dry Bone King wanted to kill the rhino. It might not have been an active participant in the fight, but it had supported Saint Fan and healed the troops constantly. Stop. Han Sen had a history with the rhino. He had even obtained its tear, as well. Furthermore, the rhino was most likely under contract with the spirit and was only doing as it was commanded. Han Sen didn't want the rhino to die or be killed so simply. But Han Sen wasn't willing to let the rhino go back to help Saint Fan rebuild either. Rhino, I know you have been contracted to help Saint Fan. And I know you were only doing as you were bid to. Han Sen said this while bringing out his cruel bottle. He went on to say, this bottle is its own little dimension. It can disconnect you from the obligations you are sworn to here, in this world. The contract Saint Fan has with you has no meaning or hold on you inside this bottle. If you wish to switch masters, I will accept you. And if you join me, you can reside inside this bottle until I have finished with Saint Fan once and for all. Only I will have the power to release you once you enter, but you have my word that I won't hold you for any longer than is necessary. Holy Rhino seemed to agree to Han Sen's offer. It roared and then entered the cruel bottle. Han Sen was delighted about this, so he put a lid on it. For the rhino, this was similar to humans taking refuge in the Alliance, away from the sanctuaries where the motions and terms of a contract were always in play. For the duration it was in the bottle, the rhino was safe. Saint Fan now couldn't kill the rhino for switching its allegiance, but if Han Sen wanted to enlist Holy Rhino as an ally in the future, he knew he'd have to take down Saint Fan once and for all. Unfortunately for Han Sen, he could not yet kill Saint Fan. If anything, that frightening spirit was more powerful than ever. It was highly likely the rest of the super creatures inhabiting Saint Fan's shelter would be absorbed to become a part of him. Saint Fan must have known he had been poisoned, too. Han Sen couldn't waltz in and expect to play the same trick on him, as Saint Fan would have most likely deployed a precaution to avoid it happening again. The invisible toxic king scorpion glyph was a powerful item he had developed, but Han Sen still had to get in close and deal proper damage to the spirit to put the poisons to work. If Saint Fan had combined with a host of additional king spirits and super creatures, getting up close and personal would be harder than ever. Still, Han Sen could take solace in the fact that he and his people had each emerged from the battle as they had entered. Although his companions were weary, Han Sen had not lost a single one. Furthermore, the silver fox had come back to him. Of course, Han Sen acknowledged how terrifyingly close the situation had been to disaster before the furry thing had leaped in to save the day. If it hadn't come back at that precise moment, Saint Fan would have killed them all before the toxins took effect. As evidenced by the delay that day, the toxins really did take a good amount of time to work on powerful foes. But, with the battle over, everyone returned to the shelter. Queen went straight back to practicing, as she had been unable to help at all in the fight. There was a stark line between having a death wish and being willing to die in aid and service of others in the face of extreme adversity. Death was around the next corner, if she wished it to be, but a true cause to bring about death was a rarity. After this, though, she was given a renewed perspective. She could see the contrast between her and Han Sen's strength, and she had a better grasp on how much weaker she was and how much further she had to go if she wished to compete and be of help like the rest of his companions. Humans had only occupied the sanctuaries for 200 years, while spirits and creatures had been there far longer. It was natural for humans to be weaker to begin with, and it was always difficult to find footing in each greater sanctuary. Han Sen was delighted to have the silver fox return, but the others weren't. The silver fox had used its lightning to heal the wounds of Han Sen's, which had them all writhing on the ground in agony. They half believed Han Sen had turned on them. After the healing, Han Sen went to take a look at the three-life tree alongside the silver fox. The silver fox showed interest in the hand, but nothing else. Unfortunately, the silver fox could not speak. As a result, Han Sen was still clueless about the treasure the tree was giving birth to. If Saint Fan wants it, it must be good. Can it hurry up and grow a little faster? Han Sen gave the tree another water drop while pondering the circumstances. Saint Fan had been delivered a serious blow, so it wasn't likely he'd show his face anytime soon. Thinking this, Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance for a time. Han Sen read a bunch of books and went to the virtual community to practice with others. "Coach, you fancy a fight?" Immediately after Han Sen entered, Ms. Perfume sent him a message. Complying, Han Sen sent her an invite. She was, after all, Qin Xian behind the online handle. She frequently matched with him, and despite losing every single time, she was always improving. Qin Xian was still practicing empirical sword, and it was a one-of-a-kind technique. Its focus went beyond merely dishing out power. There had been a beauty in its crafting, and its existence was like poetry. Han Sen could simulate the energy flow, but if he did not have the heart for it, he couldn't perform it. Qin Taixian had not told her it was actually Han Sen behind the online username A Soldier on the warship, and so, Qin Xian was still happy to just call him coach. In a classic arena, Qin Xian kept slashing towards Han Sen at full steam without reprieve. Han Sen did not evade her attacks, and instead, he just used his sword to block. Qin Xian's great-grandfather's username was a king with 72 wives. If Qin Xian could not complete the practice required of empirical sword and beat Han Sen, then Qin Xian would not be able to control the skill. So Han Sen did not hold back. As a result, Qin Xian lost every single time. But Han Sen was as surprised as he ever was with her determination. Failure never stopped Qin Xian, and she would always bounce back with vigor and spunk. Perhaps it was because of empirical sword, because the skill required a strong heart and firm courage to master. Her great-grandfather told Han Sen that empirical sword was something to display one's power and might, but without a strong heart, the sword could break. You had to strike and forego any element of defense. Han Sen was supposed to be her whetstone, for her to use and be kept sharp with. The strength of the heart was reflected upon the sword. "Coach, are you a demigod?" Qin Xian asked. "No, I'm only a surpasser," Han Sen answered. Qin Xian was surprised to learn this, provided it was the truth. She said, "People as talented as you are surpassers? How difficult must it be to become a demigod?" "Perfection is not always required," Han Sen said. She was even more surprised now, and she said, "Are you going to max out your super geno points before ascending?" Han Sen nodded. Qin Xian was extra excited to hear this, and she giddily said, "Which shelter are you at?" "I have almost maxed out my super geno points, so perhaps we will be able to meet up when I get to the third god sanctuary." The third god sanctuary is a big place. When you get there, focus on what it will take for you to survive. Don't concern yourself with me or anyone else. Who knows, though? I might actually end up with you. I'm quite a fortunate person. Qin Xian laughed. Han Sen shook his head and did not respond. He knew Qin Xian was actually more mature than him, so he wasn't too worried about how well she'd fare when she made the jump. But Han Sen did not think Qin Xian would be lucky enough to spawn on his shelter, as the chances of that were far too low for consideration. Han Sen exited the virtual community and saw Bauer sitting in front of him. Immediately, she leaped into Han Sen's chest, loudly proclaiming, "I'm thirsty." "I'll go and get you some water," Han Sen said, heading for the water dispenser. Bauer then stroked Han Sen's head fondly, whispering to him, "I want ice cream, too." "Of course you do." Han Sen knew what she wanted before she even said it. There was no way Bauer would hang around waiting for him if she only wanted water. Han Sen went to the Sapphire ice cream store. She wouldn't eat ordinary ice cream, only the expensive homemade ones produced there. Fortunately, Han Sen had a lot of money, so it wasn't a strain for him to purchase her ice cream every now and again. Han Sen saw Han Yen on the street on the way there, as she had recently enlisted at the Black Hawk Military Academy. Although she'd been invited to join many other, better academies, she had rejected them all. Han Yen had her mother's appearance, but because she had been practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, she carried herself with a unique aura. Others would believe she looked incredibly holy, but to Han Sen, that was nothing new and he was used to it. There was a distance between them, and Han Sen couldn't get to her quickly. When he eventually got close enough to bark a greeting, he saw a lot of young people around her playing instruments. There was a handsome guy playing a guitar at the center, serenading. He was singing about her, and the music was obviously being played for her as well. Han Yen was walking as this occurred, and it was almost as if the others were chasing her with the music. When the song was over, the boy put his guitar away and raced ahead to kneel in front of her. Then, he presented her a bouquet of roses. "Han Yen, I am very fond of you. Would you please be my girlfriend?" The other guys were chattering amongst themselves, in hushed chants that whispered, "Say yes. Say yes." Han Sen felt very angry watching this. Now he could understand what Ji Ruozhen had spoken about in his speech. That cheap asterisk shoal. Using cheap flowers to try to seduce my sister. I'm going to beat him up. Han Sen was still a distance away, so he wished to fly over. Not being able to right now, though, he opted for the next best thing. He started to cross the railing, to get there sooner. He knew it was illegal to do that, and he'd be forced to study the traffic laws for 10 days if caught, but that was the least of his concerns for now. When just one of the legs crossed the railing, Han Yen took the flowers in her hands. The anger that had been simmering inside Han Sen began to boil and swell, and he said to himself, "I treat you like a princess. I take you everywhere you want and give you whatever you want. How can you be tricked with just a few measly flowers?" Everyone around was clapping, and then the boy moved in for a hug. "You dare? You dare?" Han Sen was fuming with rage by this point. But Han Yen then extended her arms forward, with the bouquet of flowers resting across the palms of her hands. Han Yen smiled and said, "The flowers are beautiful, but I want a boyfriend who is a good man. I want a man who can display his love and affection without the need for something material to represent it. My parents are noble, and I am going to max out my Geno points. I will become a demigod one day," the boy hastily replied. Han Yen said, "Rich or poor, strong or feeble, that does not matter to me. Only if you are a good man will I love you." "Then tell me, what makes a good man?" the guy asked. Han Yen answered, "It is simple, and all the requirements and standards I seek reside in the one person I myself admire the most." "Okay, and who is that?" the boy asked. All the boys listened in, as they all secretly wished to make her theirs, too. Hearing Han Yen say she did not want money confused them. So, they each paid extra attention to learn what it would take to make them suitable suitors. Han Yen smiled and said, "It is my brother. If anyone can beat my brother as a person, then they are a good man. And such good men are men I would have no qualms dating." They all knew who her big brother was. He was the fearless conqueror of an emperor-class shelter in the third god's sanctuary. Acknowledging such crazy requirements, they all felt hopeless. "Do you mind if I keep the flowers?" Han Yan asked. The boy, startled from out of his daze, swiftly raised his sunken head and said, "Of course, they are for you." "Thank you." Han Yan took the flowers and then left. Han Sen brought his leg back after witnessing all this, and he did so with great joy. Alliance traffic law violation detected. You are in breach of law 6385, in an attempt of crossing the rail. Punishment requires a supervised study of the traffic laws for the duration of 24 hours. Follow the navigation beacons that will lead you to the traffic department. The computer near the railing notified Han Sen. Fortunately, Han Sen did not cross the rail completely. If he had, he'd be locked up in study for 10 days. Not even the president could get out of a jam like that. He had to start his study in 3 days, so he decided to carry on with his current objective, and that was to take Bauer to the ice cream store. When Han Sen crossed the bridge, he saw someone approach. Seeing this person, he was flabbergasted. Blind Man was one of the few strangers Han Sen cared about. When they first met, Blind Man gave Han Sen a book that was similar to Primal Innocence. A long time later, he had randomly delivered to Han Sen a cauldron with the 9-life cat symbol on it. Even if Blind Man was from Blood Legion, it was still strange of him to give such a thing to Han Sen of all people. According to the Xianmen successor, Blood Legion was the only other faction with true power. As such, Han Sen knew to exercise great caution when dealing with people who were associated with the organization. "Come with me," Blind Man said, with a lowered voice. Han Sen followed after Blind Man, thinking there could be no risk of danger there in the alliance. Fortunately, Blind Man did not lead Han Sen someplace too private. Han Sen was taken to an AI-operated restaurant. They scanned their cards and then sat down. "Why in the sanctuaries did you send me that cauldron?" Han Sen finally had the chance to ask. Blind Man laughed and said, "I was saving you." Han Sen frowned and responded, "Don't talk such crap. Tell me the truth." Blind Man smiled and said, "I am. I'm being serious when I tell you it can save your life. Before you become a demigod, eat what's inside." "Why would I want to eat it?" Han Sen thought Blind Man had gone mad. After all, why would Han Sen consume something that belonged to Blood Legion? "You'll eat it, that much is certain," Blind Man said. Han Sen laughed and balked. "Well, let me tell you how wrong you are." After this brief exchange, Han Sen readied himself to leave. He wanted to know more about Blood Legion, but Blind Man didn't seem like the sort who wanted to have a proper sit-down and chat. "Stay. There is something you should look at first," Blind Man said, knowing this would invoke Han Sen's curiosity and prevent him from leaving. Han Sen looked back and froze when seeing what Blind Man was now holding. Blind Man's hands were very coarse and leathery, but the thick fingers held a ring. It was fairly ordinary, in that it had been forged with silver and been stoned with diamond. Even in the Alliance, that was just a common ring. But it stood out to Han Sen all too well, because his mother had a ring that was identical. It was her wedding ring. When Blind Man witnessed Han Sen's petrified reaction, he placed the ring down on his table. Han Sen picked it up and read the inside. It read, "Love, Lon." Han Sen was taken aback. He remembered this. When Han Sen was young, he was given this ring by his father to hold, and he had read the inscription inside. His father was digging a pool at the time, and he wanted Han Sen to hold onto it in case it fell off and got lost. Han Sen only knew the word love, but did not understand the word Lon. He remembered asking his father about that, as well. Han Sen's father told him that the Lon referred to his mother. This perplexed him at the time, because his mother's name was Luo Sulan. The Lon of her name meant orchid, but the Lon on the ring had been inscribed with a different character. They were homonyms, but they had been spelled differently. It was only a few years ago that Han Sen had come to learn his mother's true name was Luo Lon, and it was that Lon that was on the ring. It had been too many years since Han Sen had seen the ring, though. He couldn't be certain he was remembering things correctly or that Blind Man was actually showing him the original. "What is this?" Hansen asked. Blind Man laughed. His voice cracked roughly, as if he had spent a few too many years drinking and smoking. "If you don't know what this is, give it to Luo Lan. She will know." Hansen stared at Blind Man for a while after that. When the time to break the silence came, Hansen lifted his head and said, "Is this what you wanted to show me, then? The owner of the ring wants you to know you need to eat what is inside that cauldron before you become a demigod," Blind Man said. "You think a ring and a subtle implication is going to convince me?" Hansen said. Even if his father was standing right in front of him, he'd have to pull at his cheeks and give him a thorough examination to believe he was the real deal. Blind Man said, "Do you know the color of the cat?" Hansen was not sure what he meant by this, as cats could come in a variety of colors. "This isn't some secret handshake or code, is it? I mean, I wouldn't know." "I'm not a member of your organization," Hansen said. Blind Man shook his head and said, "It is blue." "Why?" "Because someone painted it blue." Hansen felt as if he had been stabbed with a knife, and the object of this pain had been twisted around. His mind was blown. Hansen recalled there was an old white cat living in his house when he was just a child. It was always sunbathing in the yard. Once, Hansen used paint to color it blue. His father was mad about this, and he told Hansen never to touch the cat again, as it once belonged to his great-grandfather. That was the first time Hansen had seen his father get properly angry, so it was something he was not likely to forget. Hansen and his father cleaned the cat, but it died just a few days later. Hansen was sad for a long time following this, believing it was his own actions that had led to the death of the cat. Because only Hansen and his father had been home at the time of that incident, knowing the cat had been painted should have been information exclusive to the two of them. "Is he still alive?" Hansen asked. Hansen was filled to the brim with a mixture of varying emotions following this most recent encounter with Blind Man. If his father hadn't died, then he wondered why his father never came back to visit them. If this was revealed to be true, anger would be the prevailing emotion. But Hansen knew nothing was ever straightforward, and it wasn't likely for his father to be some deadbeat dad. If he was alive, perhaps there was a reason he could not see his family anymore. Hansen only wanted to learn where he was and put all the nagging questions to bed with answers. The constant lingering questions never ceased to tug at the fringes of his mind. "He is alive," Blind Man answered resolutely. "Where is he?" "I want to see him," Hansen said. "Now is not the time," Blind Man said. "Why?" Hansen asked. Blind Man said, "He is doing something very dangerous, but if you become a demigod, there is a chance you two can meet again." "He has been in the sanctuaries all this time?" Hansen asked, with a leaping heart. Blind Man did not answer this immediately. He simply knocked the table in idle silence for a while. When he spoke next, he said, "The pill that resides inside that cauldron is something most valuable. His procurement of it came at a great risk to his life, but he got it for you, nonetheless. But that is not the only thing he wants to give you, as there is advice, also. He wants you to refrain from getting involved with Blood Legion affairs and the circumstances regarding Han Jinji. Just take care of your mother and your sister." "Tell me what he is doing," Hansen demanded, with a cold stare. "That is not for me to say. I cannot. But when you are capable, and the time is right, provided he is still alive, the time for another encounter will come," Blind Man said, standing up to leave. Hansen was angry now, as he couldn't stand such tantalizing teases. He hated being left to hang, only receiving half the answers. Cliffhangers were the bane of his existence, and it was frustrating how prevalent they were. Hansen was going to grab Blind Man, but he had already gone. This was the alliance, though, so it would be unwise for him to fight there. And when Hansen left his seat to catch up with him, he couldn't find Blind Man anywhere. He seemed to be long gone. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to trace where he might have gone, but that was useless as well. Hansen was no longer in the mood to take Bauer to eat ice cream, so he went straight over to his mother's house. There, he showed her the ring. When his mother saw it, her eyes suddenly turned red. "Is that your father's ring?" she asked, prompting Hansen to relay to her the tale of what had occurred and who he had met while on his lengthy quest for ice cream. "So, that's the long and short of it? The asterisk shoal is alive, and he's not dead. If I see him again, I swear I'll kill him myself," Luo Lan said. Luo Lan sounded incredibly angry, but Hansen could recognize the soft undercurrent of a secret happiness in the way she spoke. Of course, Hansen couldn't be certain whether or not Blind Man was telling him the truth. But with all this on his mind, Hansen decided to return to the sanctuary and take a look at the cauldron once more. He couldn't tell what the little, jewel-like orb was. And since Blind Man wasn't the most trusting fellow, he couldn't be sure whether or not it would be beneficial as he said it would be. So, again, Hansen shelved the cauldron. At long last, Hansen took Bauer out to get the ice cream she so ardently desired. He also got her additional snacks. He was willing to spend a bit on food in the Alliance, too, as there was never anything decent to eat in the sanctuaries. After half a month more had passed, Saint Fan had yet to show his face again. And now, the three-life tree had finally matured. The three fruits dropped to the ground like sparkling, shooting stars. The three-life tree withered and died after the fruit departed its electrical branches. Hansen wouldn't dare open the treasure himself, as he never had luck doing such things. So, after he brought the fruit out of the well with him, he asked for Zero, Bauer, and Little Silver to come join him. "Who would like to open this?" Hansen pointed at the fruit which contained the Twin Knight. "Me." Bauer immediately raised her hand. "Okay, but you have to give it back when you've opened it." "Do that, and I'll reward you with ice cream," Hansen nodded approvingly. Bauer took the fruit and bashed it against the floor. The shell broke. The knight beamed into Bauer's head. "So, care to tell me what it is?" Hansen asked. Dragon King told Hansen it was a twin night beast soul, but noted how remarkably strange it was for it to be growing on something that wasn't a twin night tree. Therefore, what was inside could not be guaranteed. All he knew for sure was that it was a beast soul of some kind. Bauer sent Hansen the night beast soul and made sure to comment, "Just don't forget my ice cream." Superclass Twin Thunder Knight, possession type, beast soul obtained. It was indeed a twin knight, but one associated with thunder. If it could only adhere to the one thunder element, then that was disappointing. "I won't forget." After Hansen told Bauer this, he turned to look at the silver fox. Little Silver seemed to have a bit more control over itself now, but he still looked incredibly anxious to open the fruit that was before him. "This is for you, Little Silver." The silver fox was the strongest there amongst them, as it had 10 whole gene locks open. It was only fair that Hansen provided it goodies. Little Silver reached out its paws and crushed the fruit. Then, the hand inside emerged and began to fly around. Observing the hand after it emerged from the fruit, Hansen noticed that it wasn't actually made of flesh. What Hansen had presumed to be veins were actually streaks of lightning. The silver fox then gobbled up the entire hand, and his body started to shake and vibrate. After that, the furry thing burped out a plume of blue lightning. After the silver fox gobbled up and swallowed the hand, nothing much happened. Little Silver shook for a minute, then simply walked over to Hansen's sleeping quarters and took a nap. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to examine the silver fox's life force after a brief worry that something might have been wrong, but from what he could tell, all was fine. "Zero, you open the final fruit." Hansen then pushed the fruit that contained the hammer over to Zero. Zero accepted it and crushed it, prompting a light to shoot into her head. It must have been a beast soul, if it could go straight into the Sea of Soul. Hansen had originally thought the hammer might have been some sort of Geno treasure, so this came as a bit of a surprise to him. Zero then passed the hammer beast soul back to Hansen. Superclass Thunder Hammer, Battle Gene Type, Beast Soul obtained. Hansen had no clue what that was. He had researched many different types of beast souls in the past, but never before had he come across something like this. Hansen gave the hammer a better look up close. It was a fairly plain, blue hammer that had a symbol of lightning inscribed upon it. The head was a simple square block. Hansen sought to summon it, but before he could, another announcement sounded. Would you like to absorb the Battle Gene Thunder Hammer? This was the first time Hansen had experienced something like this, so it was quite startling. It made his jaw drop. He didn't think any harm could come from accepting, so he chose to absorb it. Then, the thunder hammer that resided in his sea of soul turned into a lightning bolt. It shot into his body, giving Hansen an intense electrocution. The electrical current exhausted quickly, though. It went away as swiftly as it came, but strangely, the hammer was now absent. Hansen checked out his body, but nothing appeared to have changed. What's more, he hadn't received the thunder-derived superpowers he expected to have been bestowed upon him. How dreadfully dull. What was that thing supposed to do, exactly? Hansen mulled to himself, with simmering frustration. So, he tried throwing a punch. While doing so, Hansen simulated the silver fox's lightning power. Fortunately, this brought him the answers he sought, for when the whips of lightning manifested, they became a mighty hammer crudely built from thunder. It struck a nearby pillar. Pang! The thunder hammer left a giant crater in the sturdy stone, which flickered with a residual pool of electricity. Hansen was gobsmacked, witnessing the power of that thump he had delivered unto the pillar. The pillars of an emperor's shelter were incredibly strong, and they could resist most mighty blows. And yet, with a small flick of his wrist, Hansen had delivered it such extreme damage. It was nearly frightening to comprehend what he could do with some real effort. For a small punch like the one he had just performed on the pillar, it really put into perspective the power of the beast soul. And furthermore, Hansen put no genuine focus on his casting. He didn't even expect the hammer to manifest in the lightning, but it had popped up and walloped the pillar, all the same. This was far greater than any of Hansen's thunder hyper-geno arts, that was for sure. Wanting to test it out a few more times, Hansen did. When he got a fairer grasp on it, Hansen noticed he was able to channel the hammer explicitly when he desired to. The hammer rod of thunder and lightning could just appear whenever he willed it to. Despite being far easier to use than a hyper-geno art, it was far stronger, too. Does that mean I have a thunder hyper-geno art of sorts, now? I didn't even need to practice it, and yet it is already supremely powerful, Hansen thought. Practicing hyper-geno arts took a lot of time, and in recent times, he had spent more time researching and practicing hyper-geno arts than going out to hunt. Now, after obtaining this beast soul, it felt as if he didn't need anything else. But it was a thunder battle gene beast soul, and Hansen only wished it had matched the elements he favored. Where might I find more of these battle gene beast souls, I wonder? If I get a few hundred more of these things, I'll never have to practice hyper-geno arts ever again, Hansen thought to himself. Of course, he knew that might be impossible. Prior to this discovery, humanity had no records of such a beast soul existing. So, his finding one was a remarkable thing to begin with. Hansen was delighted with the thunder hammer he had received. It had quickly become his most powerful attack, but he just found it lame that it was associated with the thunder element. Hansen's Dongxian Sutra had hit its 7th tier, but even if he simulated the silver fox's powers, it still wouldn't be as strong as what little silver could perform. That put their power gulf in perspective. When my Dongxian Sutra has opened 10 gene locks, I will be able to simulate the silver fox's power to their full extent. Then, I will become unstoppable and unfathomably mighty. Hansen was extremely giddy, developing these thoughts and fantasies. Hansen exited the hall, and as he did so, he saw Ghost Eye and Dry Bone King approach. Master, we have found a super creature at a nearby lake that is east of here, Dry Bone King reported. Ghost Eye kept jumping on the spot, performing monkey screams and howls. Hansen surmised he was trying to tell him that he was the one who had discovered it. Well done, Hansen said to compliment them. Hansen had sent them out to find super creatures, despite not expecting there to be any in the surrounding area. Ghost Eye and Dry Bone King then took Hansen over to the lake they mentioned. Hansen wanted to kill the creature in the hopes of obtaining Geno points. By this point, Hansen was dying to move on to the fourth god sanctuary. There were many reasons, but above all, he sought answers. He knew many of the answers to his burning questions could be found there. Each member of the Hansen family shared a similar issue, they always kept their problems to themselves. To be blunt, they were each stubborn. Luo Lan and Hansen's father were like that. It was something Hansen recognized, despite it being a trait of his own, too. He just didn't realize the same issue applied to him. There was a lake before them, one that was illuminated by glowing algae that glinted along the surface. Due to it being dead water, it was too murky to see what lay below. Hansen activated his Dongxian Sutra and scanned the lake. At the center of the lake, he was able to detect something strong. It was almost frighteningly strong. What was the super creature you two saw? Hansen asked. Dry Bone King answered, let me ask Ghost Eye, the eye of his namesake is better than mine. Hansen waited for him to ask Ghost Eye. After Ghost Eye performed a pointing gesture, Dry Bone King turned back to Hansen and said, he described it as being 7 meters long. It carried a purple shell on its back. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, but he was clear that it had the power of a super creature. Hansen noticed the lake was 3 miles in length, so drawing something out from the murky pool would be difficult. And if he had to bring the fight to the super creature and battle it in the water, that wouldn't be easy. Hansen wished he had brought Water Fairy with him, as that would have made things much easier. But then again, he reassured himself, it was just a super creature. The three of them should be able to sort it out, no problem. Dry Bone, use your heart bone. Perhaps your musical talents can scare the fiend into leaving the water, Hansen said. With the water being as dirty as it was, he did not fancy dipping his toes in it. Okay. Then, Dry Bone King pulled out his heart and began to pound it. Shortly after, ripples began to form at the center of the lake. They waited a bit, but nothing further occurred. So, Dry Bone King got back to playing and went along with a disturbing melody. The lake continued to quiver, and eventually waves began to form. Bauer covered her ears to block out the wretched sound. The heartbone did not actually hurt Bauer, she was just a musical aficionado of refined tastes. She thought the music being played was downright diabolical. Hansen frowned. Despite the increased number of waves, the super creature was reluctant to exit the lake. Don't you have any better songs to play than that? Hansen asked. Not really. I use it to disturb the life force of my enemies, I didn't invest time in learning any more melodies. It's not like I want my foes to be dancing the mamba, Dry Bone King said. I could teach you a thing or two about the musical arts, let me tell you. Look at Bauer's face, that is the face of a soured critic. How do you expect to draw a super creature out of the lake with that awful tune? After Hansen said this, he played a melody he used to like when he was small. Dry Bone King paid attention and tried to learn the melody Hansen played for him, then he tried to copy it. Dong. Dong. Dong dong. 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 Dong dong. Bauer was slowly able to remove her hands from her ears. And suddenly, the water at the center of the lake began to whirl. A purple shadow rose amidst the turmoil. Hansen squinted and saw that it was a 7-meter-long lobster. It waved its pincers towards the lakeshore crowd. Bauer's eyes were wide open, but not in fear or surprise. In fact, she looked hungry. She looked as if she wanted to eat the lobster. Seeing the lobster come towards them, Hansen summoned his Disloyal Knight. Hansen put the Twin Thunder Night Beast soul on Disloyal Knight, and fortunately, it did not seem limited to the thunder element. Disloyal Knight's body immediately displayed a number of changes. His copper armor turned blue, as did the light of his halo. It was like a neon, fluorescent cyber halo now. Furthermore, the soft image of his halo had changed to look like a circular saw, with jagged edges representing the lightning that now fueled him. Disloyal Knight used his lightning halo on the lobster, and immediately after, the lobster itself started to turn blue. It was slower and weaker now, to the point where it was starting to look paralyzed. But it wasn't enough to disable the lobster entirely, as it was still able to leap into the air and attempt to strike Disloyal Knight. Its pincers were like garden scissors, spreading wide to cut him in two. Disloyal Knight looked like a rocket immediately after launch. He kicked up a sandstorm behind him as he flew upwards. Pang! Disloyal Knight flashed like lightning himself. He soared past the pincers with ease. Disloyal Knight then returned to pummel the lobster's head numerous times. Lightning began to fizz and crackle against its weakened carapace as the lake-emerged super creature's movements became duller and duller, to the point that it appeared to have passed out. Unable to dodge, all the lobster could do was submit to getting pounded. With lightning powering his fists, Disloyal Knight punched the lobster over and over without reprieve. The seafood nemesis had no chance of fighting back. In the end, Disloyal Knight was able to break open the entire shell of its head and mangle the brain inside its fleshy scalp. Hansen was shocked as he witnessed the scene. He could hardly believe Disloyal Knight was able to do that all by himself. Super creature lake lobster, killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Hansen was delighted to hear this announcement. After combining with Twin Thunder Knight, Disloyal Knight had received a great buff. The effectiveness of his halo, in particular, had increased immensely. Hansen tried it, too. If he stood inside the halo, he would receive buffs. The blue lightning enveloped him, increasing his power and speed. Whenever he struck an enemy, they'd become paralyzed. That's pretty good. Hansen was delighted with the results. Although it wasn't a berserk beast soul, and it hadn't opened its 10th gene lock, Disloyal Knight was far stronger than it used to be. If it consumed more life drops and became a berserk beast soul, it'd become as strong as Xiaqing King, Hansen wagered. Hansen summoned Golden Growler and put the lobster on its back. Then, they all returned to the shelter to have themselves a barbecue. Hansen washed the lobster out and put the meat on the grill, as Bauer drooled uncontrollably. When they both sunk their teeth into the tantalizing-looking lobster meat, their faces turned sour as if they had taken a swig of curdled milk. It tasted awful. But despite the fact that they couldn't enjoy it, all the others considered it a treat. Each and every other super creature had a bite, and they were loving it. Ghost Eye and Snowball made sure to sit down in front of Hansen and Bauer, stuffing their face with the lobster meat. They made squelching noises and let their lips hang to show how much they were enjoying the food, while those two could not. Hansen then decided to pick up Bauer and return to the Alliance. Let's go eat some real food. We'll let them enjoy their dog food, Hansen sternly said. We need to eat something much better. Bauer affirmed. Of course. And for tonight, we're going to dine on the best food money can buy. Order whatever you want, Bauer, I'm made of money. Hansen kindly, albeit boastfully, proclaimed. Money! Bauer shouted in response, raising her fists in the air. Hansen drove an aircraft to Roka Planet and went to the most expensive restaurant there. It was called Doria. Sir, what would you like to eat this fine evening? The waitress asked, while presenting a menu. Even Bauer was given one. In this era, where proper labor practically did not exist, having real human staff just went to show how high-class the restaurant was. Give me your finest, madam. The best this place can provide, I'll take it. Hansen proudly said. Bauer, with a more serious tone of voice this time, just shouted, money. The waitress wasn't sure what to respond, as she had never encountered such a peculiar duo before. But then, someone from behind mocked them out loud by saying, "Has someone just won the lottery, and wants to flaunt his newfound, but bound to be short-lived wealth? Everyone here became rich before you did." Pah! The gall. Hansen saw a middle-aged man sitting with a pretty woman. He was well-dressed, but his face left much to be desired. He looked at Hansen with incredible disdain. Hansen frowned. He didn't think they were speaking too loud, and the man obviously had a chip on his shoulder, to pick on total strangers. But Hansen was the president's son-in-law, and he didn't want to make this a point and embarrass the president by beating him up. So, Hansen just picked up the menu and ordered a few portions of the most expensive food that was available. The man heard what Hansen ordered and said, "Stop pretending you are rich, dear boy. If you were that noble, go upstairs and eat amongst the nobles, dining on noble food." Hansen frowned, hearing that voice again. He came here to spend a night relaxing in the comfort of fine dining. He hadn't expected that someone so wretchedly annoying would choose to pester him all evening. Bauer didn't want to hold back her hatred of the man, though. The fire of murder blazed in her eyes, and she was now clutching her gourd. It was evident she did not like people bullying or complaining to Hansen, and so she wanted to absorb the man. Hansen noticed what she was going to do. With a racing heart, he had made sure to stop her. If something like that occurred, the alliance would be thrown into shock and turmoil, particularly so, given Bauer's origin. When the waitress was about to confirm the order, an old man approached Hansen. "Manager?" The waitress thought she had done something wrong, and that was why he had stepped forward. The wages for Doria employees were incredibly high, and she was given complimentary flesh in the first god sanctuary. The last thing she wanted was the loss of her job. The old man smiled at the waitress and signaled for her to step back for a bit. Then, the manager turned to Hansen and bowed. He said, "Dear Mr. Han, we have prepared the top-floor garden exclusively for you. Chef Shirley will prepare the food for you, and only you. You will be given her undivided attention." A profound silence fell over the restaurant as everyone turned to look at them in shock. No one could buy their way into the garden, but it provided unparalleled views of the city. Not even sacred blood aristocrats could get a seat there. And the last person who was able to get Chef Shirley to prepare their food was Jiang Baiken. Everyone looked at Hansen in awe. They were in disbelief, seeing Doria provide such a worthy offering. When a few people recognized Hansen for he was, one of them proclaimed, "It's Hansen. That's our first super aristocrat." Hansen picked up Bauer and followed after the manager. He did not want to revel in the limelight and remain the focus of everyone's attention. The man who had mocked Hansen was glum, and a dire look had fallen upon his face. He rushed out of the restaurant without even finishing his meal. Hansen took Bauer to the top floor, and there, he saw a beautiful woman in the kitchen. "It's you." Hansen was shocked when he saw the woman. "What would you like to eat?" The beautiful chef smiled with a warmth that could melt ice. "We'll eat whatever you recommend." Hansen proceeded to sit down with Bauer near the kitchen. It was difficult for Hansen to believe Schweffian was a chef. Hansen couldn't help but wonder to himself, is the food she makes actually edible? I hope it doesn't arrive cold. Hansen wouldn't be surprised if she served a heaping bowl of human flesh, quite frankly. But since he was there, and he had been treated so well by the restaurant, he wasn't quite willing to run for the door just yet. He was going to stay and witness whatever she decided to prepare. Schweffian did not talk much. She went straight into preparing food, and as Hansen watched her operate, he couldn't help but be impressed by her chopping skills. There was an artistic quality to the way she wielded her knives. The grill was hot, and as the food sizzled atop it, a delectable aroma wafted out of the kitchen to tantalize the noses of the eager diners. Hansen and Bauer actually found themselves rather excited, and they stared at the cooking meat with wide eyes. Professional chefs really were in a league of their own, and Shuefian's skills in the kitchen far exceeded Han Sen's. After the food was served, Bauer ate what was on her plate like a ravenous pig. Her chubby face was smeared with grease. If this was an all-you-could-eat buffet, Hansen wagered Bauer would end up emptying the pantry. I did not expect you to be able to cook so well. I appreciate your grace, hospitality, and excellent service, Hansen praised her, as he prepared to pay. Shuefian smiled in return and said, "There is no need for you to pay. But might I confess a problem I have? Perhaps you could help me with it." "What is it?" "If it's a reasonable request, I can certainly be of service," Hansen said. Shuefian placed her hat down on a table and then took off her uniform. Then, she went to sit down near Hansen. Shuefian maintained her professional image, for when she removed her uniform, her body was revealed to be fitted with a tight white dress that delicately cradled her every curve. "If you can't do this for me, then I deem the deed impossible," Shuefian said. "Okay, go on." Hansen was delighted she was willing to request his assistance, and what's more, it seemed as if she was confiding in him something personal. She seemed to have difficulty mustering the courage to tell him what issue plagued her mind. Shuefian said, "I have actually been here for several months. Every night, I wait in the hope that I can see you. 2 of my family members have found themselves trapped in the third god's sanctuary. They are in the Thunder Hell faction. If you can rescue them, we will pay you handsomely." "Where are they, exactly?" Hansen asked. "It is a king-class shelter, called Blood River Shelter," Shuefian explained. Hansen said, "If news of them being trapped has reached you, I doubt they are in any immediate danger. I'll check the place out, regardless. Then, after some reconnaissance, I'll tell you what I can do." "Thank you. And believe me, you have our full support. Now and forever," Shuefian said, in praise. Before they left the restaurant, Shuefian provided Bauer with a lot of different desserts for the road. Hansen thought about Blood River Shelter for quite a while. He had always wanted to take down a king-class shelter, anyway. Hansen could not take on Emperor shelters reliably, but he could most certainly assault a king-class shelter. After all, he now had the Silver Fox back. It even had its 10th gene lock open. This could be a great opportunity for him to collect a few more life geno-essences. Shuefian provided Hansen with the location of where he needed to go, and indeed, he fancied heading out there to see what was what. When he arrived home from the restaurant, he teleported back to the sanctuary. There, he took Bauer and went towards the shelter Shuefian had told him about. With the Silver Fox and everyone else back protecting Thunder Hell Shelter, even if Saint Fan decided to show, he could return quickly. Since Thunder Hell Shelter wasn't a mobile shelter, though, it had to remain there and thus, remain guarded. Without a shelter, the plants would dry, and Hansen needed water drops. The more super beast souls Hansen collected, the more water drops he would need to make them berserk, after all. Because this place was in the Thunder Hell faction, the super creatures and king spirits had all taken flight. After half a day of travel, Hansen saw a red river running to the east of him. It was wide like a sea. Hansen frowned. He had been told Blood River Shelter resided on an island in the middle of that same river. He didn't expect the river to be so wide, though, and even from where he was standing, he could sense a wretched presence residing there across the water. Hansen didn't take a straight road to where he was supposed to be going. Instead, he decided to go to where the Shui family members had been spotted. He wondered if he'd be able to confirm their current condition from that same place. After a while, Hansen saw 3 peaks in the distance. Strangely, they looked like steamed buns. He found a green field to rest in for a while. The 2 Shui family members were supposed to be on patrol, and they would pass through there. Bauer sat on the grass drinking milk. She was a few years old by now, but her appearance hadn't changed at all. Hansen did not know whether she was simply slow to develop, or if she'd be like this forever. Regardless of what her circumstances were, he was determined to take care of her. Hansen was going to wait until dark. If the two people he expected to see did not arrive, he'd attempt to sneak into the shelter with the night cloak. Within the hour, though, Hansen noticed a ship approaching the shore from across the river. He stood up to take a better look. It was white, and it moved incredibly quickly. When the ship neared, though, Hansen's face changed and he looked ill. The ship was made out of bone. It had a bone mast, and the sails had been crafted from animal hides. Of course, such a ghastly ship wouldn't scare Hansen. He had encountered far more nerve-wracking horrors in his time. What most rattled Hansen about this scene, however, was the presence of a human at the front of the ship. At the bow of the ship stood a cross, and there was a man crucified upon it. The man seemed to be of old age, although his treatment had undoubtedly made him seem more withered than he might have actually been. He had been stripped naked and pinned to the cross. He was fastened to the cross by thick, crude nails that had also been forged from bone. They had been driven deep into his arms and feet. The old man looked to be great agony, but he knew moving would only incite more pain. Thus, he moaned softly, but he remained still. Blood ran down his body and the cross like monstrous veins. Hansen thought he was having a sneak peek at the gallows in hell. Hansen knew many humans were suffering in the third god's sanctuary, and their numbers might even outweigh the amount of those who were happy and in good condition. But this was a cold reminder of reality. This savagery had become just a simple fact of existence there, and now it had been reinvigorated and put on display in front of Hansen. It made him angry, and it was fanned by the flames of frustration, knowing there was nothing he could do right now to help the man. Hansen gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitter pill of knowing he could not be of aid. He couldn't risk exposing his presence there, and even if he did try to save the old man, any enemies that might have been on board could kill the man and prevent Hansen from getting what he wanted. Furthermore, if Hansen was unable to remove the contract that bound the man, even after a successful rescue, he'd be killed before Hansen could return him to the Alliance. The old man then saw Hansen, and after, the boat steered in his direction. It was as if the boat was obeying some manner of mind control. The old man looked to be in pain and said, "Young man, do you hail from another shelter?" "Yes," Hansen said. The old man looked happy, and the faint presence of a smile crept courageously back onto his face. He asked, "Are you free? Can you return to the Alliance?" Hansen nodded and said, "Yes, I can go back." "What is your name?" Seeing that old man, Hansen was really reminded of how lucky he was to be free in the third god's sanctuary. The old man replied, "My name is Shui Yuqing. Can you take a message to the Shui family for me?" "Okay," Hansen answered. "Please, tell them to hurry here quickly." Shui Yuqing still looked to be in a lot of pain, and his words trembled out of his lips as he spoke. Shui Yuqing went on to say, "Shuichen is still trapped in Blood River shelter. They need to find him, because our stuff is in his hands." Hansen thought he had been asked to save 2 family members, but with what he had just been told, it seemed as if there was an important item the family wanted to have returned. "Okay, and what is all this? Why have you been put on display like this?" Hansen asked. Shui Yuqing said, "This boat can patrol the river. In order to operate, it requires a driver. I am its captain." "You drive it like this?" Hansen frowned. Shui Yuqing sighed and answered, "A powerful spirit or people who have been given the authority are the only ones who can drive it. I am a weak human, lacking the trust of spirits. This is the only way I am able to drive it. I am doing this in the hopes I can send a message home." Hansen felt so angry, learning that the spirits did not trust him. Because of that, the man had to operate the boat in constant agony. Hansen knew humans were the weakest in the third god's sanctuary, but he was still mad over their unfair mistreatment at every corner. "You have to take this message home. The Shui family will reward you handsomely. Now go. Go before the creatures notice you." Shui Yuqing steered the boat around, ready to leave. "Hang on, can you tell me how many king spirits and super creatures reside in that shelter?" Hansen asked. Shui Yuqing responded, there are two king spirits. One is Blood River King, the other is Yiksha. There are 7 super creatures residing there, also. Tell my family to come, reclaim the stuff, and go. Hansen was shocked. The last time he saw Yiksha had been during Xiong Yin's ascension. Nice. That's one loose end that needed tying up a long time ago. I can only hope his spirit stone is here, as well, Hansen thought to himself. Do you know how powerful they are? Hansen asked. Shui Yuqing replied, it does not matter. Fighting them would be a futile endeavor. After that, Shui Yuqing drove the boat away. As he sailed across the red water, Hansen heard him whimpering and moaning in pain.